It is the end of the world. Social order is ended. Some kind of virus spread, and humans began to kill each other. In the midst of chaos, a poor soul is humiliated and left to die. When he was on the brink of death, a system that only he could see appeared. Now he can fight to take revenge for everything he has suffered, and maybe even start a new life. Today's story is called The Last Hero. Let's go. When zombies started to appear, the disease spread across the land. In just 3 days, the entire planet turned into hell. We see the building of a university radio station, and someone is saying, "Do you want me to starve to death, you little piggy? How can you be so fat but have so few resources?" A muscular guy and his minions are apparently intimidating some subscriber here on the channel. The chubby guy says they ate all the food he had, and in these 3 days, he hasn't managed to get a single sip of water. The name of this poor guy is Yang Hao, and he used to be the university dormitory's intern before the apocalypse. When things started to get bad, these 3 guys had nowhere to go, but Hao wanted to help them by letting them in, and now he's screwed. The muscular guy starts kicking the chubby guy, calling him a whale and saying that giving him water would just waste their resources. He finishes with a spit. The one with slick hair starts talking to the chubby dude, saying that if he wants to follow them, then stops because he seems to have found something and calls his friend to see it. Isn't this their teacher, Kai Jing? The crazy guy sticks his tongue out and says he hasn't ejaculated in days, and this photo made him feel like jerking off. The chubby guy starts heading towards him, saying to give the photo back, but takes a kick to the face. The guy calls him a whale again and tells him to look at himself. There's no way he can dream about someone like her. Meanwhile, the other guy starts taking off his belt. He lowers his pants and tells the chubby guy to look at his own reflection in his urine. Hao is in shock. Desperate, he goes after the guy, who starts literally pissing on the girl's photo. Without even finishing, he kicks Hao in the face, sending him flying, then yells that the chubby guy doesn't stand a chance against them, can't even find something to eat, and every breath he takes is a waste of air. He then tells him to just get out of there and die. Hao is thrown out while thinking, "You sons of bitches, one day you'll pay for what you did. That chubby guy won't die out there, right?" one of them asked, and the other replied, "Tusk, who cares? He's not our problem anymore." Hao is scared but also really pissed off. If it weren't for this damn virus, he would still be just an intern at the university. We see a flashback of a hot girl saying she would cut his pay in half if he didn't fix this thing in 5 minutes. This hot girl is named Ching Ching, and she is the dormitory manager. She used to boss him around all the time, like that day when he was studying calculus, and she made him go fix the electricity that had gone out. But his true secret crush was a girl named Kai Jing. For some reason, she acted like his waifu and seemed to really care about the protagonist. Sometimes, she even brought him food when she made too much. This only made the chubby guy's platonic love grow more and more, but now all that is gone. Hao hears a zombie approaching and immediately freezes with fear. He knows he needs to get out of there right now, but he's so scared that he can't move. The zombie senses his presence and rushes at him, screaming. The protagonist is still in shock, but the zombie is almost on top of him. Is this how he's gonna die? Out of pure instinct, Hao notices a broom next to him and grabs it to use as a weapon. He can't just surrender without a fight, so he thrusts the broom handle into the creature's head in a clumsy and desperate way, driven by survival instinct. But it works. The zombie lets out one last scream as 2 glowing orbs emerge from its forehead. Hao wonders what this is, and then, my friends, the legendary system screen appears to him. He has unlocked the attribute system. We see that he gained 1 point of strength, 2 points of speed, and 0.3 points of focus. Hao stares at the system screen showing his status and his ordinary people class in disbelief. It looks like his prayers have been answered. God didn't abandon him to die. At that moment, another zombie appears behind Hao. He starts running, shouting at the monster to stay away. Then he realizes that he is running, but he has never been able to run before. He was always a chubby, sedentary guy. Where did this strength come from? Wait, could it be those orbs? It must be. He is getting stronger as he passes by the corpses on the ground, and other orbs are attracted to him, until he hears something that makes him crap his pants. A horde of zombies coming his way. He needs to get out of there as fast as possible and find a place to take shelter. Hao manages to reach the back of a convenience store. Thank God these zombies are slow and not very smart. He enters the store store and looks for something to block the entrance. The only thing he can do now is wait for the horde to leave. But then he hears a grunt coming from inside the store, a zombie cut in half, the creature screaming and flailing its arms uncontrollably. While Hao is grateful for the creature being in that state, it seems to be the store owner. Then he grabs a wooden stool nearby and hits the creature's head with all his might while apologizing for having to do this. Those three bastards made him understand that he can't be soft anymore. Sparing creatures like this could cause problems for him in the future. As soon as the creature loses consciousness, those orbs emerge from it, along with a mysterious red envelope. The protagonist touches the envelope, which immediately transforms into a red pill. The system informs him that this is a stimulant pill, which allows the user to instantly stimulate their body to the limit and double their strength. Sounds of banging and grunting start coming from the door Hao had just blocked. The protagonist is in a shitty situation. Those bastards stole his photo and threw him out on the street to die, and now he's trapped in this store. What should he do now? Hao puts his hands on his head, telling himself he needs to calm down. He has to think of a way to survive now that he has this system. After taking a deep breath, he starts looking on the shelves for things that might be useful and soon finds water, the most important resource. He should prioritize canned and packaged foods that last longer and are easier to carry. As for a weapon, well, he managed to find a pickaxe, which isn't much, but it's better than nothing. At that moment, the wall behind him is broken through by three crazed zombies. Hao grips his pickaxe tightly. Now that he's prepared, it's time to earn some attribute points. He starts swinging the pickaxe at the zombies that invaded the store. But, to his bad luck, this pickaxe is very weak and barely manages to make a dent in the zombie's head. Even so, Hao gained an attribute point just by attacking. Realizing this, Hao goes back to swinging the pickaxe again and again at the zombie, earning points after points. 10 strength points, 6 speed points. The guy is just farming attributes on the zombie stuck in the wall. After farming to the limit, Hao received another mysterious envelope and a bronze treasure chest. So attacking a zombie will make it drop orbs, but the total of these orbs is the same as he would gain by killing the zombie. He decides to check the items he just received, and from the mysterious envelope, he got the item Big Dipper Machete, along with the martial fencing skill. So folks, our protagonist now has a blade and knows how to use it. He's no longer just a chubby nerd who spent all day playing Fortnite and masturbating to Mia Khalifa videos. The world he knew is over. He can't sit there waiting to die. He needs to escape. And also, Hao wants to get revenge on those three bastards. They beat him up, humiliated him, and desecrated the photo of his goddess, his crush Kai Jing. Wielding his flaming machete, Hao charges at the horde of zombies now invading the store. He attacks, screaming that they will all die. And so, the first chapter of the story ends. The next chapter begins with one of those three guys slashing the face of a zombie. He's finding it amusing because he just killed that arrogant nerd who always showed off in English class, while the muscular guy over there just killed the prettiest girl in the class. These guys are really loving the apocalypse. One of them asks if that pig Yang Hao has already turned into a zombie, and the slick-haired guy replies that it doesn't matter. If he shows up in front of them, he'll slice the chubby guy in half with one blow. Meanwhile, our protagonist was the one slashing zombies with one blow in that area until he notices something. The three bastards running in his direction. This is perfect. He didn't even have to waste time looking for them. But something surprises Hao. The three bastards were attracting a huge horde of zombies. He'll have to keep these guys alive for now, or he'll die along with them. Hao opens the mysterious envelope he received and gets the veteran driver skill, enabling him to skillfully drive any type of car and perform simple repairs on them. Well, it's a practical skill, sure to be useful in the future. He keeps running until he reaches the female staff dormitory. From one of the windows, a woman sees him approaching and yells, asking what the hell he's doing there. He's attracting all the zombies. This is Ching Ching, the dormitory manager and Hao's boss. The protagonist sees the woman who used to treat him like trash every day and starts wondering if bad people survive longer than others. The woman shouts from above that if he's looking for Kai Jing, she's in the cafeteria. Then the protagonist, for some reason, freezes upon hearing this. Ching Ching notices that he froze and starts mocking him, calling him a coward, and says it serves him right for not listening to her. But the woman's voice attracts some zombies that head straight for Hao. He turns around with his machete ready and unleashes that extremely overpowered fiery spinning slash, cutting the zombies into pieces. Then he looks at Ching Ching and tells her she better keep her mouth shut or he'll bring some zombies to visit her. The woman stands there with her mouth open, watching this. When did that chubby nerd get so strong? But then a much larger horde of zombies appears, too big for him to handle alone. Hao thinks about running into the building but would be cornered, so he decides to try his luck with a car parked nearby. And today must be his lucky day, because the car key was in the ignition. Then the protagonist floors it and shouts to the woman that he's leaving some zombies to keep her company. As she yells, "You son of a b-" Hao runs over every zombie that gets in his way, releasing more and more of those colorful orbs. He accelerates the car one last time and then jumps out, the car going out of control until it hits a wall and explodes. Jumping out of the moving car really hurt, but Hao doesn't waste much time there and gets going. This little trick earned Hao not only a bunch of orbs, but also another mysterious envelope and 2 chests. Opening his loot, he sees that he got an axe and the skill to use it, and also a really cool dagger. This chubby guy is getting OP. He decides to spend the night in this place where he is. He's going to explore it thoroughly to make his next move tomorrow. Walking through the building's hallways, Hao starts hearing grunts coming from a room. He opens the door and is disgusted by what he sees. 2 dead bodies were hanging by the neck in front of a horde of hungry zombies. The protagonist quickly realizes that those 2 weren't zombies, and then he understands. No wonder there aren't zombies in other areas of this building. Someone hung these 2 corpses here to attract the zombies and save their own life. It's only been 3 days since the apocalypse started, and people have already begun resorting to this kind of atrocity. At that moment, a dark figure appears behind Hao. The mysterious figure says, "Oh, looks like someone discovered this place." He pushes Hao into the room while saying, "Make yourself at home." The horde of zombies turns to our protagonist in a sinister scene that made his hair stand on end. Hao has no choice but to fight. Luckily, he has his extremely overpowered fiery machete. Then, the scene cuts to a pair of melons. We hear someone saying, "Little yeah, just cooperate." The owner of the beautiful melons was lying on the ground, telling the person not to come near her, but the person responds that the only reason they accepted her was for this. Otherwise, she would have already been used as bait for the zombies. The girl goes into shock and says to let her go, or else she won't forgive him even when she turns into a zombie. The guy gives a psychopathic grin, complete with sticking his tongue out. Apparently, sticking out the tongue is something that perverts like to do. This guy's name is Su Dong Dan. He is the university principal. He tells the girl that there's no chance of her becoming a zombie. In fact, she only has 2 options now. Either she gives pleasure to all 3 of them at the same time, or they will take turns having pleasure with her. Meanwhile, some orbs were emerging from the dead zombies. Actually, dozens of corpses were scattered around. The protagonist had killed them all. The dozens, no, hundreds of orbs gather and are absorbed by Hao simultaneously. His body is flooded with that extremely powerful energy to the point of hurting him. He feels like he's about to explode. Danger! The player's body is overloaded. Danger! Is this some kind of pirated game? Hao wonders. The tongue-sticking pervert brings his face close to the terrified girl and tells her to start taking off her clothes. Or does she want them to help? While she could only beg him to stop. Bang! Someone burst the door open with force. Everyone turned to see him, our protagonist, who was once a chubby, moob-having League of Legends player, and is now a Chad with 6-pack abs who watches videos of Andrew Tate and David Goggins. Oh, and he also has a flaming sword. We see that in fact his 6-pack abs were a system reward for getting the necessary attributes to complete the quest. Wait, so that means he's a fake natty. Who are you? Asks the tongue-sticking guy, and Hao, who already looks like a Super Saiyan in chapter 4 of the story, asks if the guy doesn't recognize him. Well, it doesn't matter, because he recognizes the guy and his voice. Principal Su Dongdan. Then he recognizes him. That's the guy he locked in the room with the horde of zombies. How is he still alive? But wait, suddenly, he's ripped. Hao turns to the girl on the floor, while the principal asks what he's going to do. They are animals, the protagonist thinks, seeing the girl completely terrified. Then, with incredible speed, he points his sword at the principal's face, who clenches his butt and starts walking backward, saying that he is his superior. But Hao just ignores him and says that his blade is a bit worn out after cutting so many zombies. Then he looks the principal in the eyes and says he's curious to know if it can still cut a human. He seems calm, but inside he's thinking that this guy doesn't deserve forgiveness. He's a psychopathic sicko who has already done harm to many people. He doesn't deserve his forgiveness. The principal tells him to come at him with everything, and then his goons pull out their weapons and go after our protagonist. But with impressive speed, he strikes the first minion with a spinning blow while lowering his body. Too slow, he says, then spins his body to land a taekwondo kick to the guy's face. At this point, Hao discovers that he can earn orbs by hitting humans too. He asks if the principal still wants to test his blade, and the guy all scared but still trying to maintain his composure, calls him an arrogant idiot and says he doubts he would dare cut him. But as the protagonist starts getting closer to him, the guy's legs tremble. Nervously, he says he remembers him now. He's Yang Hao, the one who didn't pass the application interview to study at the university. He was begging all the time during the interview, saying he had a dream of graduating from a university. Yes, it's him. You have talent, he continues. Become my lackey, and I will pay you. But a punch right in the middle of his face interrupts his monologue and throws him backward. Hao says he talks too much. Money, money, money. What use is money now? But it's fine. Hao won't kill him now. The NPC with the samurai bun suddenly shouts for Hao to spare him because they forced him to hand over his girlfriend. Those bastards pulled out their weapons and threatened him. What else could he do? Then he grabs the girl by the shoulders and says that she, Ye Fenghua, is his girlfriend. She has to say something, say that he is right. But the girl is trembling with fear. He shouts, asking if she wants to see him beaten to death. Has she forgotten how well he treated her all this time? But then a hand grips his neck with great force. Hao says he's too noisy while lifting the guy into the air. The guy tries to struggle and begs for mercy, but Hao simply tells him to stop treating his girlfriend that way, then throws the guy onto the principal, who was lying on the ground. He grabs the henchman who was trying to escape by the head and says, "And you, I bet you're no saint either." Then he starts dragging the guy by his hair to the exit. The guy, who literally pissed himself with fear, is screaming for him to stop, saying he won't survive out there, that he's too old, and the protagonist just responds that he should have smoked fewer cigarettes. Then he kicks the butts of the three guys out of there, telling them to go to hell, while thinking that if it weren't for their blood attracting all the zombies in the block, he would have killed all three of them right there. Before closing the door, the protagonist hears one of them saying, "What's that over there? Holy shit, it's a zombie," and another one shouting, "Run, damn it!" Hao wonders if they're going to die already. That was quick. Then he turns to the girl and tells her she can relax now. They won't harm her anymore. But the girl still seemed to be in shock, her body trembling. She asks him to close the window. She's very scared. But inside, she was thinking that it's just him now. Maybe he's not like them. The protagonist closes the window and asks if she has any water because he's dying of thirst. The girl serves him some water, but she was still visibly shaken, her legs trembling non-stop. In one of those weak moments, she trips and falls just the way you subscribers of the channel like. She falls on top of our protagonist with her melons almost in his face, making his nose bleed and his dick get hard. He gets up, apologizing, very nervous. Then she awkwardly says he must be hungry. There's still some food left. She'll get some for him. Hao tells himself that the girl is still in shock because of those guys. But anyway, he's been alone for so long that there was no way his dick wouldn't get hard with what just happened. Then he hears a crash coming from the room where Ye just entered. Could there be a hidden zombie in there? He enters the room and sees the girl lying on the floor, like a good female character in a shonen, saying there's something banging against the storage room wall. Our protagonist, unfazed, says he'll check it out and she should look for something to eat and not worry about him. He then enters the abandoned storage room, already summoning his flaming blade, thinking that this belt he got from the zombie loot is really useful. The belt allows him to store up to 20 weapons without worrying about weight or space. At this moment, he starts scrutinizing the growls, but Hao is already prepared. Then he starts fighting to clear the storage room once and for all. Some time passes, and he managed to clear all the zombies from the place, but where did the girl go? He doesn't worry much and starts taking off his clothes, because what Hao needs most now is a bath. Since this madness started, he hasn't taken a bath yet, and just thinking about those three bastards makes him angry. Well, after all, this is the end of the world. He should be grateful just to be alive. But now that he has this system appearing to him, Hao will make those damn people pay for what they did. He opens the bathroom door, and guess who he finds inside? Completely naked, covered only by the steam of the water. Ye Fenghua herself. She screams in embarrassment at this awkward situation, quickly covers herself with a towel, and then runs out saying to our protagonist that he should have knocked on the door, until she realizes she left her clothes in the bathroom. But our hero, just in his underwear, hands the girl's bra without looking to avoid making her even more embarrassed. Well, folks, the day comes to an end, and early the next morning, Hao wakes up feeling something different. It's a smell. Something smells really good. Then Ye approaches him saying that breakfast is ready, but the protagonist, maybe still sleepy, mistakes the girl for his crush Kai Jing and hugs her energetically, thanking God she's alive. The girl, all embarrassed, turns her head away, and then Hao sees that it's not his crush, it's the girl he saved the day before. He lets her go and apologizes apologizes, but she just asks if he said, "Kai Jing?" Hao immediately grabs her by the shoulders and asks if she knows her, and the girl says yes, they are roommates. 3 days ago, when it all started, they were walking on campus until she said she had something to do and went back to the dorm early. Right after that, the madness began. Hao punches the wall so hard it creates a hole. Damn Fang Ching Ching, that bitch said Kai Jing would be in the cafeteria. He realizes he scared the girl with that punch, so he apologizes and invites her to eat because he will need to leave after that. Actually, it's good to know that Kai Jing went to the dorm. It might be much safer than the campus, but he still needs to go to the cafeteria. Those three were heading in that direction. So, after eating a rather humble breakfast, given the circumstances, Hao sets off on his mission. Before leaving, he reminds the girl to lock all doors and windows and not let anyone in. The girl affectionately adjusts his jacket collar and then says she'll be waiting for him to return, but he can't die and leave her alone. Then our hero sets off to find those three bastards who humiliated him. Several zombies came at him along the way, but Hao was already extremely powerful thanks to the divine system. With his flaming blade, he easily defeated all the zombies that approached. One of the zombies he killed dropped a crossbow and another gave him the novice ability to handle firearms, which for now isn't very useful because he doesn't have any firearms, right? At that moment, Hao hears a female voice from above, saying, "Wow, you're still alive? Wait, did you lose weight? Did the zombies stress you out that much?" Hahaha. It was Fang Ching Ching, cursing our protagonist for leaving the door open yesterday and attracting several zombies. She says they need to go out to find food. He needs to hurry and clear this area of all the zombies, but in reality, she's thinking that since he survived, he must have some talent. She can use him. Ching Ching purposely shouted this time to attract the remaining zombies in this area. He has no choice but to enter the building now. This idiot is just a pawn to be used. The zombies soon come running at Hao, who calmly draws his flaming cheat blade while calling Ching Ching a bitch. He charges at the zombies with all his might, shouting to Ching Ching that since she wants to force him into the building by attracting the zombies, then he'll play along with her. Inside the building, some girls start appearing cautiously until they come out of their rooms thanking him because someone came to save them. But the protagonist only asks if they are crazy. They have to get back into the rooms now. It's not safe here. Then continues up the stairs. More zombies appeared in his path, but they were not a problem for Hao and his flaming sword. Upon killing another one of them, he receives a mysterious envelope, which he opens immediately. Inside was the cooking skill. Hao can now cook various types of food. Behind him, one of the doors opens, and Ching Ching comes out, telling our protagonist, "Not bad, now carry my bag for me and keep me safe, and I guarantee you'll be well rewarded," while inwardly thinking that he is just a tool for her, but that he does look handsome now that he's no longer fat. Then, suddenly, Hao grabs the woman by the neck and says he has another idea. He drags her to the edge of the window, calls her a bitch, and says she lied to him about Kai Jing being in the cafeteria. The woman, with difficulty, responds that she only said that because she was jealous of her. It wasn't meant to harm him. With a dark, hateful look of someone who has been beaten and humiliated his whole life, Hao says, "Didn't mean to harm me? Do you really expect me to believe that after treating me like trash since we met?" Ching Ching swallows hard. Her heart racing. She is genuinely scared. Finally, she says that all the dormitory teachers and staff wanted to be with her, except him. He only had eyes for Kai Jing. That's why Hao puts half of the woman's body out the window, making her scream and beg him to stop. She will do whatever he wants, but Hao pushes her further out while saying she is just a selfish piece of shit who takes advantage of others. He says he doesn't believe a word she says, then lets her go out the window. But the woman manages to wrap her legs around his body and then starts screaming for help. And then our protagonist sees something he had never seen before. The zombies were climbing the walls. Have their intelligence evolved? An entire horde was heading towards them, climbing everything in their path, even entering other rooms where other girls were desperately screaming for help. Ching Ching sees the zombies approaching and at that moment wakes up to reality. She is about to die, and then she starts crying and screaming that she never wanted any of this and that she is sorry. A zombie appears from the stairs and starts coming at them with everything it has. Hao sees this and wonders how they got there so quickly. The people in the building are in danger. Ching Ching screams as a zombie approaches almost to the point of touching her. But then Hao pulls her back, saving her at the last second, which leaves her embarrassed. Well guys, it seems like if a guy almost kills a girl, she automatically starts to like him. Luckily, in real life, things aren't like that, right? Wait, Hao tells them to go quickly while looking at the girl's legs still wrapped around around him. Ching was indeed looking at our protagonist in a different way, but he just thought that this woman is pure trouble, and after finishing here, it's better to stay far away from her. Hao cuts off a zombie's head with his axe while another one is already coming at him. He realizes that to get out of there, he will have to kill all the zombies and run to the stairs, otherwise he will die there. So he materializes his flaming sword straight from his dimensional belt and starts fighting more and more zombies that were running towards them, while Ching watched everything in admiration. Is he really protecting me? Out of nowhere, the girl shouts our protagonist's name and starts apologizing for how she always treated him. She asks him to take her with him, and she will make up for her past mistakes. But the protagonist simply replies that he doesn't have time to take care of her. The girl is shaken, but at least it means he forgave her. Hao is thinking about luring these damn zombies to the roof. Up there, he will have more space to fight them, and Ching, well, she can go to hell. Some time passes, and Hao manages to reach the top of the building. It seems that there are not many zombies at the back of the building. It's a shame because he won't earn many orbs, but whatever. He will deal with the zombies in the building first, and then can use this route to reach the cafeteria faster. At that moment, Ching grabs our protagonist from behind. He asks what she's doing, but she says she won't let go no matter what. What's wrong with you? Hao asks. But at that moment, the zombies invade the roof. Hao simply jumps off the building without thinking twice. Don't ask me why he could have just killed the zombies with his OP sword. The two are in free fall when Hao has an idea. He drives his sword into the building to try to stop the fall. When he plants his axe, Ching screams in fear, but he already tells her to shut up. Damn, this isn't working. He jumped without thinking because he got excited with the system, but in reality, he regretted it the same moment. But the protagonist has an idea. He tells Ching to scream louder. She looks at him, not understanding, so he asks what the hell she's waiting for. She needs to scream as loud as she can, and that's what she does. Ching screams as they fall, attracting all the nearby zombies. Then Hao uses his right foot to get leverage and jumps towards the zombies he was going to use to cushion the fall. The protagonist lands by stomping on a zombie's head and cutting everyone he sees in front of him. When the last one falls, the system informs that Hao has acquired the telekinesis skill. Damn, how overpowered is this protagonist going to get? Well, at least Hao himself has realized that the system is giving fewer and fewer orbs. It seems it's getting harder to level up. But anyway, telekinesis is an extremely overpowered skill. He has to test it. Then he sees Ching lying near him. She looks at him, not understanding, until he points at her and then up, saying, up. However, only the girl's shirt starts to rise, along with her bra. She covers herself, embarrassed, screaming that Hao is a perverted idiot, but the protagonist just sighs, thinking, damn, I still don't have enough focus points to move heavier objects. And damn, guys, finally a limitation for this guy. Hao simply turns his back on the girl and starts to walk away, thinking that now that he has dealt with the zombies, it's time to go to the cafeteria and deal with those three bastards. But Ching doesn't want to be left behind. She hugs our protagonist from behind and says she will follow him wherever he goes. He says, fuck off, but she says no, she won't. So he literally grabs her by the arm and performs a judo throw on the girl, slamming her onto her back on the ground. Hao stands in front of her and says, listen carefully, I've already done you a big favor by not killing you. I suggest you stay away from me. And then guys, the scene cuts to the campus cafeteria, which seemed empty. All that can be heard is something resembling a woman's sobbing. We see someone closing their fly and then saying, this is boring as hell. The only thing to do in this place is fuck these women all day long. I'm getting bored. One of the girls was crying uncontrollably, and then the guy punches her in the face, yelling, why are you crying? If I wasn't so damn bored being stuck in this shithole, I would have thrown you out already. Another one kicks one of the girls while telling his master that he doesn't need to be mad. They should actually take a walk around the buildings to find more girls in the area, until suddenly someone crashes through the window. The two guys inside are confused when they see him, our Ultra Chad protagonist with his new item, a steel spear. One of them recognizes him immediately. He's an intern, but how did he get in through the window? It's the second floor. He tells our protagonist that he showed up just in time. They were starting to get bored there. If he helps them get out of there, they'll give him these two girls to have as much fun with as he wants. Hao just says, go fuck yourself. So the guy approaches him and says he was just complimenting him after seeing that he entered through the second floor window. He doesn't doesn't need to be so insolent. But Hao doesn't respond. He just grabs the guy's left shoulder and uses his superhuman strength to slam him into the ground, making the guy scream in pain and writhe on the floor. The guy in the red suit summons two creeps who instantly go for our protagonist, but he easily blocks the blows from both. After all, he is the Neo of this Matrix. Is that all you've got? He asks, then breaks their arms like they were twigs. Now there's only one left. The guy is all scared, telling Hao that his father is the school dean. He will regret attacking his men. And then the spear pierces the guy's chest, almost killing him immediately. Hao just asks why this piece of trash kept talking non-stop. Damn, guys, is our chubby bullied kid turning into a villain? Comment what you think. A crowd of guys was gathering to see something. It was Hao, approaching them with a Chad-like aura. He had defeated the two huge bodyguards at the entrance. The slick-haired guy asks if this is that stupid intern, and the muscular guy says he looks different, which is interesting. Then, he calls his goons to have some fun with this loser. As they approach Hao, the muscular guy asks, "Hey, you fat piece of shit, do you remember us? If not, I can show you a picture of that hot bitch. Look at how pathetic he looks with that stick," another goon says. "Are you going to shove that up your ass?" Meanwhile, we see the dean's son, whom our protagonist just beat up, saying he will kill that damn Yang Hao. But his assistant tells him to calm down because that miserable Yang Hao just walked into the room where those three gangsters are. These three guys had killed all the zombies on the first floor. They are strong. The guy said, "Help me here. I want to witness them killing that bastard." And so they go to where our protagonist is. Upon entering, they see the gangsters getting their asses kicked, and the two are in disbelief. "Shit, I couldn't land a single punch on him. That bastard is too fast," the slick-haired guy says. "How did he become so strong out of nowhere? He was just a useless, weak, fat guy a day ago." Hao stands in front of them, pointing his spear and says, "Now it's time for you guys to get the hell out of here, or else." The muscular guy, who had previously beaten Hao and pissed on his photo, is now begging not to be killed. He says being thrown out is the same as being condemned to death and offers to help Hao kill the zombies. The onlookers agree, saying there are still many zombies outside, and these guys have already proven useful by killing all the ones on the first floor. Another says that if Hao throws them out, they will be devoured by the giant horde outside. The muscular guy, who was cowering, thinks Hao doesn't have the guts to kill them in front of everyone, unlike him. He then grabs his stick and charges at Hao, shouting, "Die, you idiot!" But before he even realizes it, something hits his stomach with great force, making him spit blood and collapse. "So you want to negotiate with me? Great, but we can't forget what happened yesterday. I saved you all with the best of intentions, only for you to beat me, humiliate me, and then throw me outside to be devoured by zombies. I think doing the same to you would be fair, don't you?" "That's a lie. We were just helping you discover your true potential," they shout, coming at Hao again, only to be hit simultaneously and thrown against the wall. At this moment, Hao gains some attribute points and realizes he gained much more by beating these guys than he did by killing zombies. Someone tells Hao to just leave these guys alive for now. It was a girl who, at first I thought was the one he saved earlier, but she's actually another girl who looks exactly the same. The girl says she knows these guys are worthless, but it's thanks to them that they have a bit of peace where they are. Her name is Gu Qingyi, and according to the guys there, she is the goddess of the university. Everyone is in love with her, but Hao just approaches slowly and then stabs the girl with his spear. Actually, he aimed at the wall behind her and then says that they will regret leaving these guys alive. At that moment, the system appears to him again, informing that the player has reached 200 strength points, and a new bodily upgrade will happen immediately, with huge side effects. Side effects? Hao asks. But before he can say anything more, his vision starts to darken, and he begins to lose consciousness. He falls directly where he had just stabbed with his spear, and it seems the structure had weakened because Hao starts falling unconscious towards the outside of the building where the zombies are. However, what no one expected was that he was taking the girl with him. "Hey, wasn't he acting all badass a moment ago? What happened?" one of the guys asks, and the other replies, "I hope he dies. That's what he deserves for humiliating me. I just wish he hadn't taken that busty hottie with him." Hao slowly opens his eyes and realizes he's lying on the concrete. He feels like his entire body is being pierced by millions of needles. It hurts so much. Could this be the supposed body enhancement from the system? Then he sees Gu Qingyi, the hottie all the men were drooling over. She's holding his spear, surrounded by several dead zombies. "Professor Yang, you're finally awake, and just in time," she says. Wait, did she protect Hao all this time? time while he was out, 2 zombies rush at her, one from the front and one from behind. Just when it seems like she's about to be hit, a quick movement from our protagonist, and he's already stabbing one of the zombies with his spear while holding the hottie with his other arm. "Thanks. Now let the rest to me," he says, leaving the girl blushing. Up above, Slick Hair is watching with his sidekick. He yells at How that acting all tough won't matter because he's definitely going to die, then starts taunting our protagonist, asking, "What's wrong? Why don't you come up here and try to hit me again?" At that moment, someone kicks him from behind, and Slick Hair and his sidekick fall down, right in front of How. They turn around to see who kicked them, but How quickly asks what they were talking about just now. We see that the ones who kicked them were those gangsters from earlier, saying they're going to take over this place, now that Yang Hao will be killed by the zombies. The hottie tells Hao that she didn't expect those guys to help him. "Help me?" Hao asks. "I think they did it for themselves." But something interrupts his train of thought. Hao once again thrusts his spear toward the girl, who yells, "Professor Hao, what are you?" A zombie that was coming up behind the girl gets its head pierced, and Hao tells her to be careful and that she can just call him Yang Hao. She thanks him, feeling a bit awkward. The girl extends her hand toward our protagonist while thinking, "This Yang Hao, he saved my life." Our hero, having spent his whole life as a nerdy, chubby Fortnite player, thinks the girl wanted a weapon, so he hands her his machete. The girl is confused, and then he says he'll handle the ones coming from this side while she takes care of those coming from the other side. Hao jumps several meters into the air, thinking that his body has been hurting since this so-called enhancement, but he doesn't feel any stronger than before. Either way, he needs to finish this once and for all. Then more zombies are skewered by Hao's spear, but he notices that he's no longer gaining orbs for killing these creatures. Why? Well, he'll worry about that later. Hao needs to deal with these zombies first. The girl yells at him to be careful and throws her machete into the head of a zombie. The two stand back to back, surrounded by zombies on all sides. From above, watching everything, the guys comment that the girl looks even hotter killing zombies. Another one says she was raised in a family of martial artists, which is why she's so badass. She's been training since she was a child. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet starts shaking. Actually, the entire building is trembling. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" Hao and the hottie look at the thing simultaneously. A very large zombie appears. The monstrous creature is at least twice the size of a normal zombie and has a malevolent look. This zombie is different from the others, Hao thinks. I can't let it hurt the hottie. Then he leaps toward the monster, using his spear to thrust with all his strength. The spear pierces the zombie's arm, but it seems like it was intentional. The zombie deliberately put its arm in the way to get speared. Then it pulls out the pierced arm, and with the other, breaks Hao's spear. Now our protagonist is unarmed against the monstrous creature. This is looking like it's going to be tough, he thinks. Suddenly, the hottie pulls him back, telling him to be careful and to let her handle it since he doesn't have a weapon. The monster raises its arm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Hao knows this isn't something the girl can handle, so with extreme agility, he jumps in front of her, saying he's not the kind of guy who hides behind a woman. He summons from his inventory the weapon he got from the cafeteria and then attacks the zombie with all his strength. It seems these zombies are starting to get stronger, Hao thinks, as he pulls the blade out of the dead creature. For some reason, he's no longer receiving any points from the system. He asks the girl if she's okay, and she says yes. But inside, she's thinking that she always saw this guy as someone ordinary, and now to think that he's become so strong, it even makes her feel, but our protagonist is confused as to why the girl is staring at him like that. He turns around and says, "Leave the rest of them to me," while thinking that his body still isn't in good shape. He needs to finish this quickly. While Hao was beating up the zombies, those 3 scumbags from the beginning of the story sneaked in through the alley without being seen. "Look, he's completely exhausted. We should take this chance. Yeah, let's do it." Then they abandon stealth mode and charge at our protagonist, catching the girl off guard. She asks what the hell they're doing, but they just ignore her and try to hit Hao from behind in the most treacherous way possible. The girl screams at him, but it's too late. Hao doesn't have time to dodge, and not only that, a zombie is already on him. Our protagonist was about to die, but at that moment, a message from the system informs him that the final phase of body enhancement has begun. Dimensional space has been activated. The muscular guy attacks with all his might, but misses. Hao simply disappeared. Not even the girl understood what happened, but the zombie, which was about to jump on our protagonist, now goes after the muscular guy. And this time, my friends, there's no mercy for them. The three scumbags who humiliated our protagonist at the beginning of the story are bitten by the zombies. However, another zombie is also charging at the hottie. The creature leaps at her with a horrendous growl, and to our great sadness, it bites the girl's neck, not even giving our protagonist a chance to get her number. Hao, who for some reason was simply floating in the air inside what seemed to be a bubble, watches everything. Damn, I'm trapped inside this bubble. She can't see or hear me. The guys who were watching everything from up on the building start wondering if Yang Hao really just disappeared out of nowhere. What the hell just happened? The girl keeps fighting the zombie fiercely. She stretches out her arm and manages to grab the blade Hao gave her, stabbing it right into the creature's neck while shouting, "Get off me!" She did it. She defeated the zombie, but ended up getting bitten due to her carelessness. She needs to kill herself before she starts turning into a zombie too. Then our protagonist, still in his weird bubble, gets closer and starts pulling the girl, who was completely confused. Suddenly, she vanishes, right in front of all the guys who were watching, who then start wondering if they were teleported or something. The system informs that the body transformation requires assistance from someone of the opposite gender, and that the requirement has been met. Would the player like to begin? The girl couldn't understand anything that was happening, while Hao asks the system in his thoughts if the zombie virus could be purged from her body during the transformation, and the system informs him that yes, the virus will be eliminated during the process. The girl asks him to let her out because she's just been bitten, but our hero tells her not to worry. He's going to save her, but she'll need to cooperate with him. It might be hard to understand now, but she'll have to trust him. She says okay, and then the system starts removing their clothes for some reason. The girl is shocked to realize this, but then comments that Hao has an impressive physique. And really guys, our dude has a six-pack abs. He doesn't respond to her compliment and just asks if she's ready, to which the girl replies yes. Then he gets closer to her and takes her in his arms, while the system informs them that the body transformation has begun. A huge sphere of luminous energy begins to grow around them, until the system informs that the player has completed the body transformation and that the virus has been purged from the hottie's body. We see that Hao not only gained more attribute points, but now he's also wearing a cool jacket. He literally got the jacket worn by Glenn, that Japanese guy from The Walking Dead. But since our hero is a true gentleman Chad, he covers the girl with his jacket. The truth is, he's never watched The Walking Dead and doesn't know who Glenn is. But it doesn't matter. He managed to save the hottie, and not only that, by saving her, Hao unlocked a hidden system ability, dimensional healing. Our protagonist notices that the system has unlocked some other empty slots that he doesn't know what they're for. The truth is, he needs to sit down and study how this system really works, but that will have to wait for later. First, he needs to get out of this place. The two reappear in the alley where they were, leaving the guys amazed. Hao looks up at the group of men on the building, many men and no women. Our hero can't just leave Gu Qingyi in this state with them. Who knows what they might do to her? Maybe it's better to take her to that place where the other hottie was kept safe. He cuts off the head of the muscular guy who was already starting to get up, having turned into a zombie. Then he begins to walk with the girl, saying he's going to take her to a better place, and she simply agrees. The guys up top, seeing this, start to panic because the protagonist is taking their goddess away. Without her, they won't have anyone to protect them. Hao could at least take them with him, but the protagonist apologizes and says he's not the savior of humanity. In fact, they're all irrelevant to him. Not to mention, there are too many of them. The best they can do is stay there and wait for help. The nerds start getting angry, shouting that Hao is going to save the pretty girl and leave them there to die. They thought he was different, but he's just like those bastards from before. He only wants her to be his sex toy. The girl, hearing all this, gets pissed off and asks to borrow Hao's sword. She approaches the hole in the wall where the guys were watching, thinking they're just a bunch of cowards who don't have the guts to fight a zombie and blame others for their weakness. She throws the blade at them and then asks what they're complaining about. The zombies on the first floor are already dead. If they have any courage, they'll pick up the sword and go kill the zombies themselves. But if they're so scared, then just shut the hell up and go hide. She's had enough of hearing weaklings like them complaining about everything. Damn. The girl destroyed them, and an awkward silence falls over the scene. They start looking at each other, and one of them says he doesn't want to go down there just to die, and another says, "That's right. It's better to stay here and wait for rescue." Then the hottie takes our protagonist by the hand and tells him they should get going, leaving Hao thinking that this girl really says and does whatever she wants. She has a strong personality. Some time passes, and they're back at the initial shelter. That first girl, named Ye Fenghua, hears a knock on the door. Hao is back, and he's brought someone with him. "Who's this?" she asks, and Hao replies that this is Gu Qingyi. Man, these Korean names are hard to pronounce. I preferred when it was Sabrina and Sharon. Anyway, he says she's the newest member of their group. He'll explain more later. Then, the two of them start to head in to take a shower and rest, but someone appears. It's Fang Qingqing, who arrives hugging our protagonist from behind, saying that she told him he couldn't get rid of her. Then, Ye says that she begged to be let in after she found out she was safe there. Ye couldn't resist after seeing her cry. Our protagonist, who's no fool, knowing that a possible harem is forming, says it's fine, no problem, and then tells Ye to take Qingyi for a shower and make sure she's fully disinfected. The girl just says, okay. As soon as the girls head to the bathroom, Qingqing hugs him even tighter, saying she knew it. They're destined to be together. But Hao replies, "Destiny, my ass. All you do is cause trouble. Now let go of me." And she says, "Never." At that moment, they both hear several gunshots. The two girls come running back, asking if they heard the shots. Could it be the military coming to rescue them? Qingqing says this is great. It must be her dad. But in her excitement, she ends up letting go of Hao and was about to fall backward onto the floor. She sees her life flash before her eyes, and the two girls scream. But our hero acts quickly and catches the girl by the legs, preventing her from getting hurt, but leaving her in a position that the channel's followers would enjoy. Hao scolds her, calling her clumsy, but she sticks out her tongue and says that now it's him who's holding onto her legs. He simply ignores the girl and tells the other two that judging by the sound, the shots were far from there. They should use this time to prepare. Qingqing starts to get up, thinking that this floor is really dirty. Then she tells Qingyi that she seems to have been in a fight recently too. She's also dirty. There's a bathroom they can use, so she invites the girl to shower together, which she thinks is a great idea, and I know you do too. Hearing this, Ye thinks she'll finally have some alone time with the protagonist, but Qingqing says she should come along. They should stick together. She hesitates a bit, but Qingqing tells her not to be shy. This is a great opportunity for them to become friends. So, my friends, a few minutes pass, and the three of them are already showering. Qingyi asks why it seems like Yang Hao is so hostile and always on the defensive with everyone, and Qingqing replies that maybe she knows why. In fact, she's partly responsible for Yang Hao being the way he is today. When she first came to this university, he was a sweet person who cared about others, but then we see a flashback where two guys are banging on a door, asking the professor to let them in. They promise never to be late again. We see Hao, still chubby, hearing the guys say they were only late because they helped an old lady get to the hospital. Some time passes, and someone violently knocks on Hao's dorm room door, telling him to open up. He opens it and sees Qingqing. She says a student reported that his TV was stolen. After checking the security cameras, it looks like people who aren't part of the university were the ones who stole it. He needs to explain what happened right now. Chubby Hao is in shock and starts stuttering that it wasn't him, so the cop with emo hair tells him to come with them. The scene shifts back to the present, with Qingqing explaining that even after they discovered Hao had nothing to do with what happened, everyone on campus already blamed him. Everyone assumed he was a thief and started making his life a living hell. She regrets what happened, and even tried to apologize to him, but she never imagined it would have such a big impact on his personality. The other girls were not happy at all with this story. How could she blame an innocent person for something without proof? No wonder he hates her. Qingyi starts to slowly approach, then gives Qingqing a hard slap in the face. Qingqing holds her cheek, asking why she did that. She didn't accuse him. She just wanted him to explain what happened to the police, and she even apologized. But Qingyi asks if she really thought everything would be okay after a simple apology, and to think he saved her life. If she truly regrets what she did, she needs to make sure to show it to him. Nice guys, I can already see where this is going. Some time passes, and the three of them are back from the bathroom. All three are now clean, smelling good, and full of love to give, except for Qingqing, who was still holding her cheek, saying she burned herself with hot water. Hao clears his throat, thinking that if that's true, then why does she look embarrassed? But he just says that in that case, there's something he'd like to ask her. Ching immediately throws herself next to him, saying, "Really? You want to ask me something? Go ahead, I'll tell you everything I know." This makes the other two girls jealous, but Hao just touches her forehead like Itachi Uchiha and says she doesn't need to get so close. He just wants to know why she thought it was her father after hearing the gunshots. The girl crosses her arms and says it's because her father is an army colonel. With everything that's happening, she's sure he sent someone to save her. This makes the other two think that it's no wonder she acts this way. She's a spoiled girl from a powerful family. Qing Yi then suggests they take this opportunity to properly introduce themselves and get to know each other better, and Ye agrees. "I'll go first," she says, and then starts explaining that she comes from a family of martial artists who have practiced various forms of combat for generations. In other words, she knows how to take care of herself, and she hopes they can work together from now on to find their families. Then it's Ye Fenghua's turn. She says she recently graduated but decided to stay on campus and work as a tutor. If Yang Hao hadn't saved her yesterday, she might have... Our hero touches her shoulder and says she doesn't need to worry about that anymore. It's over. Then it's our protagonist's turn. He says he was a residential staff member and his parents are farmers, but it was always his dream to go to university. That's why he studies whenever he can. So one day he can graduate, but he never imagined all of this would happen. The world they knew just ended. He wants to search for Kai Jing. She's the person he cares about most right now. After that, he'll take a better look at the world situation and try to find his relatives. He tells the girl that they all have their own plans and suggests they think about it before the military arrives. Ye is thinking that if she had Qing Yi's skills, she could stand by Hao's side instead of just being a burden. Then our Chad turns and says they should rest before the military arrives. They need to be prepared at all times. So, my friends, a few hours pass. Hao is lying on the Chancellor's bed, thinking there's no signal on his phone. He wonders how his relatives are doing. Well, they live in a rural area, so they should be fine. But at that moment, a mysterious figure appears behind him, and surprisingly, hugs him from behind. Hao is startled and, by instinct, spins around, putting the mysterious figure in an arm lock, asking, "Who are you?" Then he sees it's Ching, telling him to calm down. She came to apologize for her past. Hao releases her and says there's nothing for them to talk about. She should just leave. She then asks if he really hates her that much. And Hao immediately responds yes. She constantly humiliated him and did everything to make his life hell. He would have thrown her out already if it weren't so dangerous. And Ching says he's not even letting her apologize. She then starts saying that she knows she did many unforgivable things to him that made him hate her. But she knows what she did was wrong, especially after he saved her life despite how he feels about her. That's why if he forgives her, she'll do anything he wants if he gets what she means. And as she says this, her cheeks blush. But Hao, still too innocent for these matters, says there's no need for any of that. He just hates the way she behaves. It'll be fine if she just changes her behavior. If she just stops bothering him, he'll be very grateful. But something interrupts their conversation. It's the sound of gunfire. The two other girls soon come running, saying the military is here. Hao looks out the window and sure enough the military is there, asking through a megaphone if there are any survivors nearby. Rescue has arrived. This makes Hao think they arrived sooner than he expected. And really guys, there was no time for our protagonist to enjoy his harem. And the girls don't seem too happy either. It looks like they also wanted the harem to continue. Yi says she'll go meet the military, but she's actually thinking that staying with Yang Hao would only make her a burden to him. And as for Qing Yi, she says she'll stay with Hao. He said that after finding Kai Jing, he'll head to the countryside to find his family. So she'll go along to find her sister on the way. But he says it's better for her to go to safety with the military. After all, finding Kai Jing is a personal matter for him. It's easier for him to meet up with her later after saving Kai Jing, and then they'll go together to the countryside. Ching throws a pillow at his face, saying he doesn't have to play the hero like he's the protagonist of a webtoon or something. People care about him. He should go with them. Her father can send men to help him on his mission. Hao catches the pillow and says there's no need to waste more people. He's enough on his own. Besides, the faster he acts, the better the chances of saving Kai Jing. Ching crosses her arms and says his intentions are good, but he's dumb. How can she apologize to him this way? Hao just thanks her for her concern, but there's no need for it. He approaches Ye and says he remembers her saying that she and Kai Jing were roommates, so he asks where the hell she might have gone. Ye says that before leaving, Kai Jing mentioned she was going to her brother's house, which is in Building 233 in Pine Village. Hao immediately starts putting on his Glen jacket, while Ching Ching asks if he's really gonna do this alone. It's an hour by car to Pine Village, and what if he gets surrounded by a large number of zombies? But he just tells them not to worry, he'll be fine, and then he takes off, leaving Ching Ching talking to the other girls, saying she feels jealous of this Kai Jing. How can she make Hao care about her so much? And Ye replies that when Hao was at his lowest, being humiliated by everyone, only Kai Jing cared about him. Ching Ching keeps thinking about how worried he is about Kai Jing and mentions that she saw a man around her age leaving the school with her. Uh-oh, guys. Could our protagonist be getting cheated on? Well, they're not really dating, so it wouldn't be considered cheating. Anyway, we see some guy jumping off the top of the building they were on. Of course, it's Hao, thinking there are no zombies on the rooftops, so the path across them is clear. The girls were being escorted by the military, who were ordering everyone to stay together. Meanwhile, inside the buildings, the sounds of zombie growls could be heard from all directions. We see a hallway full of dead people with zombies feeding on any flesh they could find. One of them, missing an arm, grew a new one after eating the flesh of another zombie, like Piccolo from Dragon Ball. But as he turned to attack the other zombie behind him, the creature opened up its body like a monster from Stranger Things, and then devoured the other zombie alive. Or dead. Well, you get the idea. As soon as it finished swallowing the zombie whole, its body started growing uncontrollably, changing shape. The zombie slammed into the wall with force. This creature was no longer just a regular zombie. These monsters were evolving. The scene cuts to some time later. Hao has finally arrived at the Pine Village. He stood in front of Building 233, wondering if Kai Jing would be there. Then he knocked on the door, asking, "Is anyone there?" Hao actually isn't sure if she'll recognize him now that he's got the physique of a professional athlete. And also, if she's not there anymore, where can he find her? Then a male voice asks, "Who's there? Go away or I'll kill you." But Hao recognizes that voice. The door slowly opens, and then he sees it. It's Chen Bo, a friend from Hao's school days. The guy immediately rushes to hug Hao, asking what the hell he's doing there and how he lost so much weight. Hao says he's not really sure either, but then asks what he's doing at Kai Jing's house. Where is she? And where is her brother? The guy just ignores the question and says the streets are full of zombies. So how did he manage to get here? Hao says he was lucky and didn't run into any zombies on the way, then asks again if Kai Jing is in the house. The guy hesitates, but finally says yes, she's here. Hao can come in. They enter a room where Kai Jing seemed to be sleeping. He tells Hao that she's sick. He and her brother spent the night taking care of her, and now she's fallen asleep. He tells Kai Jing to wake up and see who's here, but there's no response. So Hao tells him to stop and let her rest. Then he looks the guy straight in the eyes and says he wants to know, honestly, how he survived the zombie apocalypse and why he's in Kai Jing's house. The guy hesitates again, and Hao immediately tells him to answer directly, without dodging the question. Embarrassed, the guy starts to explain that he and Kai Jing have actually been dating for quite some time, and she was the one who brought him here. This hits our ex-chubby protagonist like a bucket of cold water, completely shattering what was left of his heart. He tells the guy that he was his best friend in school, so why did he lie about never having feelings for her? How did this happen? Why? But Hao doesn't wait for his answer. He turns and starts to leave, saying it's better to just let them be. The guy shouts for Hao to wait, asking why he doesn't stay. There are lots of zombies outside. It's too risky for him to go out alone. But Hao just responds that he has his own way of dealing with zombies, so there's no need to worry. He came here just to check if Kai Jing was okay, and since the guy is protecting her, well, there's nothing more for him to do here. Then the guy suddenly remembers something and says that Kai Jing made something for Hao, asking if he wants to see what it is before making his decision. Hao agrees. Some time passes, and we see the guy leading Hao to a room that looked abandoned. He opens a door that seemed to lead to the basement, saying the present is on the table down there. Hao can go and see for himself. Our protag starts to walk in, saying it's really dark and he can't see anything. Then he asks the guy where the light switch is, but the guy, with a sinister look, says he can take as long as he needs to find it. Then he shuts the door and locks it. From the other side, he yells that Hao is an idiot and he and Kai Jing's brother believe any crap. What Hao doesn't know is that the guy found Kai Jing by chance when he was on his way to her brother's house, right when the apocalypse began. The two fled to her brother's house, and while her brother was sleeping, the guy took the opportunity to try and assault her, but her brother heard the screams and tried to stop him. The guy had no choice but to beat him to death, then locked him down in this place and tied up Kai Jing. But just as he was about to have his way with her, Hao showed up. Now this bastard is going to die in there while he enjoys Kai Jing's beautiful body. But then, the door behind him suddenly bursts open with incredible force. The guy turns around and sees Kai Jing's zombie brother and hears Hao's voice from inside saying, "I always treated you like a brother and you try to kill me?" Yeah guys, if our protagonist hadn't already turned into a villain, I think there's no turning back now. He grabs the zombie by the neck and starts pushing it toward the guy, saying that he forgot to mention he has already killed more than 100 zombies and just one isn't enough to kill him. This guy didn't expect Hao to be so strong. Well, since killing him like this didn't work, he decides to try pleasing him and later find a way to deal with him. So the guy gets up with his hands clasped, saying, "No brother, you've got it wrong, we're still brothers. Listen to me." But Hao simply says that he's sorry. He doesn't trust the guy anymore, so he's going to let his friend here speak for him. Then he releases the zombie onto the guy, and all we hear is a scream of despair coming from inside the house. The scream was loud enough to wake Kai Jing, whose head hurts. What's going on? Then someone pulls the covers off of her. It's Hao. Realizing it was true, Chenbo really was scum. The girl turns, trying to recognize who this person is, then realizes it's Yang Hao, who says he's going to untie her now. He removes the ropes that were binding her. She sits up in bed, staring at him, asking why he's so different. And Hao replies that, well, it's a long story, but the girl just gets up and tells him to wait a moment until she deals with that bastard first. She's going to kill that son of a bitch, and then they can talk. Then we see a rock smashing a zombie's head. It was Chenbo fighting for his life, cursing the zombie for biting him. Why didn't it bite Yang Hao? Damn, I was so close to having sex with that hot Kai Jing. Why did that bastard have to show up and ruin everything? Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to kill them both. At that moment, the two enter the room. Kai Jing sees this horrifying scene of her brother having his head smashed by a rock. She curses Chenbo with every vile word she knows and says she's going to make him pay for this. But the guy had already turned into a zombie. He lunges at the girl, growling, and she freezes, unable to react until a machete flies past her head, hitting the guy squarely, even knocking him backward. Hao touches her shoulder, but Kai Jing tells him not to stop her. "Stop you? No, I just wanted to give you a knife." The girl doesn't think twice and plunges the knife into the zombie's skull. She starts stabbing him, calling him a damned son of a bitch. And even though he's turned into a zombie, she won't let him go. Then she starts frantically stabbing the zombie's dead body as tears begin to stream down her face. "Why did you lie to me? Why did you do this to my brother? You son of a bitch! I never should have brought you here. Die, die, die!" Hao calls out to her, but the girl is out of control until he holds her and says it's over. It's all over. She can cry as much as she wants now. She drops the knife and starts crying desperately, with Hao comforting her. Some time passes, and we see that they buried her brother in the backyard of the house. Kai Jing apologizes for causing all this. If she hadn't brought that guy there, at least Yang Hao and she avenged his death. Please rest in peace. Hao says that Chenbo was an evil person. She couldn't have known this would happen. It's not her fault. He's sorry for her loss. Then he asks how she ended up at their house. She explains that before the apocalypse started, her brother was sick and asked her to get some medicine for him. On the way, she ran into Chenbo, who said he also wanted to go see her brother. If only she had known who he really was. Then Hao touches her head and says, "It's okay, it's over. With him, no one can hurt her anymore." She turns to him with a flushed face, then thanks him for coming to save her and asks if he came here specifically for her, and why he has changed so much. He replies that she always treated him well, and it was the right thing to do, to go after her. As for the changes, well, it's a bit hard to explain. She realizes that Yang Hao has some secrets, but since he doesn't want to talk about them, she won't ask. Then the girl decides to cut to the chase and says that he came all this way because he likes her, right? This catches Hao by surprise, and he even freezes, struggling to respond. Then she gets really close to him, almost pressing her breasts against his chest, and asks, looking into his eyes, if he doesn't like her. He gets even more nervous and says, "It's not that. The truth is, he's always been in love with her. She was the only person who didn't see him as trash, the only one who treated him like a normal person. She she takes a step back and, all embarrassed, starts asking if he really likes her. And, well, she also likes him. He used to be chubby, with man boobs and clumsy, but she always thought he was very kind and cute. What she really wants to say to him is, and then she stands on her tiptoes and says, "Yang Hao, I like you," and gives him a big kiss. Yeah, guys, forget about the harem, love won. And so, my friends, the scene cuts to your favorite part. Our protagonist, who was once that chubby guy humiliated by everyone, is finally experiencing the good side of life with the girl he loves. After a long period of pleasure, which must have lasted quite a while since he has more than 200 points in strength and stamina, our protagonist is sprawled out on the bed, completely exhausted. Kai Jing thanks him again for coming all the way for her and for helping to avenge her brother. She says it's very nice to feel protected. And she gets up and says that he hasn't eaten anything since yesterday and must be starving. She's going to make something for him to eat. But hold on, guys, that's not true. We just saw him eating something, but the girl ends up collapsing out of nowhere while heading to the kitchen. Hao asks if she's okay, if she's not hurt, and she says it's not that. Actually, she's feeling her body moving faster, which is very strange. Hao wonders if this could have happened because Kai Jing had sex with him, so he tells her that there's only one way to find out if she's really okay. He picks her up and carries her back to the bed, saying he needs to check each part of her body to make sure everything is all right. Yeah, guys, the chubby guy is making up for all the time he lost on Pornhub. But meanwhile, outside their love nest, the world continues to be in a zombie apocalypse. We see a group of men arriving in the Pine Village. One of them says that indeed, rich people must have lived in this place. There must be a lot of supplies here for them to take. And what seems to be the leader says yes, but they should be careful. There are probably a lot of zombies around too. He tells everyone to split up and look for supplies, but safely. And so, my friends, today's video ends here. A bald guy comes face to face with a zombie so ravenous that it was even eating a concrete wall. Another one of them shouts that he's found a zombie too, and it's eating a frying pan. This frightens their leader, as normal zombies only eat people. Something is wrong. He orders his henchmen to shut up and run immediately. The bald guy asks what the problem is, since they were already expecting to deal with some zombies. He then hits the creature on the head, but soon is shocked. The zombie was unscathed and the knife didn't harm it, and thus, the bald NPC's role in the story ends in just a few pages. He screams, begging for help, but the leader runs off saying that this zombie has mutated and they can't handle it. He then shouts for all his men to leave the bald guy behind and flee. While they're escaping, one of them notices a house with the lights on and tells the others, "Hey, there is someone there!" The leader immediately orders everyone to run towards it. Meanwhile, inside the house, our protagonist and his beloved had just finished a good meal. He was thinking that Kai Jing's speed had increased a lot, which surely had to do with the fact that they had sex. Even though it was a small change, it was still a change. If she can accumulate points like him, she'll be able to defend herself. He tells Kai Jing that he's going out to look for supplies and a survivor colony to find someone to rescue his relatives. There are plenty of zombies out there, so she should be careful and wait for his return. But the girl stands up and says no, she's going with him, and she'll find her relatives too. He says it's too dangerous, and that he'll find her parents for her, and then return with them to her. Kai Jing then asks if, in his eyes, she's just a burden that he must protect. She looks into the protagonist's eyes and says that the Kai Jing he once knew no longer exists. She died along with her brother. The person standing in front of him now is not a coward. She'll do everything to protect herself and not cause trouble. Hao gives in to her wishes, saying that since she insists, he'll find a way to protect her. In that case, they should leave for the meeting point tomorrow. The girl gets excited and decides to go look for supplies right away. She says the neighbor was always eating snacks, so there must be plenty of supplies in her house. Hao tells her not to rush, that they can go tomorrow, but she says she wants to go right away to find her parents. At that moment, a hand appears through the door. It's those strange guys. Kai Jing immediately realizes they don't seem like good people. The one with spiky hair goes crazy as soon as he sees the girl, thinking he never imagined finding such a hottie in this situation. She quickly tries to close the door, saying strangers are not welcome there, but the guy holds the door and tells her to wait a moment, that they're not bad people. While eyeing her body, the guy is is thinking he doesn't know if there's a man in the house, so it's better to calm her down first. He says they came to find their relatives, but found them dead, and the zombies started chasing them, so please, she needs to have mercy and let them in. Hao, who was just observing everything, is thinking that he can tell by their expressions that it's a trap. Why do people keep using these dirty tricks? But since they like to act so much, let's play along. He then tells Kai Jing to let them in. She's a bit confused, but obeys. The three guys enter the house, thinking it's just one man and they're three. It won't be hard to deal with him. The door closes with them saying, "Thanks, brother. If it weren't for this, we would have become zombie dinner." Our protagonist crosses his legs and says, "By the way, it's so dangerous out there. Why didn't you go to the military for help? Instead, you came looking for your relatives, who are just regular people. I don't think that makes sense. It seems more like you're plotting something." The leader tells him it's a misunderstanding, but the bald fat guy already gives a sinister look and says, "Screw it. We're already here, and you're the only man. What can you do if we say we're here to rob you?" Hao crosses his arms, saying he's surprised they revealed their true nature so quickly. The fat guy gets pissed and points a machete at him, saying he's just one man and still so arrogant. He's going to kill him right now. The leader tries to stop him, telling him to think it over, but the guy doesn't care. He grabs the table and says that if they kill this guy, that hottie will be theirs. And he strikes with all his might, saying he's dying to have fun with that bitch. But faster than he can see, our protagonist appears behind him, and before he could turn around, Hao kicks him in the face and says, "Too slow, you filthy pig." The guy flies far away, leaving everyone amazed at the speed of our protagonist. However, the other henchman looks at Kai Jing with a malicious gaze, thinking, in that case, Hao is looking at how many points he earned by hitting that guy, and it's not many. He really is trash. Then he hears someone say, "Hey, idiot." He sees the mohawked henchman holding Kai Jing with a knife to her throat, saying, "You better behave or your woman dies." He sticks out his tongue and says that the knife is coated with zombie venom, so Hao should be careful. At that moment, Kai Jing sees an opportunity. She stomps on the guy's foot with all her strength, causing him to accidentally cut his own tongue with the poisoned knife. He goes into shock immediately, realizing he's a dead man, while the girl runs off, her boobs bouncing in the air. The leader grabs his henchman's neck with both hands and says, "Sorry about this, brother." Then he snaps his neck, dropping his dead body to the ground. Hao thinks this guy seems to be the only one in the group with a brain. The guy says they've crossed the line, that he's going to grab the big one and leave, begging for their lives to be spared. But suddenly, he hears something that sounds like a monstrous growl. He turns around, thinking, that voice? Hao and Kai Jing approach the door. Then it explodes with a powerful blow, shattering into pieces. At that moment, they see who it was, a monstrous zombie, bigger than any Hao had ever seen. The zombie was gigantic, almost 4 times their size. Everyone starts to back away as the creature charges at them. Hao grabs Kai Jing in his arms and jumps, managing to avoid the monster's attack. He lands with style and sees that the creature slammed into the wall. Then he turns to the guy and says that he seems different from the other two, so he's going to leave him in charge of his girlfriend. If she loses a single strand of hair, Hao will rip his balls off. And he just says, "Huh? Okay. Kai Jing grabs his jacket and asks if he's sure he can handle this alone, but Hao tells her he's fine. She has no idea how many of these zombies he had to kill to get here. The zombie finally pulls its head out of the wall as Hao starts to go after it. As soon as he gets close enough, our protagonist delivers a powerful strike with his sword, but to his surprise, it doesn't even come close to cutting it. Why couldn't I cut it? He thinks. The zombie swings with its other hand, forcing Hao to retreat, and then easily breaks the sword without showing any effort. It raises its 2 hands together, emitting a grotesque roar, while Hao thinks that this zombie is completely different from anything he's ever seen. Is it a mutation? The zombie strikes with such force that it destroys the entire floor where Hao was standing. He would have been dead if he hadn't been quick enough. Hao then selects a spear from his inventory, which materializes instantly, and throws it with all his might at the creature. It easily catches the spear in midair and snaps it like a tree branch. Hao immediately selects his axe, thinking that it's impossible for this monster not to have any weaknesses. He jumps and manages to strike the monster's head, but is quickly counterattacked. It seems that the zombie's weakness is its stamina. It already seems tired. This is the opening Hao needed to attack. He manages to strike with his blade and hit the monster's face squarely, causing it to fall to the ground. But the creature immediately gets up and starts emitting a different kind of growl. It was as if the creature is attracting all the zombies in the area. Several sinister pairs of eyes appear through the hole in the wall. Kai Jing's brother's house was completely surrounded by zombies. Hao thinks quickly and tosses a crossbow for the guy to catch, telling him to use it to defend himself against the regular zombies. But as he spoke, the monstrous zombie charged at Hao, ready to land a punch that would turn any normal person's body into jelly. But our protagonist manages manages to block with extreme agility, though the punch was so strong that it sent him flying. Kai-Jing screams, asking if he's okay, and then we see that yes, he's not only fine but also furious. Hao gets up with a Chad-like posture, saying it was nothing. The truth is that even though it seemed like a powerful blow, it didn't hurt much. This combat suit seems to work well. Then he points his axe at the giant zombie and says that it seems like it's just a big guy with no real strength. There's fresh meat in front of him now, so come and get it. The zombie somehow seems to understand the taunt and rushes at our protagonist. It unleashes an extremely powerful strike against the ground, but Hao had already dodged, thinking that this is better. As long as this thing is focusing on him, Kai-Jing will be safe. At that moment, the bald, chubby guy whom Hao had knocked out with a karate kick starts to wake up. His head is hurting. He didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Then he sees the horrifying monster coming his way and wonders, what the hell is that? Could that kid have turned into a zombie? He gets up thinking, screw it. Even if he's a zombie, I still want to have fun with that hottie. Then he takes a punch so hard to the face that his teeth go flying, and he's thrown against the wall, probably dying instantly. Hao thought to himself that the guy wasn't even able to hide. At that moment, he notices something flying towards him. He cuts whatever it was, and then realizes they're bodies. Wait, that big guy can throw things? Hao realizes there's no point in killing these low-level zombies that the monster threw at him. They don't give any attributes. Then his axe breaks. The zombie monster charges at him, enraged, ready to throw another body at the protagonist. Bang! An arrow hits the creature squarely in the eye. It was that guy from before. He tells Hao to focus on protecting Kai-Jing and that he can handle the big guy. He looks Hao in the eyes and says, "Don't worry, bro. I've got everything under control here." The monstrous zombie is enraged and charges at Hao uncontrollably, but our protagonist knows that now that it's lost sight in one eye, it's not such a big threat. He decides to use this opportunity to test his most powerful ability and see what happens. He starts gathering energy in his fist until he unleashes a blow, releasing all the energy at once while shouting, "Die!" The punch was so strong that it pierced the creature's body, creating a hole on the other side, from which several orbs began to emerge. Hao stands still for a moment like a true shonen character, making his strike seem cooler, until the lifeless body of the monstrous zombie falls to the ground with arms outstretched. Hao won. A flood of orbs starts flying toward the protagonist. He gained many attributes and some items too, which is excellent because most of his items broke in this battle. Suddenly, he begins to faint. The last thing Hao hears is Kai-Jing screaming his name. Some time passes, and he wakes up in a way we'd all like to wake up, with a pair of beautiful melons right in his face. It was Kai-Jing. Hao was lying on her lap. He asks how long he was out, and she replies that it was just a few minutes. That guy blocked the hole where the door was, so the zombies can't get in anymore. Hao looks at the guy, thinking that he seems like a good person, but he didn't expect the zombies to start mutating like this. He needs to get back as quickly as possible to speed up the situation with his parents, or it could become even more dangerous. He tells Kai-Jing that they're going to leave as soon as possible for the meeting point, and after meeting up with the others, they'll go after their relatives. She just says, "Great, we're done here. We can go." The leader of the group tells the two of them that if they trust him, they can take them along. Hao thinks, unsure of how to respond to the guy. Sometime later, in the outskirts of Pine Village, a few zombies were wandering aimlessly until Hao appeared, slicing their necks in a single movement. He says that Kai-Jing lives in this city and is familiar with it, so he asks how long it will take from where they are to the northern suburbs. The meeting point is near there. She replies that at the current speed they're killing the zombies along the way, they should arrive there after midday. Then the two of them hear someone shouting, "Brother Hao, we found the car." It was those two guys, but they were surrounded by zombies. Hao smiles, thinking that bringing these guys along might be useful. He then delivers a powerful thrust that kills more than 5 zombies at once. Then another strike kills 3 more. This leaves the bald, chubby guy in shock. This guy is really strong. Last night he killed that gigantic mutant zombie with a punch. Hao notices the bald guy staring at him and asks what's up. Does he want to fight again? The guy, full of fear, says, No, brother Hao, never." They all get into the car they found, and Hao says it's lucky to find a car with a full tank. Then he asks Kai-Jing to guide him to the northern suburbs, so they set off, with Hao speeding up the range hover just as another creature appears. It was a giant monster, even bigger than the last one Hao defeated. It crushes a regular zombie with just one hand as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, at the meeting point, we see a line of people, and at the front of the line were the two girls who were part of our protagonist's harem. They seemed to be serving food to the people and asking them to stay in line, please. One of those guys our protagonist didn't want to kill in episode 2 approaches and starts complimenting Qingyi, saying that she looks beautiful as always. He asks why she's still here feeding these starving people, then stretches out his hand and asks if she'd like to go with him to the first district to have some fun. The girl crosses her arms and looks at him with a sinister gaze, saying that she knows very well what he has in mind. Why doesn't he go have fun with his trashy friends? The guy doesn't seem fazed. He keeps telling Qingyi that the first district is great. You don't have to work. There's food and water every day. And if she comes with him, no one will dare mess with her. And as for his friends, well, they're all there, eating, drinking, and having a great time. Then Qingyi shoves a piece of bread in his face and says he's the scum of society. The world ended, and he's still this piece of trash. She should have let Yang Hao throw him to the zombies. The guy seems offended. He calls her a bitch and tells her not to dare say that fat bastard's name in front of him. He's come here so many times, so kindly inviting her to live with him, and this is how she thanks him? He's had enough of her. He then turns his back and walks away, leaving the girl there, cursing him, saying that if he dares to bother her again, she'll break his legs. She notices a little girl in line who had witnessed the whole thing, so she asks the little girl if she came to get food. The child responds that yes, she came to get 2 portions, one for her and one for her grandpa. Qingyi smiles and says that kids these days know how to behave. Here are 2 portions of food and some candies for being a good girl. The little girl thanks her, saying, "Thank you, Sister Qingyi." Then she leaves, still thanking her. While unnoticed, the guy from earlier watches everything with a malicious look, thinking that Qingyi seems to like that little girl. Maybe he can use her to create a surprise. In one of the buildings in the second district, we see the 2 girls talking while Ye Fenghua fixes Qingyi's hair. She says that Fang Qingqing is also living in the first district, but she comes here to help them from time to time, unlike that other guy who only comes here to irritate and humiliate people. Qingyi says that there's no comparison between the two. Qingqing is a spoiled girl but has a good heart, while that other guy is the scum of society. Yi says that every time she comes here, she talks about Yang Hao, which makes her wonder when Yang Hao will return. Then Qingyi says, "Hey, are you into Yang Hao too?" But at that moment, someone knocks on the door. Ye runs to open it, saying, "Come in." It was that little girl from before, but something was wrong. She was all dirty, and her clothes were torn. When Ye approaches her, the girl jumps at her with red eyes. She had turned into a zombie. She leaps at Ye, who screams in desperation, but Qingyi thinks quickly and manages to kick the girl just in time. Yi falls to her knees in confusion, while Qingyi says that this is supposed to be a safe place, so how could she have gotten infected? She becomes serious and says she needs to ask the soldiers if anything has happened. Then she leaves the building and sees a squad running by. She immediately asks one of them if something happened in the second district. They just encountered a newly infected zombie. The soldier responds, "What? You're not hurt, are you?" Actually, a huge horde of zombies suddenly appeared at our rescue base for some unknown reason. At that moment, we see 2 uniformed men informing another man in an overcoat about the current situation. This man is Fang Zhongyi, a senior colonel and the commander of the gathering place. Suddenly, Fang Qingqing bursts into the room, saying that there are lots of zombies in the colony. They need to clear them out quickly or there will be more and more of them. Her father immediately responds, "I got it. We're already gathering the men." He turns to one of his men and says, "Captain, take my daughter to the safe house. The rest of you, come with me to kill some zombies." "Yes, sir." Qingqing grabs her father's arm and says she has friends in the second district. Could he send some men with her? She needs to make sure they're safe before going to the safe house. But he yells at her to obey and go to the safe house immediately. The second district already has security forces handling it. Qingqing falls silent, but in truth, she's thinking that if she doesn't see the girls safe with her own eyes, she won't be able to sleep. So she steals the captain's weapon and runs off. Her father yells at her to stop right now, but it's no use. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the gathering place, our hero and his companions have just arrived. They stop at the entrance, looking around in confusion at what's happening in this place. So much smoke, shouting, gunfire. This was supposed to be a safe point. Then Hao realizes that Gu Qingyi and the girls are inside. He needs to find them. He tells the two guys who came along to find a safe spot and protect Kai Jing while he goes in to check out what's going on. Kai Jing yells that he needs to come back safely just as Hao jumps over the gate and says, "Don't worry, I will." Inside, two zombies were chasing Qing Qing, while in the second district we see the other girls. A soldier was protecting them, telling them to stay behind him as he would take them to the safe house. Ye says she doesn't see anyone else, and he replies that they must all be in the safe house already as they pass by a room where someone had just committed suicide. Stepping outside the building, they see an old man standing there, and the soldier asks why he didn't go with the other guards. The old man replies that he's waiting for his little granddaughter. She hasn't returned since she went out to get food this morning. He was afraid she wouldn't find him if she came back, so he stayed behind. Damn, guys. That little girl was this old man's granddaughter. The two girls realize this at the same time. How are they going to tell him what happened? The old man starts to say that he only has one granddaughter, who is the treasure of his life, if anything happened to her. But zombies start appearing behind him at that moment. The soldier immediately starts firing, yelling at the old man to get out of the way, but he's too slow. A zombie already grabs him from behind and bites his neck. The soldier keeps firing, wondering why so many zombies appeared out of nowhere. Then, he starts running, leaving the old man as a distraction for the zombies. If they don't get out of there, they'll die too. While they were running, another zombie appeared in their path, but this time it's Qingyi who acts. She strikes the zombie in the head with all her strength. The soldier thanks her, but this moment of distraction was enough for another zombie to appear out of nowhere and jump straight at his neck, tearing off a piece of flesh. He manages to kick the zombie away, but it was too late. He was already doomed. The soldier points to a hallway and tells the girls to enter the door on the north side of the first floor. That's the safe house. The rest of the way will have to be up to them. The girls were about to say something to the guard, but another group of zombies appeared at that moment, forcing them to run away while Ye says, "I'm sorry." The guard, knowing the fate that awaited him, points the pistol at his head and says he doesn't want to die as a zombie. Bang! And so his life ends. Qingyi was leading the way, killing zombies that appeared using a baseball bat. They finally reach the first floor, which was also infested with zombies. Qingyi charges forward, but in one of her swings, the baseball bat breaks, leaving her defenseless against the zombie coming at her. Just then, someone shoots the zombie, stopping its attack. Qingyi takes the opportunity to kick the creature's head with all her strength. The one who shot was Fang Qingqing, striking a badass pose as she asks if the two are okay. Qingyi is surprised to see her and asks what she's doing there. The girl replies that she's not there because she was worried about them, so there's no need to thank her. But we know that's a lie. Qingyi yells at Qingqing to be careful. Two zombies were quickly approaching from behind her. Then, with extreme agility, Qingyi delivers a martial arts move worthy of Bruce Lee, sending the zombie flying. She wastes no time and strikes another zombie's head from above, then kicks the ribs of yet another. Qingqing stands there, admiring her friend's martial arts skills. After taking down the last one, Qingyi shouts at the two not to waste time and run. Her martial arts style is demanding on the body. They need to escape quickly. And then, my friends, something appears before them with a violent crash. It was a type of zombie completely different from what they'd seen before, gigantic and seemingly covered in scales. Ye asks what kind of zombie this is. They should run, but Qingyi is thinking that based on the speed of this creature's impact, if they try to run, sooner or later, they'll be caught. So she shouts at the other two to run to the safe house. She'll distract the zombie and meet them later. The two girls are at a loss after hearing this. It's too dangerous. They have to help, but Qingyi doesn't want to hear it. She tells them to go now. Their presence is only distracting her. So the girls agree and say they'll go find help. But surprisingly, Qingyi is managing to fight against the monstrous zombie. Well, at least not get hit by it, until her luck runs out and the monster grabs her by the leg. The creature violently throws Qingyi against the wall. She falls to the ground, thinking that this is the end. The monster comes charging at her to finish her off when suddenly, someone throws a blade through the window with such force that it pierces the zombie's chest, making it fall backward. Guess who it is, folks? That's right, our Ultra Chad Sigma protagonist, Yang Hao, saying that if it dares to hurt his friends, it's going to end up dead. And so, my friends, today's video ends here. I need to clear out all the zombies as fast as possible and get Qingyi out of here as quickly as I can. Hao thinks. He leaps forward, brandishing his sword, and yells, "Die!" Then, he starts cutting down everything in his path. The zombies can't even react to the barrage of extremely powerful slashes. Hao was really pissed off. As soon as he finishes his rampage, he grabs Chingy and asks where the others are. She says she'll take him to them. They leave that pile of dead bodies behind. Meanwhile, at the safe house, some soldiers are filling a horde of zombies with bullets. Inside, Ye was crying because the soldiers here couldn't provide firepower to help Qing Yi. Will she be okay? Ching tells her that she needs to believe in Qing Yi. She will definitely come back. Then the gangster from before shows up, asking if she's the commander's daughter. He tries to grab her by the arm, saying she's no longer hiding behind her father. And here, she's exposed. Ching steps back, looking at him with a mix of fear and anger, as he asks why she doesn't come with him. There's food and shelter, and she would be very comfortable. Damn, is this guy seriously begging every hot girl he sees to live with him? But Ching just responds, "Go with you? And aren't you also hiding here?" The guy quickly wraps his arm around her and says, "Hiding? Who said I'm hiding here? My dad arranged a helicopter to take me to a safe zone. You know there are super zombies around here, and these little guards won't be able to handle them, right?" Ching twists his arm and tells him to clearly say what he means by super zombies. He says that if she wants to know, they can talk elsewhere, but at that moment, someone approaches him from behind and grabs him by the neck. It was Yang Hao, asking if it's possible that this zombie invasion has something to do with him. As soon as they see him, the two girls smile. You can't believe it. The spoiled gangster says it's impossible that Hao is still alive. Hao squeezes his neck hard and says that whether he's alive or not doesn't matter. But now he's going to tell them everything he knows about the zombies. He starts forcing the guy to walk, and the guy immediately understands what's going to happen. He yells at Hao not to throw him outside, saying he'll tell them everything. Some people had already come to see what was going on. Hao throws the guy to the ground hard. He starts to get up while explaining that as soon as they arrived at the gathering place, Chu Xiang turned into a zombie, but he was a weak zombie back then, so he used this zombie to scare others. Qing Yi doesn't understand. Isn't there a medical examination as soon as you enter the gathering place? How did they not discover that he was infected? Then the guy says that he had just been in contact with a zombie, so the infection might have been slower. He's not exactly sure. The point is that they have influential contacts, so people like them aren't checked as strictly as others. He says that this zombie he got helped him deal with many obstacles in his path, but it was a shame that when they were dealing with that little girl, the zombie Chu Xiang escaped. Hao grabs the guy by the shirt and says he's really human garbage. He knew he would regret not killing him earlier, but the guy goes completely mad, letting out a maniacal laugh with his tongue out, saying, Hao doesn't know how wonderful it is to watch someone in complete panic begging for mercy before dying. How spectacular, how marvelous. Hao starts saying that's enough. It's time for him to die. But suddenly they hear someone shouting, "What kind of zombie is this? Why are they moving so fast?" Our protagonist turns around, wondering if it's possible that the zombie this bastard set loose has evolved. He quickly knocks the guy out and runs toward the screams, telling the girls to wait for him there. He's going to see what's happening. Hao can't let this zombie roam free. Qing Yi says he doesn't need to play the hero alone. She's going to help him, and he thanks her. In the surroundings of the safe house, a woman was terrified in front of a zombie with spikes coming out of its body, until a powerful kick from our protagonist sends it flying. Hao shouts for the woman to get out of there, and she obeys immediately, seeing the zombie get back up. Then the protagonist summons a sword from his inventory. He tells the zombie Chu Xiang that he was always a spoiled brat because of his family background, but now he's getting what he deserves. "It's time to end this," he says, then strikes the zombie, but the zombie seemed to know what was happening. It dodges Hao's blow by jumping away, and then attacks Hao with impressive speed. Actually, the zombie is so fast that Hao can't even see where it is. Our protagonist can't find an opening to attack it. Hao wonders where it is, but the zombie was already behind him, ready to kill him. Then a rock hits the zombie square in the face, knocking it to the ground and alerting Hao. It was Qing Yi, saying that Hao was too fast and should wait for her next time. He replies that she's the one who runs too slow, while striking the zombie once again. But the zombie is very quick, dodging Hao's attack with ease, until its jacket falls off and Hao sees those strange spikes on its back. What the hell is that? The creature starts firing those spikes at them, but Hao manages to block them all with agility. The zombie realizes this isn't the best target, so it turns to Qingyi and starts running toward her. She notices this and warns Hao, who immediately throws his sword at the zombie's future position, hitting it squarely. He approaches the creature pinned against the wall and says, "Gotcha!" Then he pulls his sword out of its belly and delivers 2 more slashing blows, finishing off the monster once and for all. Hao tells Qingyi that they need to go back, and she agrees, saying they need to give that playboy a taste of his own medicine. They return to the entrance of the safe house, where a soldier is dealing with a crowd of zombies. Our heroes observe the scene, and Qingyi asks how there can be so many zombies here, but Hao just rests his sword on his shoulder and smiles. He's going to kill as many as he can. The last soldier continued fighting alone against the horde of zombies, firing frantically without understanding why there were more and more zombies. He's running out of ammo. Suddenly, something slices through a zombie's torso from top to bottom. It was Hao, asking if the soldier is okay, and how there are so many zombies around the safe house. The soldier explains that it was a student with slicked back black hair who suddenly ran out and deliberately lured the zombies to the safe house. Hao understands immediately. It was that bastard. The soldier begins to lose his strength, saying he's short of breath. Hao tells him that this must be a symptom of infection. Infection? Kill me right now. I don't want to become one of those monsters, he pleads. And Hao asks if he's sure he doesn't want to say goodbye to his family first, but the soldier says he's an orphan. He has no family. Hao says, "I see," and then drives his blade into the guy. He feels sorry for it and hopes the guy has a good life in his next incarnation. The soldier's last words are, "Little brother, thank you," and then his lifeless body collapses onto Hao, who can only think about killing that damned vermin. As he lays the soldier's body down, another zombie tries to attack him, but he quickly kills it as well. Qingyi hears gunfire and warns our protagonist. It was the soldiers from the other districts. They were attacking. Chongqing's father gives the order, and the soldiers start firing a barrage of shots at the last zombies around the safe house. A few minutes pass, and they had already killed several of them. Qing's father was reloading his weapon when a crazed zombie knocks down a soldier and charges at him. He lands a direct shot with his shotgun on the creature, but soon 2 more zombies were approaching from behind. He elbows one of them, and then shoots the other. The one who took the elbow is grabbed and sent straight to the ground after spinning in the air. Qing's father finishes it off with a point-blank shot to the head, but more and more zombies were coming at them. It seemed endless. They didn't even have time to reload. "Fuck you all," he shouts as he uses his weapon like a club to smash the zombies. But another zombie was coming from his blind spot, ready to kill him, until a sword comes flying out of nowhere and pierces right through the creature's belly, impaling it to the other side. Qing's father thinks quickly and pulls out the sword, then uses it to finish off the zombie in front of him. He falls to his knees, exhausted, but notices someone approaching. It was Hao, extending a hand to help him up. "Thank you," Qing's father says, and Hao responds that he helped them just now too. Then, he puts his hand on Hao's shoulder, looks him in the eye, and says, "So young, but already able to handle so many zombies on your own. You really have incredible talent." Hao says it was nothing. He tells Hao that these are the last of them, and they'll handle it. He can go back to the safe house now. Our protagonist takes Qingyi by the hand and complies, telling them to be careful. Well guys, now it's time to find that spoiled daddy's boy and settle the score. But just then, they see a helicopter approaching, and Hao tries to figure out what this helicopter is doing here. As they enter the safe house, they go straight to where Ye and Qing are. Hao notices something wrong with her arm and asks what happened. Qing says it's fine. That bastard heard the sound of the helicopter and ran off like a lunatic. She tried to hold him back, but he bit and scratched her. So our protagonist tells Qingyi to take care of the 2 of them while he goes after that son of a bitch. He sees the guy climbing the stairs of the building next door, trying to reach the rooftop where the helicopter is going to land. He really lured all the zombies to attack this place and is now trying to escape alone? Oh, that's not going to happen. The guy is fighting the zombies on the narrow staircase, saying these bastards never end, but at least he'll be able to say goodbye to all of them soon. He manages to reach the rooftop where the helicopter is already waiting for him. Then Then he raises his arms and starts shouting, "Dad, I'm here! I'm here!" A rope ladder drops down from the helicopter, and we see his father shouting, "Tian Tian, hurry! The zombies are coming to the rooftop!" Tian Tian had already started climbing when he noticed something. It was Yang Hao, that bastard, was still alive. But whatever, since he came after us. Then he yells to his dad to wait a minute. There's something he needs to take care of personally. Hao climbs the stairs effortlessly, avoiding the zombies. But just as he's about to reach the rooftop, he sees a shadow outside the door. It's obvious that Rat is going to try a sneak attack. He would never win in a straight-up fight. As our protagonist puts his first foot outside, the guy thinks, "Now!" and strikes with all his strength, shouting, "Yang Hao, let me send you to hell personally." But Hao wasn't there. Where did he go? Then, from behind the guy, Hao says that he's going to make him feel the pain of being eaten alive by a zombie. "Enjoy," he says, then pushes the guy back onto the staircase where the horde of hungry zombies was coming from. The guy only has time to scream, "No, please!" before the zombie crowd knocks him down and starts eating him alive in front of Hao, who just says, "You got what you deserved." From inside the helicopter, the guy's father had seen everything and was now screaming, "Tian Tian, Tian Tian, no!" He pulls out a Uzi like a true trap star and calls Hao a bastard. Then he starts shooting wildly, shouting, "You'll pay for my son's life!" Hao barely manages to dodge, taking cover behind the wall. But from above, the guy's father keeps cursing Hao with every dirty word. When the helicopter circles around the building, path is clear for him to shoot at our protagonist, and that's exactly what he does. Another burst of gunfire, but Hao manages to escape thanks to his extreme agility, and also the guy's terrible aim while shooting from a moving helicopter. The protagonist summons his sword, thinking he wasn't going to fight them, but since they dared to shoot at him, now they're screwed. He then throws his sword at the helicopter. The sword hits one of the fast-spinning blades. The pilot quickly realizes they're doomed and shouts that they'll have to jump. The helicopter is done for. The guy's father curses that bastard and says he'll pay for this, and then the two of them jump from the falling helicopter before it crashes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another horde of zombies was being mowed down by gunfire. Ching Ching's father was receiving word that the gathering place was clear of zombies. "Understood," he says. "Now, go count the survivors and make sure there aren't any suspected infections missing. And also..." But then he's interrupted by the screams of that guy's father. He says, "Fang Zhongyi, I spent a lot of money replenishing your resources to ensure the safety of the gathering place, and you can't even protect my precious son? I give you 3 minutes to find the person who killed my son, or else you won't get any more supplies from me." But, to his surprise, Hao himself appears with his hands in his pockets, saying he doesn't need to wait 3 minutes. Here he is. As soon as he sees him, the guy's father asks how he dares to come here, then snatches a weapon from a nearby soldier. Ching Ching and the others appear, telling him to stop right now. If he dares to touch Yang Hao, she can guarantee he won't leave the gathering place. She explains that his son, Luo Huantian, was deliberately harboring zombies. He's responsible for the tragedy that happened here, and that's why he deserved to die. Qingyi agrees and says that Huantian himself confessed to harboring zombies, and when he fled, he lured several zombies to attack the safe house. All the other witnesses also began to agree and speak about the terrible things that Guy did. The guy's father starts getting nervous. He tries to appeal to Ching Ching's father, saying to Colonel Fang that if he lets him kill just this boy, the money for supplies will increase 5-fold, and he'll send more guards to ensure security. Incredibly, this stirs up the greed of those around him, and they start whispering that 5 times more supplies is a lot. It would mean plenty of food for everyone, and sending more guards to protect them is better than just having Yang Hao. One of them says, "But..." and another interrupts, saying, "But nothing. Yang Hao alone can't protect everyone, and they'll get much more food. Not to mention Yang Hao killed someone without hesitation. If he ever has something against us, he could kill us too." The crowd of people starts shouting that a life must be paid with a life. Yang Hao has to die. Then the guy's father points the gun at our protagonist and asks if Colonel Fang is hearing the voices of the crowd. He must hurry and hold the boy to be taken for torture so that he suffers before dying. Hao can't believe it. This bunch of cowards wants to sacrifice him for their own benefit. Then he stares directly at the guy's father and says that he's really clever. But thanks to this, Hao can now see this place clearly. This is a disgusting place, infested with cowards. There's no reason to stay here. Then he turns his back and starts to walk away. The guy's father points points at Colonel Fang and asks if he isn't going to do anything. Does he not understand human language? But Colonel Fang grabs the guy by the shirt, pulls his face close to his, and says that he's already told him that this place ended up like this because of the messes his precious son made. If it wasn't for Yang Hao, everyone here would already be dead. Not keeping him here is the last straw for him. If it weren't for the supplies he brings in, he would have already told him to go to hell. But if the guy keeps talking nonsense, he'll throw him to the zombies. The guy falls to the ground from the intimidation. How dare you? He says. Qingyi tells Ye that she's going with Yang Hao to find her sister. These people here make her feel disgusted. Wouldn't she like to go with them? And Ye agrees, saying she doesn't want to stay in this shithole for another second. Qing quickly says she's going with them too, but her father immediately says she's not going anywhere. She's staying right here. The girl simply sticks out her tongue at him and says, "Who cares about this shitty place? It's full of selfish people who only think about themselves. I'm going with Yang Hao." Her father starts to approach her slowly, while Qing asks what he's doing. Then he slaps her across the face and tells the guards to take her to the cell to calm down. Damn, guys, that's the second slap this girl has taken. Are we going to see a hat trick? Qingyi approaches him and asks, "Uncle Fang, what are you?" But he says she can go if she wants. But he's the one who controls Fang Qing. She doesn't need to worry. Qingyi doesn't know what to say, so she turns her back and sighs. Well, every family has its problems to solve, but Qing doesn't want to hear any of that. She's fighting to break free from the guards. She looks at her father with tears in her eyes and says that he's a bastard. He didn't just hit her, but now he wants to put her under house arrest. Her mother will never forgive him from heaven. Ouch, guys, that one hurt. Colonel Fang just turns his back and tells them to take her away, while Qing screams for them to get their hands off her. Meanwhile, our hero and the two hotties had gone to the entrance of the gathering place, where Kai Jing and the two guys who came with them were waiting. The guy with the chiseled abs asks how things are at the gathering place. Are they staying here? But Hao just says they're leaving this place. Some time passes, and they're already on a road trip heading to the countryside. Ye is talking to Kai Jing, saying she didn't expect so many things to happen at her brother's house. No wonder she noticed Kai Jing's behavior has changed from before. She replies that what happened should stay in the past. But luckily they have Yang Hao. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be here now. Those people at the gathering place are a bunch of selfish opportunists. Hao helped them, and they wanted to betray him. The guy with the exposed chest agrees, saying those bastards have no honor. If he had been there, he would have definitely killed some of them, because he wouldn't be able to hold back his anger. But Hao tells everyone to forget about it. It's in the past. They don't need to keep talking about it. Suddenly, everyone hears a strange noise and starts asking what's happening. Hao tells everyone to calm down. He immediately stops the car, and then they see something in the distance. What is that? Kai Jing asks. Is it a group of survivors looking for supplies? But no, it was a massive horde of zombies. There were even some mutant zombies among them. Just to be safe, they should take another route. But wait a minute, they're heading in that direction. They might be heading toward the gathering place. Qingyi says they need to go back and warn them, but the guy with the exposed chest says she's crazy. Go back for what? They're all a bunch of cruel and selfish people who deserve to be killed by the zombies. Hao remains silent, thinking, and then Qingyi remembers that Qing is still there. They can't let her die along with those people. Looks like she checkmated, guys. Our protagonist doesn't think much after that and speeds up the car. Meanwhile, in the observation tower of the gathering place, we hear a soldier talking on the radio saying, No, anomalies in Area A, over. The voice on the other end responds, Roger, the reform and maintenance operations have already started, so don't let your guard down. We can't go through another invasion. Understood, over, the soldier responds. However, my friends, as soon as he hangs up, the soldier spots a gigantic horde of zombies heading towards the gathering place. He uses his gun's scope to get a better look and says, Holy shit! Alert! Alert! A massive horde of zombies has been detected approximately 1 kilometer northeast and is heading this way. What? Responds Colonel Fang. I'm sending men over there immediately. You keep an eye on those zombies' movement. Over. He turns to the nearby soldier and tells him to mobilize the remaining guards, gather the stockpile of weapons, and head to the observation tower. They might have have another tough fight ahead. Oh, and also, he should take the remaining refugees to the safe house and prepare a group of vehicles to be ready for a possible evacuation at any moment. Wait a minute, guys. Is the poor guard going to have to do everything alone in this place? And what's the colonel going to do? The soldier just says, "Yes, sir," and leaves. At the same time, another soldier shows up, saying he has bad news. Your daughter attacked me from behind, knocked me out, and after that, she stole my gun and escaped. We see Ching Ching outside, wondering if it's too late to find them. The problem is, she doesn't know which direction they went, so she starts walking until she finds a car. Could this be Yang Hao's car and the others? She wonders. But as she approaches, she finds a woman all battered and a crying baby. She goes to the baby, thinking that he must have been here for who knows how long. His voice is almost gone from crying so much. If she leaves this baby behind, there will be no difference between her and her father, who abandoned her to go on a mission when her mother died. Suddenly, the baby's mother screams. She's turned into a zombie, and at that very moment, she lunges at Ching Ching, who hasn't picked up the child yet. Ching Ching pulls out the gun she stole from the guard and shoots, apologizing for it. Then she grabs the baby to leave. Ching Ching needs to get the baby to the gathering place as quickly as possible. It looks like this child hasn't eaten in days. Some time passes, and she's back at the gathering place. This child will be better off here, but as soon as she leaves the baby with someone, Ching Ching will definitely go after Yang Hao. Meanwhile, in another part of the gathering place, a monstrous zombie was jumping on top of a car. In fact, that horde of mutant zombies was getting closer and closer to the shelter. The soldiers were firing with everything they had, hitting several zombies, but there were too many of them. One of them spits a strange green slime that starts to melt the spot where it hit. Holy crap, it's an acid-spitting zombie. Another one opens a hole in its belly, and a hentai tentacle comes out, grabbing a soldier and lifting him meters into the air. Damn it, these mutant zombies are so hard to kill. Some of them can't even be killed, shouts one of the soldiers. But Colonel Fang appears behind him, saying that no matter what happens, they need to hold on. The gathering place won't survive another invasion. He turns to another soldier and says, "Use all the weapons we have." "Yes, sir." So the soldiers start preparing a rocket launcher. Damn, things just got serious. When the soldier was ready to fire, a gigantic boulder came flying towards them, but something cut it into pieces. It was him, our protagonist Chad, arriving in style, asking if the guards are okay. Ching Ching's father immediately goes to him, asking why he came back. Hao sees the car with his companions charging at the zombies, so he responds that a wounded soldier he found on the way asked him to help. Then, we see the soldier inside the car being cared for by Ye Fenghua while Kai Jing drives. Hao turns to Colonel Fang and tells them to go back to the safe house and protect the refugees. He will delay the zombies, then asks if they have any way to kill all the zombies at once. Colonel Fang immediately starts speaking on the radio, ordering the refugees to be taken to the underground bunker and preparing the demolition team. Yang Hao will lure the zombie horde into the gathering place, and then they'll blow everyone up. Hao descends from the balcony and says that blowing them all up isn't a bad idea, but he needs to make sure his friends are safe. Colonel Fang puts a hand on his shoulder and says he'll do that, but Hao also needs to ensure his safety. He's everyone's hope. Then he gives him a device that he says is the timer that will detonate the entire arsenal in 20 minutes. He needs to keep an eye on the time and gather the zombies as quickly as possible. Hao says, "Great," takes the device, and jumps off the balcony. 20 minutes, that should be enough if nothing goes wrong, he thinks as he falls. He lands, already cutting down the zombies in front of him. Colonel Fang turns to a soldier and orders a retreat. Meanwhile, Hao is already face to face with one of those mutant zombies. He jumps and yells, "Taste a bit of my spear!" Then, he throws it at the zombie's face. He pulls his spear from the dead zombie's head as several others begin to surround him. But Hao isn't intimidated. On the contrary, our protagonist starts piercing everything he sees with his spear. A zombie jumps at him from his blind spot, but Hao sees it in time to thrust his spear into the ground and use it to dodge the attack. Then he pulls his spear back and impales the zombie's head. This type of zombie is easy to fight against, he thinks, but there are too many of them. It's not good to be surrounded by them all the time. Our protagonist swings his spear to push some of them away, then jumps again, focusing on just one target. He pierces the zombie and lifts its body into the air, then uses the zombie's own body to attack others running at him. To Hao's surprise, some orbs begin to emerge from them, but Hao doesn't let his guard down. He immediately notices a hairy zombie lifting a huge rock just as it throws it. Hao dodges with agility and unleashes a barrage of strikes with his spear. Several zombies fall dead, and Hao starts receiving more and more orbs. Not bad, he thinks. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was watching the zombie horde attack while holding the child. So early, and there's already another zombie attack? How is she going to get in there now? She needs to take this baby to a safe place. And then, in the midst of those zombies, she sees our protagonist farming orbs. Hao also notices her, and Ching Ching starts waving her arms and calling for him. Hao leaps into the air and lands in front of Ching Ching like a superhero, immediately asking how she is and how she ended up here. She explains what happened, that she ran away to find them and ended up encountering this baby and its zombie mother. She was planning to drop the baby off at the gathering place and then go after them. Okay, Hao says, it's too dangerous here. I'll take you both to the safe house quickly. He looks at the timer and sees that 10 minutes have already passed. He needs to hurry. He then picks up Ching Ching and the child in his arms. Don't move and hold the baby tightly. We're in a rush. Inside the underground bunker, Qing Yi was tending to the wounded soldiers. Kai Jing mentions that time is almost up. Why hasn't Yang Hao returned yet? The shirtless guy tells her not to worry. That kid is special. He'll make it back in time. Meanwhile, Colonel Fang was staring intently at something in his hand. It was an amulet with a photo of a young Ching Ching. Please God, don't let anything bad happen to my daughter. That's the only thing I ask. Suddenly, a stone falls beside them out of nowhere, and they realize that the ceiling in that area was cracking. What happened? Did something jump here? We see that yes, it was Hao, with the mutant zombies chasing him. Everyone immediately stirs upon seeing Hao shouting to open the door. The shirtless guy rushes to open it when suddenly someone shoots at him. It was the father of that jerk, saying he wouldn't let anyone open the door and would shoot anyone who tried. Kai Jing asks why she should listen to him, and the man says it's because that boy killed his son. He deserves to die. The man points the gun at Kai Jing and says, "You want to save him and the girl who's with him, right? I'm sorry, but I won't let you open that door. Die." But at that moment, someone shoots him in the head. It was Colonel Fang. He immediately shouts to open the doors and let them in. They're ready to detonate the arsenal's bombs, but a soldier informs them that they can't open the door yet. There's a giant mutant zombie in front of it. And indeed, folks, there was an attack on Titan-sized Titan standing before Hao. Where did this thing come from? He wonders. I didn't see any zombies around the underground shelter, but this thing flew in from somewhere and surrounded me. Could it be that it was waiting for me on purpose? He puts down Ching Ching and the baby, saying he's going to distract the big guy and lure it to the arsenal. She should take the chance to run with the baby to the bunker. She asks what will happen to him, but Hao just says he'll be fine. She needs to go now. Then he turns to the zombie, flipping him the middle finger and saying he didn't know people lost their penises when they died. The zombie gets enraged because indeed, he no longer has a penis. He fell for Hao's taunt. Our protagonist shouts to Ching Ching that this is her chance, and the girl runs off with the baby. A colossal zombie charged at Hao in a fury. The whole red-horned creature lets out a zombie growl, while Hao summons his weapon from his inventory, thinking today he'll make it regret challenging him. The zombie attacks, but Hao manages to dodge. It attacks again, and this time Hao blocks it. Then it lifts its leg and stomps the ground with full force, creating a shockwave that destroys the ground. But Hao managed to dodge by jumping just in time. The monster tries to land a punch while Hao is falling, but our protagonist is sharp. He didn't expect the monster to be so agile. Hao thrusts his spear directly against the zombie's punch, but the impact caused his spear to break. The fact that even a titanium spear was easily broken by this zombie means its power must be a bit greater than Hao's at the moment. There aren't many weapons left for him to use. Well, now it's time to find out how powerful the demonic Asura scythe he acquired is. The system informs him that the demonic Asura spear increases attack by 50%, agility by 10%, and enhances the ice attribute by 10%. This item has a passive effect that when attacking the enemy using the ice attribute, there's a chance to freeze them. Hao doesn't fully understand, but whatever this weapon does, it's exactly what he needs. So he goes after the zombie with his new weapon, shouting that since the titanium spear didn't hold up, let's try with a scythe. Meanwhile, Ching manages to reach the underground bunker safely with the baby. She immediately hands the child over to the shirtless guy and turns around, telling them to close the door because she's going to help Yang Hao. She can't let him sacrifice himself alone. Her father, hearing her say that, starts shouting for her to come back right now. She can't fight against those mutant zombies. Ching looks at him with a smile, telling him not to worry. She knows how to protect herself, and she won't die. We then see Hao face to face with the super zombie, saying, "You damn zombies! I can't believe you came to mess up my fight with the big guy." A new horde of zombie creeps is summoned by the mutant zombie, but Hao slashes through everyone in his path with deadly strikes. He notices that some of these zombies are frozen. This freezing passive is amazing. Ching was watching the fight from behind a wall. She starts telling herself to stay calm. She's here to help Yang Hao, not to be a burden to him. As Hao slashes one zombie, another one coming from behind him gets shot in the head. Ching hit her mark, but she needs to move to avoid being discovered by the zombies. Hao continued attacking the zombies with his scythe, wondering if the shot just now was fired by Ching. This girl has guts. The red mutant zombie, tired of watching his creeps, decided to go on the offensive, but that's exactly what Hao wanted. He uses his scythe to pull two random zombies and uses them to block the monster's attack. Taking advantage of the creature's skills being on cooldown, Hao leaps at it and delivers the most powerful blow he could muster with his scythe, landing behind it in a badass pose, like a samurai who just won a duel. The zombie's two arms were severed by this attack. "I thought I'd already killed all the normal zombies," Hao says, "but it seems these pests are endless." The zombies' severed arms start to move as if they have a life of their own. Meanwhile, Hao continues attacking and freezing the zombies with his scythe. He sees that the severed arms are starting to merge into a disgusting mass that seems to be transforming into a new creature. So he attacks it without thinking twice, but he quickly realizes that behind him, the red mutant zombie is ready to strike with newly grown arms, and not only that, it seems larger. The creature punches the ground with such force that it shatters, but Hao manages to dodge it. Damn. Not only did it regenerate its arms, but now they have some sort of armor around them, and this thing got bigger. He wonders if cutting off the arms again will make them grow back. He then strikes the creature, which manages to defend itself with its fortified arms. Inside the bunker, everyone is terrified by the sounds of the battle. What kind of fight is going on up there? Hao sees an opening and manages to cut off part of the creature's arm again, but the severed piece quickly starts to transform into a new creature, and the mutant monster grew even larger. If this keeps up, this fight will never end. Kai Jing watches the fight from the bunker, worried about our protagonist. She asks Colonel Fang if they have any way to kill these zombies. If the fight continues, she fears Yang Hao might die. He says yes, but the only way to kill them all is by detonating all the bombs in the arsenal. However, Yang Hao and Ching are within the blast radius. If he activates the detonator now, they'll blow up along with the zombies. The only place that can withstand the impact of such an explosion is the underground bunker. "So, you're saying we can't do anything for Yang Hao?" Ye asks, and he responds that yes, all they can do now is believe that Yang Hao will kill these zombies as quickly as possible and bring Ching back with him. Meanwhile, outside, Ching was watching the entire fight as if from the front row. She saw the creature's severed arms transform into another zombie. If this keeps up, Yang Hao's disadvantage will only grow. She has only 2 bullets left in her gun. She needs to save them to help Yang Hao at a critical moment. But Hao continued to trade blows with the monsters. The new red zombie that emerged has the same power as the original. He needs to get rid of them once and for all. His thoughts are interrupted by another attack from one of the monsters, which he dodges with agility. But as soon as he lands, the other is waiting with a clenched fist. Hao is finally hit squarely by the creature's powerful punch. The girls scream his name when they see the scene, but Hao tells them to stay where they are. He's fine. He spits blood, thinking that this is the first time since the system appeared to him that he's been injured like this. And really, folks, our protagonist had been so overpowered since the beginning of the story that I thought no one would be able to challenge him. Hao felt a rage building more and more inside him, and this feeling, then one of the zombies comes at him again. It's extremely exciting, he says, slashing the zombie's chest with his scythe. The wound Hao opened on the creature's chest starts to freeze, and the monster falls back. Hao managed to defeat the original body, but the second one still wants to fight. But that's no problem. Since it wants to fight so badly, Hao will give it what it wants. However, after striking the monster, he realizes that the normal zombies were ignoring him and heading straight to attack the bunker's entrance. It's as if this red zombie is controlling the others. Hao kicks the monster in front of him to push it away and starts running towards the other zombies. He can't let them ruin Colonel Fang's plan, but the monster was fast and managed to hit Hao. However, at that moment, it gets shot in the head. Ching Ching screams, asking if Hao is okay, and he replies that he is. It's just a scratch. The creature goes after Ching Ching as soon as it sees her. Hao shouts for her to run, but it's too late. The monster is already attacking the girl, who narrowly avoids a direct hit. She is thrown far away and, upon falling, hits her head against the rocks and loses consciousness. Kaijing screams, and Hao immediately rushes to her, calling her name. He starts lifting her body, begging her to wake up, but the monster is already raising its leg to attack Hao unprepared. But seeing Ching Ching unconscious was the last straw that unleashed his rage. Hao blocks the monster's attack, then punches it right in the face with all his strength, releasing all his anger and shouting, "You son of a bitch!" The zombie falls to the ground from the force of the punch. "Anyone who hurts my friends will be killed by me," Hao says, then leaps into the air once more and delivers another powerful punch that knocks the monster to the ground again. And before the creature can get up, he grabs its chest with his left hand and with his right, pierces the monster's chest and squeezes its heart, exploding the vital organ like a water balloon. The mutant zombie falls dead instantly, this time for good. Some orbs start emerging from it, but one in particular catches Hao's attention. It's larger than the others. This larger orb enters Hao's chest, and he feels his power increasing. The system informs that the protagonist has just unlocked a new skill, weak point detection. This is excellent. With this new skill, it will be easier to kill zombies like those. He looks at two random zombies nearby and sees a system window appearing next to each of them showing their stats. Hao kills them too, thinking he didn't expect zombies like these to have such low stats. With a single strike, he cuts them both down. But something unexpected happens. The zombie whose heart Hao had just literally exploded rises and attacks again, this time with a system window showing its stats. Hao can't believe the stats of this zombie are higher than his, but its weakness is very exposed, he thinks while jumping to dodge the attack. As Hao is right above the creature with his scythe raised, a target appears right in the middle of the creature's forehead. That's it. So the protagonist strikes with all his force, but the monster manages to block. Damn, this fucking zombie just won't die. But Hao smiles because now that he knows its weak point, it's only a matter of time before he wins. So he attacks again, and again the creature uses its enhanced arms to block, but it still takes damage from Hao's strike and is even thrown backward. The creature then lets out a horrifying scream, as if giving some kind of command to the other zombies. They all immediately turn to their leader and start following its order. They were all heading towards Ching Ching's unconscious body. "How dare you command them to attack her?" Hao screams as he flies in for another attack. He lands a kick right on the target on the forehead, making the monster fall backward. "I'll deal with you later, you son of a bitch." Hao goes after the zombies that were about to devour Ching Ching and hits them with his overpowering scythe, freezing them. Meanwhile, the shirtless guy seems to be leading a squad. He shouts to Hao that they came to help. However, Colonel Fang tells them not to advance too quickly. They need to survive this horde and make their way to the arsenal slowly. And Ching Ching needs to survive at all costs. Keep shooting and advancing slowly towards the arsenal. Hao finishes dealing with the zombies around Ching Ching, noticing that the attribute points he gained this time were quite few. Wait, where did that mutant zombie go? Then the mutant zombie appears behind Hao, ready to deliver a fatal punch, but the protagonist manages to spin around and dodge it. He then begins a flurry of attacks with his scythe until he raises his arms to deliver the final blow. He strikes the ground with all his strength, shouting, "Die!" The shockwave seems charged with blue ice energy. As soon as it hits the monster, it freezes its entire body. The creature had turned into a giant block of ice. This was the opening Hao needed to finish off the monster, attacking its weak point once and for all, and making its body collapse to the ground. Finally, the red mutant zombie was dead. This freezing passive is truly powerful. Seeing a large amount of orbs coming from the dead body, Hao realizes he's gained many attributes. He smiles, thinking that the reward for killing such a creature is very great. He's going to get even stronger. The soldiers see that Hao managed to solo the giant zombie and receive a boost of courage. They can win. Hao was receiving the rewards for killing the red zombie. This time, he got a healing potion, which instantly heals all non-lethal wounds. He looks at the potion and decides to use it to heal Ching Ching. He really hopes it works, otherwise, she might die. Hurry up, get the colonel's daughter. We'll cover you. Hao hears someone shout. Young Hao, run to the bunker immediately to rest. We don't know how many more mutant zombies will appear. It was his comrades. They were picking up Ching Ching, and Hao could see the stats of each of them. He shouts at them to take Ching Ching to the bunker and leave the rest of the zombies to him. Kai Jing tells him to be careful. They'll be waiting for him. Hao smiles at her, telling her not to worry. He'll lure all the zombies to the arsenal so Colonel Fang can blow everything up. Then he starts shouting at the zombies, drawing their attention. He strikes a K-pop pose and says, "I'm so delicious, don't you think? Don't you want a piece of me?" The zombies start drooling. Hao was indeed a tempting piece of meat. He begins to shake his hips and says that if they want to devour him, they should come to him. All the zombies start running towards him at once. Hao's charm worked. He activates his weak point detection skill and starts seeing targets on the foreheads of all the zombies, along with their stats. He then performs a spinning slash, cutting through several of them at once and shouting, "You idiots, did you really think I'd let you devour me?" Then another spinning slash, killing several more at once. "These zombies are no threat to me," he says. But while this was happening, a mutant zombie was at the entrance of the arsenal. It starts attacking the door as if it knew what was inside. The door is easily destroyed by the creature, while inside a soldier was firing at it. The soldier, realizing it was useless, radios Colonel Fang that the arsenal gate is about to fall. "Colonel, there's a huge horde of zombies about 30 meters away and closing in." A soldier with binoculars confirms the massive horde and says he doesn't see Yang Hao. Did he report in? Wait. Then he zooms in and sees a group of zombies attacking something, with several of them being thrown back after some kind of blue impact. "Colonel, Yang Hao is attacking the massive zombie horde. He's okay." Hao is thinking thank God he made it there in time. Otherwise, they would be in danger. He sees the mutant zombie trying to break down the arsenal gate, and this time its weak point was quite obvious. It was on its back. "Hey big guy, next time watch your back," he says, before delivering a triple cut to the zombie's back. At the same moment, the arsenal gate falls. Everyone sees our protagonist with one hand in his pocket in a badass pose, saying that he completed the mission and the zombies are all coming here. Colonel Fang is extremely excited and says he did a great job, then orders everyone to run to the bunker immediately. 5 minutes later, it was Hao himself who pressed the detonator button for the arsenal, causing an enormous explosion to engulf the entire place in a terrifying shockwave and form that classic mushroom cloud. It was truly a massive explosion. Well, my friends, some time passes after this intense battle. We see Ching Ching lying on a medical bed with her head bandaged. Our protagonist tells her father that he's sorry he couldn't protect Ching Ching in time, but he tells Hao not to blame himself for it. If it weren't for him, everyone there would be dead. Hao then gives him the healing potion and tells him to have Ching Ching drink it. "What is this?" he asks. Hao explains that it's an instant healing medicine. He says he found it in an abandoned supply truck. It might help Ching Ching. "What? But I didn't see any supply truck around here." "Well, I trust Yang Hao. This medicine should be able to cure my daughter." He apologizes to the protagonist for not trusting him before, but Hao says it's okay. He can trust him now and give the medicine to Ching Ching. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter," he says, and then gives the healing potion to Ching Ching. Hao watches her, but the girl's status still shows that she is in critical condition, though she is recovering. After a few minutes, Ching Ching's status had returned to normal, and she begins to show signs of waking up. Hao wonders what the hell happened to her until she finally opens her eyes. Her father immediately takes her hand and begins to say how happy he is that she woke up. He was very worried about her. Hao finds this strange. He can no longer see Ching Ching's stats. The girl looks confused for a moment, then pushes her father away, telling him to let her go and asking who he is. She says she doesn't know him and to leave her alone. Colonel Fang begins to explain that he's her father. Doesn't she remember him? Yang Hao. What's happening? Could she have lost her memory? Hao replies that she hit her head very hard on the ground, so that possibility cannot be ruled out. And then, for some strange reason, the girl, upon looking at our protagonist, throws herself on him. This leaves her father stunned and unable to believe it. You are Yang Hao," she says with a sweet expression. Hao himself feels extremely uncomfortable with the fact that the girl remembers him, but not her own father. He points to the man and tells her to look at him closely and try to remember who he is, but she hugs Hao and says that this man is a bad man. Colonel curls into a fetal position reaction upon hearing this. Hao tries to console him, saying it's because of the injury. Ching will remember him soon. He tells the girl's father that it's better for her to stay with him for now. He promises to protect her and help her recover her memory. Colonel Fang sighs and says that it's okay. This seems to be the best course of action. And so, the day ends, my friends, and the next day arrives with the biggest sun I've ever seen in my life. We see 2 cars, and our group loading them with supplies. Colonel Fang, who was watching everything, asks why they aren't coming with them. They are preparing to head west to meet up with the main army. Hao, who had Ching clinging to him like a tick, thanks the invitation but says there is no safe place in the post-apocalyptic world. He mentions that he heard there's a small town a few kilometers away, and it seems there are some survivors there. So he decided to go investigate that, and then head to the countryside to find his parents. Colonel Fang puts a hand on our protagonist's shoulder and says he understands. He asks Hao to please take care of Ching and not to forget that he equipped a satellite phone in his car, so Hao can contact him anytime. Our protagonist tells him not to worry. He will take care of Ching. He then thanks him for the phone and wishes him luck on his journey west. A few minutes later, everything is ready. Hao sees the survivors of the invasion saying their goodbyes, some even crying. He starts thanking and greeting them back. The guy who didn't like wearing a shirt but apparently decided to wear one now asks Hao if he wants to wait a bit longer before leaving, but the protagonist says there's no need. They can go. "Thank you so much for saving us, hero," someone shouts. "Goodbye, Yang Hao, we'll miss you," another shouts. "Good luck on your journey. We'll be forever grateful to you," the last hero. And so, my friends, the first arc ends, with Hao leaving the gathering place after having saved everyone. Those who once wanted to sell him for food now gathered to say goodbye and thank him for saving their lives. More than ever, Hao knows that they need to unite. Only then will they be able to protect the people who are important to them and stay alive in the apocalypse. So, my friends, half a day had already passed since our heroes left the gathering place, and they finally arrived in a village that seemed abandoned. "There are signs of habitation here. It looks like someone has been here before," says the muscular guy whose name we still don't know but who has become our protagonist's right-hand man. After inspecting one of the houses, he reports that no one is there. This place seems safe for them to spend the night. So Hao calls the others and reminds them to stay alert. Kai Jing says she hopes the kitchen is in good condition so she can cook something because she's starving. After getting more comfortable in the house, the muscular guy says that this place is in perfect condition. He wonders why the residents left. Hao suggests that maybe their goal was the same as theirs, to find their loved ones who are important to them. Finally, our protagonist calls the guy by his name, which is Long Tao, and says that even though they are now living in a post-apocalyptic world, they are still human and need to keep their humanity. Otherwise, they'll be worse than those zombies out there. A few hours pass, and we see that Kai Jing really did cook for everyone. They all sit at the dining table and enjoy this delicious meal. Everyone was laughing and talking, and for a moment, it seemed like there was no apocalypse outside, and so the night passed peacefully. Well, at least in the house where they are. Because outside, we see a kind of zombie cowboy holding a lasso. Behind him, several enraged zombie buffaloes were charging. One of them strikes a violent blow with its horns that sends the cowboy zombie flying, and Hao heard it. But unfortunately for our heroes, the buffaloes seemed to have noticed a house with lights on and began moving in that direction. Soon, Long Tao was already warning Hao that they were surrounded by this herd of buffaloes. Hao looks at them through the window, thinking that these zombie buffaloes feed on humans, and now they are the next meal. Long Tao asks if it wouldn't be better to hide in the basement and wait for these mutant buffaloes to leave, but Hao calls him a coward, asking if he's afraid of some buffaloes. Our protagonist tells everyone to prepare for battle. This will be a good opportunity to work as a team. At that moment, one of the buffaloes breaks the window with its horns. Ching remains still, covering her mouth with her hands, trying to make as little noise as possible, and surprisingly, it works. The buffalo pulls its head out of the window and leaves. It seems they're not very smart either, but then the zombie buffalo turns towards them and lets out a fierce grunt. It seems to have understood what they said. But Hao's two henchmen shout, "That's not the point. He's alerted all the other buffaloes that they're here." Hao yells for everyone to grab their weapons. They're going to kill them all and then leave this place. They barely have time to grab their weapons, and the hellish buffaloes manage to invade the house. Hao's two henchmen start filling the beasts with bullets. Kai Jing Ching slices two at once, but one buffalo was about to attack from behind until Ching Yi arrives, hitting the zombie animal's head squarely. She extends her hand and asks if Kai Jing is okay, to which she responds, "Yes, thank you." The muscular henchman was stacking the bodies of zombie buffaloes, really unloading all his rage on the creatures. Even Ye was shooting alongside the chubby bald guy. Hao watches everything with a smile, thinking they're getting better at teamwork. It's great to have someone to fight alongside you. Then he leaps with his scythe, thinking he can't be left behind, and strikes a buffalo, killing it instantly. But Hao hears a female scream. It was Ching Ching, who was about to be devoured by one of the buffaloes, until someone shoots the zombie buffalo's head with a shotgun, killing it instantly and saving Ching Ching. It was Ye, saying that was a close call. Ching Ching runs to Hao, saying she was very scared, but something was wrong. The girl was running at superhuman speed. She hugs Hao, who asks if everything is okay, but even Ye is wondering if that's the speed a normal person should be running. Hao realizes he still can't see Ching Ching's status, and the system says she's still in recovery. Could it be that the potion's effect hasn't worn off yet? 2 hours pass since the buffaloes invaded, and they finally killed them all. Our protagonist checks his status and sees that he didn't gain much. After earning many attribute points in the fight to defend the gathering place against those mutant zombies, it's going to be much harder to earn points by killing regular zombies. So he congratulates everyone on their teamwork. It was a great fight. Until Hao starts to notice something strange. Something was emitting a glow from the bodies of the dead buffaloes. He approaches and sees that it's a kind of weapon enveloped by a glowing aura. Then the system informs him that this is the Qilin machine gun. Each bullet is reinforced by fire and has a fire effect. With this weapon, you'll become invincible on the battlefield. But let's be honest, my friends, our Chad protagonist is already practically invincible, right? So he's thinking this weapon will serve Long Tao very well. At that moment, he starts hearing people approaching. A group of people appears, thanking the heroes, saying they saved their villages, explaining that they're all residents of nearby villages. After the apocalypse began, the mutant zombie buffaloes took over this region and started devouring people every day. Several rescue teams came to try to help them, but all were killed by the mutant buffaloes. But you are very strong. With just a few people, you managed to kill all the zombie buffaloes. That's incredible, the old man continues, saying that the rest of them hid in the other villages and didn't dare come out. Besides, they ran out of food these days. If it weren't for you heroes, they'd be dead. So they all bow to Hao and his group. But our protagonist can only think that in this post-apocalyptic world, people are living in misery and suffering, having to fight for their lives every day. He wonders if this cruel world will ever return to normal. Then he turns to Long Tao and asks how much food is left in the house. He should take some and give it to them. Long Tao says there isn't much left, and they still have to save some for the journey. But Hao orders him to go get it anyway. They have enough and can find more on the way. Okay, boss. Some time passes, and we see Long Tao brought a box full of supplies for them. There were even some chocolate bars that the chubby bald guy had his eye on. The old man glances at their car and sees 2 more boxes of supplies inside. Then, with a sinister look, he says he's very grateful for the food they gave. Our protagonist bids farewell to everyone and tells them to be careful on their way back because they were already leaving. A few hours pass, and it's already early morning. We see Hao sleeping cuddled up with Ching Ching. Don't ask me why he's sleeping with her and not with his girlfriend. Well, maybe she needs special care, right? Anyway, he simply opens his eyes out of nowhere, as if sensing a malicious intent. Outside the house, 2 people were watching from the shadows. It was that old man from before and another man. He tells the guy that they're here in this house. He's already informed the city gang about these people. The guy asks if they gave him anything for the information. Then the old man chuckles and says they not only gave him food, but also let him have pleasure with a beautiful woman. This immediately makes the other guy say the next time he should call him to go along. But changing the subject, doesn't he think they're going too far with this? And the old man responds, that too far, my ass. Only God knows how many people they killed to have so much food. Besides, they're in a post-apocalyptic world, so they need to do whatever it takes to survive, even kill. Our protagonist approaches the window and starts hearing whispers. Then, with the agility of a ninja, he appears beside the guys asking if they wouldn't mind telling him what they're whispering about. The 2 men almost crap their pants in fear and start backing away, trembling. The old man says, "Hero, forgive us for waking you." He clasps his hands together and starts explaining that they were just talking about a party they would like to throw for him and his group as a thank you for giving them food. That's right, the other guy says. How, with an innocent look, says they don't need to throw a party to thank them. They'll be leaving very early in the morning, so it's better if they go home. It's getting late. Or do they want to become zombie food? The two men, who seemed extremely nervous, turn their backs and start to say goodbye, wishing the hero a safe journey. Hao doesn't quite understand what just happened, but he finds it very strange. So guys, the next day arrives, and our heroes set off on their mission to reach the countryside and find their families. Long Tao thanks our protagonist for the weapon, saying it's incredible, and Hao responds that he's glad Long Tao likes it and should use it wisely. They arrive at a gas station and decide to stop and refuel. Hao tells everyone to split up and search the surroundings for anything useful, so the group divides. A few minutes later, Hao notices that the two guys found a truck. What's inside these boxes? Long Tao looks at Hao with an incredulous expression and then says, it's food. They found a truck full of food. The chubby guy is already drooling, unable to contain himself, eager to eat right away. Kai Jing, who seems to have dyed her hair and put on contact lenses, asks why there's so much food in this truck. Hao was about to respond to her, but then sees something that catches his attention, a helipad marking. It looks like someone is receiving their supplies via helicopter. Qingyi shouts to Hao that she found a bunch of weapons inside this box, saying it looks like someone left a crate full of weapons up here. Weapons? Hao thinks. Why is there a crate full of weapons on the roof? Suddenly, he understands what's happening. You've got to be kidding me. This is an ambush, he shouts, as loud as he can, warning everyone that it's a trap, just in time for the barrage of gunfire to start. Everyone starts running and taking cover however they can. Hao and the girls manage to reach the truck where the other two guys were. What should we do now? Long Tao asks. But before the protagonist can answer, machine gun fire starts coming from the other side of the truck, narrowly missing them. Hao yells for everyone to be careful. They're being fired at from all directions. He uses his extreme agility to block the shots that would kill any normal person, then tells his companions that there aren't as many shots coming from the direction of the supermarket. They should run there, while Hao distracts the shooters. Then he flips them off and shouts for them to stop hiding like cowardly little bitches and fight him face to face. A shot grazes Hao's head, but that's what he wanted. Found, you bastard, he thinks. He then throws his knife at the window where the shot came from. The knife shatters the glass, and Hao hears a scream immediately. It seems he hit his mark. Now's our chance. Run to the supermarket. Another shot comes from the same window, but this time Hao sees the shooter. He manages to block the shot and jumps through the window where the shooter is, shattering the glass, only to find himself surrounded by men pointing rifles at his head. Without saying a word, he summons his scythe from his inventory, and with a single circular strike, he hits all the men's hands. Some of them even have their hands frozen by the passive ability of Hao's scythe. But just as he's about to kill them, someone asks him to show mercy to these men. Are you and your friends down there soldiers of Dongli? We see a guy dressed in elegant clothes, sporting a Tony Stark-style goatee, and smoking a cigar. He seems to be their leader. Mercy? Hao asks. After shooting at us out of nowhere, you want me to show mercy to them? The man takes a puff of his cigar and then says, calm down, young man. This is a misunderstanding. We mistook you for those scumbags from the West. However, those who shot at you from the West were from one of the 4 factions. They're trying to grab the weapons that the army drops via parachute. But if they think they can take the weapons without fighting us, they're sorely mistaken. Wait a minute, guys. Did this dude just say they're in the middle of a battle royale? Hao looks at the guy with a suspicious expression. 4 factions? So the guys who shot at us from the West weren't your men? Some time passes, and we see that the mafia guy invited Hao to explain the situation better. He introduces himself as Chu Ling Yun, leader of the Chu group. The ones Hao attacked just now were his men. He then shows a map of the area and explains that there are 3 other factions in this place, and everyone is after the supplies and weapons dropped by the military. To the left is the territory of the pervert Dong Li. It was his men who shot at you from the West. This pervert's men are ruthless gangsters. He's even heard that they've imprisoned many girls in their territory. To the east is Ma Lu's territory. His army attacks using well-armed military vehicles, and they are the strongest of the 4 factions. In front of the building they're in is the territory of the 2 tough brothers. The 2 brothers are delivery men, but they're very strong and fierce. They only shot at Hao and his group because they thought they were Dong Li's soldiers. They can't let Dong Li get more weapons. If he gets stronger, even more girls will be in danger. Then he tells Hao that he's sure Hao is very strong, and he won't stop him from taking these weapons, but the other factions will do everything they can to stop him. However, Hao says he doesn't entirely believe what he's saying. He asks the guy to take him to Dong Li first. If Dong Li isn't as strong as this guy says, Hao swears he'll come back and kill him. So the guy takes Hao Qingyi, and Ye to this Dong Li's faction. Upon arriving, our protagonist is horrified by what he sees. Several men are watching from above what appears to be girls thrown on the ground. They're eating some kind of disgusting food. Some of them have their hands cuffed behind their backs, and practically all of them are bruised all over their bodies. They're clearly being tortured and abused. We see the room where this Dong Li is. Inside, there he is with two girls rubbing themselves on him, asking if he liked their service in the last few days. And of course, he did. He pulls the blonde one closer and says she's not shy at all, and he likes that. Playing with the same toys gets boring after a while. Dong Li turns to one of his thugs and asks if they haven't finished dealing with the group they saw earlier yet. He heard there are some hot girls among them, so why aren't they here yet? The thug turns his back and says he'll go see what's happening, and Dong Li tells him to bring the scythe that one of them has as well. But at that moment, the front door is blasted open with such force that the thug is thrown back. It was Hao and the two hot girls. Our protagonist asks which one of them is the pervert who said he wanted his scythe and his teammates. Dong Li immediately shouts, "What the hell is this? Who is this damned brat, and how dare he invade my territory? Who am I?" Hao says, "I'm the person your men shot up earlier, and we're here to return the favor." Then Dong Li grabs his machine gun and tells Hao that if he wants to live, he'd better leave these two hot chicks here with him and get lost. Otherwise, he'll end up with more holes than Swiss cheese. But Hao charges at him without much thought, saying that Dong Li just dug his own grave. They start shooting point blank at our protagonist, but he's got enough agility points to zigzag so quickly that no one can aim at him in time. Then, he attacks the guy's weapon with his sickle, causing the machine gun to freeze in Dong Li's hands, leaving him completely bewildered. The machine gun falls from his hands as Hao points his scythe and says that now that Dong Li no longer has the gun, he's not a threat anymore. Then Dong Li resorts to his last option. He summons all his creeps at once to attack our protagonist, screaming at them to kill this bastard and feed his body to the zombies, and whoever kills him can have any of the two hot chicks he brought. "We outnumber him! Get him!" one of them shouts. "Die, you son of a bitch!" yells another, who, as soon as he finishes shouting, gets hit with a flying kick from Qingyi right in the face. Long Tao also lands a punch on one of their heads. Seeing that his situation was dire, Dong Li turns around and starts running, saying he's going to get help. Then Kai Jing shouts to our protagonist to go after that vermin and finish him off while they take care of the thugs. "Leave it to me, and you all be careful." Dong Li runs desperately through the corridors of the building until Hao appears behind him with his ice scythe. "Don't come near me!" Dong Li screams while nervously shooting at Hao, who blocks the bullets with his scythe and asks if that's all he's got. But no, that wasn't all he had. In fact, Dong Li presses a button on the wall and tells Hao that he's fallen into his trap. A trap door opens right beneath our protagonist's feet, causing him to fall freely into a pit. Inside the pit, dozens of hungry zombies were waiting. The trap door closes with Hao inside. Apparently, this was his end. Dong Li laughs, calling Hao a stupid brat. "Did you really think you could defeat me?" But at that moment, using an Earth-style jutsu, Hao's hand emerges from the ground and grabs the guy's leg. Dong Li starts screaming at Hao to let him go, but that wasn't going to happen. Hao pulls him into the ground with such force that it creates an even larger hole, and Dong Li starts falling, but Hao holds him by the foot. Dong Li begins to beg for his life, saying he'll give Hao women, food, weapons, cigarettes, anything he wants, but please spare his life. But our protagonist simply says that it's a little too late for that, and then he lets go of the guy, dropping him right in the middle of the horde of hungry zombies, who start devouring him alive while he screams in pain and despair. Some time passes, and our heroes have killed all of Dong Li's thugs. Now Qingyi, Ye, and Qing are helping the other girls free themselves, saying that no one will hurt them anymore. Kai Jing wonders if these women will be able to survive after leaving Dong Li's territory. Hao responds that they're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. You can only depend on yourself to survive. Whether they like it or not, they'll have to fend for themselves if they want to survive. He asks where his two henchmen, Long Tao and the bald, chubby guy, are. They were organizing the supplies and haven't returned yet. Kai Jing responds that the women here are almost naked, so she asked the guys to stay outside. You know how men are, right? How? You better not peek at any of the girls either. At that moment, a naked girl covered only by a towel passes in front of Hao, her beautiful body almost fully on display. Our protagonist can't help but admire the woman's beautiful curves. He says they should leave some supplies for these girls, but in truth, he's not even sure what he just said. His nose is even bleeding. However, Kai Jing gets really pissed off, asking if he didn't hear what she just said. She then kicks his butt and yells that she told him not to peek at any girl. She crosses her arms and sighs. Men really only think with the head down below. Our protagonist, totally embarrassed, says he's going to inspect the area. A few minutes pass, and he reaches the Eastern Territory, the area controlled by Ma Liu. As soon as he arrives in front of the place, he can already hear women moaning. He approaches the door, hearing the moans, which seemed to be of pleasure, getting louder, and can only think that this Ma Liu must be even more perverted than Dong Li. Another group of damsels in distress waiting for my rescue, he thinks as he kicks the front door with all his might. However, what he sees inside isn't what he expected. A group of extremely attractive women seem to be waiting for him. They all look at him with a mischievous gaze, as if they were ready to give and receive pleasure. "Welcome, master," one of them says. And so today's episode ends. The girls begin to cling to him, saying, "Master, we've been waiting for you for so long." One of them climbs on top of Hao, saying, "Master, please violate us as much as you want." Hao's nose starts bleeding. Am I dreaming? He wonders, but then he notices something. The other girls were also beginning to climb on top of him, but instead of noticing their perfect faces or their enormous assets, Hao can only focus on the fact that they are wearing some kind of collar with numbers written on them. He immediately pushes away the girl with blue hair. Then he starts yelling, "Ma Liu, I know you're here! Show yourself!" And then, my friends, we hear the laugh of a villain. Ma Liu appears, with two thugs acting as his security. "It seems our hero is not satisfied with these women," he says. And Hao asks, "Hero, are you talking about me?" And Ma Liu replies, "Of course, you killed my mortal enemy Dong Li, the pervert. That makes you my great hero." The protagonist finds all of this very strange. He asks what's wrong with these women. Is he using them to bribe him? But Ma Liu says no, he wouldn't dare. He should think of them as his reward for killing Dong Li. But since he didn't like them, then he turns to one of his henchmen and says, "Kill these girls and bring us new ones." The girls kneel in desperation, tears in their eyes, pleading for the master's forgiveness. Hao tells them to wait. Don't human lives mean anything to them? Then Ma Liu spreads his arms and says, "Bingo, we're in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. Humans are worth even less than animals." He touches Hao's shoulder, looks him in the eyes, and says, "But you, my friend, you are different. Join us, and I can give you anything you want." He grabs one of the girls by the waist and pulls her close, then says that if they work together and build a base here, they'll definitely become a faction recognized across the country. And when they become the only empire that survived the zombie apocalypse, they'll be able to have all the women they want. Hao stares at him for a while without responding, then says, "Empire, is that all you want?" Then he says he's not interested in any of that, and even if he were, he could do it alone. Why would he take someone like him along? Ma Liu smirks and says it seems Hao prefers to do things the hard way. Then Hao points to the girls and asks him why he would join disgusting scum like him, who treats women as slaves. He's worse than the zombies out there. "All right then, you asked for it," Ma Liu says, and then presses a red button. A metal cage falls right on top of Hao. It seems he's fallen into another trap. Suddenly, the girls start clutching their necks as if they were choking, and veins begin to bulge on their faces. Our protagonist asks what he did to them, and he replies, laughing, that he injected zombie venom into them through the collars. Very soon, they will turn into zombies. It's a pity the hero didn't agree to join them, so he should enjoy himself in there with these girls. "You son of a bitch!" Hao shouts, with the girls already starting to grunt behind him. "Hero, please have mercy on us," one of them says. "If you let us bite you, the master will give us the cure." But Hao, while pulling his scythe from his inventory dimension, says that they trusted the wrong guy. This virus has no cure. The blue-haired girl leaps at our protagonist with a monstrous look. He is forced to slash her with his scythe. "Forgive me for this," he thinks as he strikes both of them at once. After killing them, he attacks the cage itself, which is easily destroyed. Hao emerges from it, saying they're all a bunch of bastards, and he's going to send them all to hell. Ma Liu realizes that this guy isn't normal, so he runs off, yelling for his goons to kill him. The goons start shooting at Hao, who leaps into the air with agility and attacks them in a rage. "Ma Liu, you coward! Show yourself and fight like a man!" To Hao's surprise, Ma Liu actually appears, but holding a fucking rocket launcher, calling Hao an arrogant brat and saying he's gonna blow his brains out. But Hao isn't intimidated and just asks if he really thinks a bazooka is enough to kill him. However, Ma Liu says that this bazooka isn't meant to kill him. The missile inside this bazooka is filled with blood. Once he fires it, all the zombies in the area will smell the blood when the missile explodes and will come straight here. He says it's better if Hao lets him go. Otherwise, Hao and his beloved little friends will have to face an immense horde of zombies. Our protagonist tightens his grip on his scythe, which immediately emits a stronger glow, and then asks how the guy dares to threaten him. Why don't they see what's faster, his scythe or the guy's finger on the trigger? But before he could respond, a zombie girl arrives from behind and leaps on top of him. She manages to catch him off guard and bites into his neck with a horrible chomp, and in the desperation of the moment, the guy pulls the trigger and fires his missile launcher. Shit, Hao thinks. The bazooka shot goes straight through the roof and explodes in the sky, spreading blood everywhere in a grotesque and disgusting scene. But it did the job of attracting all the nearby zombies. After seeing the result of the explosion, Hao tells the bald, chubby guy that it's too late for them to leave now. They need to prepare for war. After some time, Hao gathers everyone to announce that a massive horde of zombies is coming their way. Everyone must grab their weapons and get ready for battle. He tells that mafia guy from before to take the girls to a safe place and protect them, and not to leave without his orders. The rest of them should grab their weapons and follow him. A little more time passes, and we see that the zombies have started to arrive. Someone was aiming their sniper rifle at a strategically placed fuel truck. It was the bald, chubby guy who fires his sniper and hits the truck's gas tank, causing it to explode and kill several zombies with just one shot. Meanwhile, Long Tao was leading some men on the ground, reminding them to aim for the zombies' heads. And in the midst of them was Hao, with his extremely overpowered ice scythe. "Hello, I've come to reap your lives," he says after striking down several of them with a spinning slash. The bald, chubby guy, who was watching everything through his sniper scope, is impressed with Hao. He's truly incredible, and indeed our protagonist was taking down zombies one after another as if they were nothing, which in a way was true for him, because he barely gained any orbs from killing these zombies. They were too low level. Hao didn't even feel like he was really fighting, but at that moment, almost as if answering his call, an elite-ranked mutant zombie appears, carrying a gigantic hammer. This big guy looks strong, our protagonist thinks. The zombie then attacks with an extremely fast and powerful blow. Hao barely manages to dodge. The zombie's strike leaves a huge crater in the ground. It could have easily crushed a normal person with that strength. The bald, chubby guy shoots at the zombie with his sniper, but to his surprise, the creature blocks the shot with its hammer, leaving the bald guy in disbelief. The reaction speed of this zombie is unbelievable. However, by shooting at the zombie, the bald guy reveals his location, and the creature immediately starts running toward him. Hao notices this and starts running after it. He can't let this thing get close to the gas station, so he jumps at the monster and prepares for another strike. The mutant zombie counterattacks with its hammer, and the two blows clash, creating a shockwave that destroys the ground. However, the zombie was stronger than Hao, throwing him far away. Our protagonist is hurled into a bus that was parked nearby. His two henchmen scream his name, worried. That blow really hurt him, but the system appears again, informing him that he needs to reach the 10th level to unlock the Iron Physique ability at level 1. What the hell is this? He thinks. Hao didn't know he could gain a new ability by getting beaten up. He gets up and stares at the mutant zombie, thinking this is very interesting. Then he starts taunting the zombie, saying, "Come at me, big guy." The monster doesn't hesitate and charges at him, delivering a blow so powerful with its hammer that it would be fatal for any normal person. Hao is thrown far away once again, but the system informs him that he has reached the 2nd level. Yang Hao knows he's not as strong as that monster, so why is he still facing its hammer head-on? Long Tao asks. The bald, chubby guy responds that maybe he has a plan. Our boy looks at the zombie and says its attack is getting weaker. Is it getting tired? Veins begin to bulge on the zombie's face, as if it understood the taunt, and then it unleashes an extremely powerful blow with its hammer, but Hao blocks it, creating another shockwave that spreads around them. "You've reached the 3rd level," the system informs, as Hao spits blood. The bald guy starts thinking Hao wants to die in battle like a true hero, but Long Tao says he's talking nonsense. The mutant zombie continues attacking Hao with deadly blows, and Hao manages to block them all, but with great difficulty. After each strike, the system reports that Hao has risen another level. Then the monster delivers a final blow, using all its strength to crush Hao with its hammer. The dust from the battle covers them both, to the point that Long Tao can no longer see his master. Is Yang Hao dead? The zombie stops attacking for a moment, carefully watching the cloud of dust that formed, until, from within it, Hao's face emerges with a smile. The system had informed him that he had reached the 10th level, and, as a reward, received the ability Iron Physique. The mutant zombie doesn't understand how this human is still alive, and Hao's henchmen are also surprised that he survived the monster's hammer strikes. We see Hao looking at the system screen, showing his new stats and the new ability called Iron Physique. This ability temporarily makes his body indestructible, but it lasts only for 1 second. After using it, he has to wait at least 600 seconds to use it again. Our protagonist feels relieved after unlocking this skill because he really almost died from those hammer blows. So, he decides to rest a bit in the healing space. Neither the zombie nor Hao's henchmen understand when they see him simply disappear before their eyes. Inside the healing dimension, our protagonist's wounds were being healed and his body regenerated. Luckily, the cooldown for this skill had already ended, so he could use it again. Otherwise, he would have kicked the bucket. The system informs him that the energy within the healing space is being drained very quickly, so the healing space will be closed immediately. The cooldown to use this skill again is 240 hours. Then, he returns from the healing dimension and is face to face with the monster again. Hey, thanks for straightening my spine. I had a terrible backache. Now let me return the favor. Hao charges so fast at the creature that it barely has time to lift its hammer, but in the exact second before it strikes, the protagonist activates the Iron Physique ability. The mutant zombie delivers its strongest hammer blow, so powerful that it emits energy rays and creates a huge crater in the area. But to its surprise, Hao was unscathed. Then, our protagonist spins his body in a lethal movement, cutting off both of the creature's arms at once. Qingyi watches everything again, thinking that it wasn't even that long ago that she saw Yang Hao fight, and he's already gotten even stronger. At that moment, he goes behind the monster and delivers a final blow with his scythe, shouting, "Go back to hell where you came from." Finally, the mutant zombie falls dead for good. Hao earned several attribute points this time. That was an elite rank mutant zombie. It even left a special orb. Not only that, it left a chest that Hao couldn't open. Well, my friends, the next day, we see everyone gathered, and Hao says, "Mr. Chu, we'll be heading to Jiangzhou City soon. I'm leaving the girls in your care. Please look after them. I've already informed Colonel Fang. He'll be sending some soldiers soon to escort you to the safe zone." The mafia guy says Hao has his utmost gratitude, then points to a box full of weapons and tells him to take it with him as a gift. Our protagonist tells his henchmen to carry this because now they're heading to Jiangzhou. Hours pass, and our heroes are standing in front of a drawbridge. Qingyi says they'll reach Jiangzhou once they cross this bridge, but Hao mentions that there are no zombies nearby, so they can rest a bit before moving on. She mentions that there was a radio announcement about an overlord zombie that appeared at a base in the Dabi Mountains. If it weren't for the superhuman guards there, the entire base would have been destroyed. Overlord zombie? Superhumans? Our protagonist asks with a curious look. Long Tao appears behind him, laughing, saying he'll explain. He explains that the world has recently started using an international classification for zombies. Zombies are classified by their degree of mutation: normal, elite, mutant elite, and overlord. According to experts, if the mutation continues, they'll soon see zombies even bigger and stronger than the overlord zombies. As for the superhumans, he doesn't know much about them. Long Tao heard that they started appearing soon after the virus began to spread. Hao asks Qingyi if she knows anything more about this. The girl, a bit nervous, responds that her family practices martial arts. So, why would she know anything about superhumans? Well, they managed to cross the bridge and are now driving through an area that seems to be snowing. But this is very strange, Hao thinks. Winter is still far away, so why is it snowing? Qing takes the opportunity to hug Hao, saying his body is so warm, but he tells her to stop that. He's driving. The two cars stop, and Qingyi asks what happened. Why did he stop? And we see that he had to stop, because Qing was rubbing her melons in his face. Our protagonist gets out of the car to escape Qing and says he'll check the area, telling everyone to stay in the cars. Qingyi opens her hand and lets a snowflake fall, but there was something strange about its shape. Hao walks around the place and finds some very realistic ice statues. They look almost real. Qing, wearing only shorts, says there's a lot of snow here. They could make a snowman, but our protagonist says it's not the time for that. This place is very strange. Even in an apocalypse, they shouldn't be witnessing such intense weather. Suddenly, for a moment, one of the statues makes a slight movement. Hao immediately turns around, wondering if it was just his imagination or if that thing moved. Qing is impressed by the statues. They look so real. At that moment, Hao senses a malicious intent, and he yells for Qing not to touch them. Just as the statues seem to start coming to life, they rush toward the girl, but our protagonist quickly decapitates one of them. The other statues also seem to have come to life and start advancing toward them. Are these statues zombies too? But why can't I see their status? Hao then shouts for everyone to be careful. There are several ice zombies in this area, and they need to prepare to fight. But as he says this, someone is watching him from the rooftop. It's a girl with blue eyes and large melons, saying that this boy looks interesting. Maybe she can introduce him to the god of the apocalypse. At that moment, the whole gang emerges from the cars, wielding their weapons, ready to provide cover for our protagonist. Long Tao asks Qingyi if she's cold, but she says no, though she could ask him the same thing. After all, he's the one only wearing a tank top. But in reality, while shooting the ice zombies in the head with her shotgun, she wonders if it has something to do with that day when young Hao removed the virus from her body. Did she gain strength and cold resistance because of it? Well, the boys don't have much trouble taking down the ice zombies, and Hao is even a bit disappointed because he thought they would be stronger. Suddenly, an ice spike is hurled at him at high speed. Hao blocks the attack, showing even greater speed. Not bad. Why don't you join our organization? We could serve the god of the apocalypse together, says the busty girl with white hair, surrounded by a blue aura like a super saiyan god. Our protagonist looks at the girl and asks, God of the apocalypse? Is this some kind of cult? Believing in gods is useless in an apocalypse. We should only rely on ourselves. But he's wondering if these ice powers are hers. He never thought he'd encounter a superhuman this soon. She says that they are the chosen ones, different from the foolish cults that believe in empty things. It was their god, the god of the apocalypse, who bestowed her with the power of ice. She says that since Hao won't join them, she'll turn him into food for the god of the apocalypse. Then she attacks. She uses 2 ice knives to attack Hao, who blocks them without much difficulty, saying that if her god were truly benevolent, he would never take human lives. He says that the girl's ice power has nothing to do with any god. He's going to expose this lie and open her eyes. This irritates the girl, and she says, "Take this!" before firing multiple ice spikes at Hao. Our protagonist has no trouble dodging, but it seems the girl isn't going to listen to him. He zigzags to avoid the spikes, but the girl keeps launching more and more. Then, he spots a piece of ice on the ground near him and uses it to shield himself from her spikes. You can control ice too? That's interesting, the girl says. But hold on, everyone. The guy just picked up a piece of ice from the ground. Anyone could do that. The protagonist tells the girl that she's quite strong. They can resolve this peacefully. If she joins his team, they can save the world together. But she says the only one who can save this world is our god. She then throws an ice kunai at our protagonist. He jumps to dodge, but this kunai seems special, charged with that icy energy. As soon as it hits the ground where Hao was, it starts creating more ice spikes that grow extremely fast. Hao tries to attack the spikes that are already beginning to surround him, but it's no use. So at the last second, he activates his iron body skill. The ice spikes converge around Hao, forming a sort of ice prison, a truly powerful ability. But my friends, as I mentioned before, our protagonist is the Neo of this matrix. With a single blow, he shatters the ice prison from the inside out. His iron body skill goes on cooldown again, and Hao is unscathed. He asks the girl if that's all she's got. Well, now it's his turn. The busty girl can't believe he doesn't have a single scratch after taking Gaara's sand prison. But in an ice version, suddenly, a nun appears behind the girl, asking why she's wasting her time with them. The god of the apocalypse is waiting for his meal, but the girl simply kills the nun with an ice knife. Shut up, I don't need you telling me what to do. Who the hell is this girl? The scene shifts to another location, some kind of old building. Inside, a gigantic zombie bound by chains seems to be struggling, and in front of it stands a man dressed as a priest with a sinister smile saying, "Calm down, my child, just a few more minutes. Soon you'll get your meal. Back to the battle." Hao asks the girl why the hell hell she just killed a nun out of nowhere? Wasn't she her friend? And the girl responds, "Friend, spare me. This is an apocalypse. If I were as nice as you, that friend would have killed me a long time ago." Then she charges at Hao again. "No one will get in our way. We can fight to the death," she says, striking multiple blows with her ice weapons. Qingyi sees the two fighting and wonders who this person is. Then, after staring for a moment, she finally recognizes her. "It is Xuan," she shouts for Yang Hao to stop. "This girl is her younger sister." "Your sister?" Hao asks in the middle of a strike. The girl also hesitates in her attack, wondering what she's doing there. Qingyi approaches her saying, "Xuan, I finally found you!" But the girl pushes her away, saying she doesn't have a sister like her. Our protagonist doesn't understand what's happening, so Qingyi explains that it's her family's fault. We see a flashback from when they were children. Ever since she was little, Xuan could control ice and snow. Their family didn't know how to manage these powers, and they were worried that Xuan might hurt herself because of them, so no one wanted to teach her martial arts. On the other hand, they taught Qingyi everything, so she could protect her sister. But Xuan misunderstood and ran away from home. They hadn't seen each other since. Misunderstood? You must be joking. You didn't let me learn martial arts because you were afraid I'd surpass you. But thanks to the god of the apocalypse, I became even stronger. While storing her weapon in a dimensional portal in front of everyone as if it were nothing, Hao tells Qingyi that her sister has joined some kind of cult. She must have been brainwashed. However, while they're talking, a sniper is watching everything through his rifle's scope. It's a blonde guy, furious, thinking that the bitch really did betray them. "In the name of the god of the apocalypse, I condemn you to death," he says, and then he shoots at the girl. The sniper shoots the white-haired girl as if she were Donald Trump, but fortunately, our hero has superhuman reflexes and managed to save her by throwing himself over her. The girl blushes all over and just says, "Thank you." Hao stands up and shouts that there are still enemies in the area. They need to be careful. Meanwhile, the sniper is wondering how the hell that guy managed to react to a sniper shot. Suddenly, a group of ninjas is summoned and charges at our boy. They came to capture these people as sacrifices for the god of the apocalypse. Hao attacks them with ease and shouts for them to wake up. They're being used. Haven't they ever heard of Scientology? After beating them up, Qingyi asks her sister, "What's this talk about the god of the apocalypse?" And Xuan replies that they told her her powers came from the god of the apocalypse, and if she truly believed in it, her powers would become even stronger. Hao gets the idea to ask these guys what they know about this whole nonsense. He removes the mask from one of them as if he were a Scooby-Doo villain, and Qingyi immediately points her gun at the guy, telling him to spill everything he knows about this apocalypse clown they keep talking about. Even with the gun to his head, the guy smiles and says that mere mortals like them would never have the chance to touch their god, and sooner or later, they will suffer his wrath. Then he bites some kind of pill that releases a deadly poison, and he drops dead seconds later, with foam coming out of his mouth. Qingyi can only say that these people have been truly brainwashed. Hao asks the white-haired girl how many people are in this organization, and if she knows who the leader is. She replies there are a few hundred people, and that the leader he's talking about is the divine ambassador. Our protagonist turns to the defeated ninjas and says that their problem is with this so-called ambassador of God. They'd better return to their group and rethink what to do. So folks, that's exactly what they do. Later that night, we see the abandoned buildings our heroes are using as shelter. Hao was lying in his bed, alone this time. For some reason, we don't see him interacting with his girlfriend anymore. Could it be he just wanted to have fun for one night? Well, only God knows. Speaking of God, Hao is thinking that this whole talk about the god of the apocalypse is a joke. If he lets these guys loose, many people will end up dead. At that moment, the door to his room slams open. It's that white-haired girl. "Xuan, what is it? Is there a problem?" he asks. And she replies that her sister told her he used a secret method on her to make her stronger, so Xuan would like him to do the same for her. The protagonist gets all uncomfortable, wondering why Qingyi shared something so personal like that. Then the girl gets closer and says that if he refuses, she'll tell this secret to all the other girls. When she says this, Hao's heart races, and his nose starts bleeding. If all the girls know about this technique, every night they'll come after him. He'll become a sexual toy. But no, he doesn't want that. He says he can show her, but she has to keep it a secret, and the girl immediately promises. So Hao locks the door and asks if she's ready. After lying down with her, he tells her she doesn't need to be nervous, just relax. Wait a minute, guys. Does that mean when he removed the poison from Qingyi, they had sex? What a naughty boy. They start kissing, and in this romantic mood, the night goes on. And probably for many hours, because remember, our boy has over 300 points of strength and stamina. Well, my friends, after the fun is over, Hao asks how she's feeling, and she asks what he means. He replies that he's asking if she feels stronger or anything like that. Then she says she's going to test it, raises her hand, and tries to use her powers. But she gets a surprise. Her ice powers were no longer working. Hao doesn't understand what's going on. The system never mentioned anything about superhumans. This is bad. He says this is the first time it has ever happened to him, and for a second, it seemed like he was talking about something else, if you know what I mean. Zhuan starts hitting him and calling him a liar, telling him to give her powers back. But Hao says he didn't lie. Her sister can confirm it. Then he says, maybe they didn't do enough. How about trying a few more times? So, my friends, hours and hours pass. It's already the next morning, and we see that Hao really gave it his all. The boy was drained as if all his energy had been sucked out. Zhuan says she forgives him, as he tried so hard last night, but until she gets her powers back, he'll have to protect her. Hao says, of course, he'll protect her, but she needs to lead them to the place where this organization is. So, a few hours later, there they were. Zhuan had led our gang, or at least part of it, to the headquarters of these crazies organization. It seemed to be some kind of abandoned mall. She says that the people she usually captures are sent to this place. Hao asks if the god of the apocalypse lives here, but suddenly, a group of armed nuns comes out of the place, calling Zhuan a traitor. But before they could shoot, Hao and the girl attack the nuns mercilessly. The only one who wasn't attacked tells them to be good and accept becoming food for the god of the apocalypse, and that way, their sins will be forgiven. Then she shoots Ching Ching in the chest. Hao instantly kills the nun and rushes to Ching Ching, who's already unconscious. Zhuan says she studied medicine and can help, so our heroes retreat, and sometime later, we see Ching Ching in bed, calling out Yang Hao's name. Our protagonist asks the white-haired girl how Ching Ching is doing, and she says the bullet wound was severe, but at least the projectile went through and didn't get lodged. She did a basic treatment to stop the bleeding, but Ching Ching needs to get to a hospital urgently. Zhuan heard over the radio that there's an improvised hospital in this city where they treat people for free. Maybe they should take the risk. But our protagonist finds it strange that there's a hospital treating people for free in an apocalyptic world where a person's life is worth less than toilet paper. It's a shame the healing dimension is on cooldown after he used it on Xuan the previous night. He'll have to wait 3 days to use that skill again. He tells Zhuan that Ching Ching is counting on her to take care of her until he finds a way to heal her. His henchmen show up, saying they searched all over the mall being used by those people and found no sign of the so-called god of the apocalypse. Those people evacuated the place as soon as they killed the nuns. But when they were on the roof, they saw a man dressed all in black running to one of the nearby factories. Hao says they did a good job. They're going there now. Sometime later, we see one of those ninjas being chased by 2 hungry zombies. The man runs desperately to save his life, but suddenly the zombies chasing him just stop. They start growling at the ninja as if they could no longer pursue him. Long Tao, watching everything with our protagonist, asks why the zombies stopped chasing that guy. Hao says that's a good question. Maybe there's something there that scared them. The two see the man approaching a building where there are 2 guards at the entrance, and he seemed to be saying something to them. Long Tao asks what he's saying, and Hao tells him to be quiet and listen. They manage to hear one of the guards asking how they survived the apocalypse. Then the masked man spreads his arms and says loudly, "By dedicating everything to the god of the apocalypse." The guard then shakes his hand and says, "Welcome back, comrade." This gives our protagonist an idea, and a few seconds later, he and Long Tao are standing before the same guards. The one who spoke with the man earlier tells them to stop and asks who they are. They don't seem to be part of them. Long Tao says they're new here, and if he doesn't trust them, they can give him the password. Hao whispers to Long Tao, asking if he still remembers the password, and Long Tao responds in the same way that he does. Good thing these guards are NPCs, right guys? However, the guard who had been silent until now says that the god of the apocalypse gave them 10 rules to follow. They must state at least 3 of these rules. This catches our heroes off guard, and both think at the same time, we're screwed. Long Tao tries to improvise, asking the guy how they could just change the password like that. Hao tries to play innocent, saying they're new to the organization and only know the password for the question, how do we survive the apocalypse? Can they use that? But the guard says that if they can't state the rules, they're not allowed allowed to enter and receive the blessings of their god. They must leave immediately. So our boys turn to each other and start whispering that if the password didn't work, they'll have to use force. Hao agrees. He didn't want to have to beat these guys, but it's the only way. Then, bang, the two guards were easily knocked out. Hao is really curious to know how they brainwash these people. How can even the guards be so loyal to this god? He tells Long Tao to wait for the others here. He's going in to take a look. Meanwhile, inside, that priest-looking guy we saw earlier was shouting to a crowd, "The god of the apocalypse needs your strength to protect everyone. But now, there are traitors among us. That's why he will send a divine judgment upon these traitors." And the crowd cheers him on. Everyone starts chanting in unison, "God of the apocalypse! God of the apocalypse! God of the apocalypse!" Hao was watching everything from a hidden spot on one of the ceiling beams, thinking about how easy it is to deceive people in an apocalypse. They really believe that a god will save them. Then, the priest says they must now have a moment of silence. It's time to offer the sacrifice to their god. Will they continue to be miserable in this apocalypse until they turn into rotten flesh? Or will they sacrifice themselves to the god of the apocalypse so he can fight against the dark world? The decision is yours. The crowd starts shouting even louder, with several people offering themselves as sacrifices. Meanwhile, Hao silently observed everything. The priest spreads his arms and shouts that the god of the apocalypse cannot simply choose someone. They must listen to what he says. He will select the chosen one. Then, a kind of light begins to emerge from him, with beams of light shooting in all directions in a thunderous energy, even shaking the building structure. Hao is impressed by this power. Maybe that's why the zombies outside can't get in. The crowd is still extremely agitated. Someone asks the messenger of God what the god of the apocalypse has to say. And then, a light appears over a woman in the middle of the crowd. The priest says, "You, come here. Congratulations, you've been chosen by the god of the apocalypse." The woman looks very happy to be chosen. A few minutes later, she is in a different place, her hands tied, kneeling next to two priests. Suddenly, they start hearing a grotesque sound. Out of nowhere, a monstrous foot emerges from the darkness, followed by an extremely loud, grotesque growl that nearly knocks them back with its force. A gigantic, grotesque zombie appears in front of the woman. As soon as she sees the creature, she begins to regret accepting to be a part of this. She asks if this is really a god, but it was already too late. The monstrous creature was right in front of her, letting out another one of those terrifying screams. The woman decides to fully surrender and shouts for the god of the apocalypse to take her body and use it to bring happiness to everyone. The giant zombie lunges at the woman, but to everyone's surprise, it misses. Our protagonist appears as fast as Namikaze Minato and manages to save her. The giant zombie lets out another of those screams, which only confirms to Hao that this is an elite-level zombie. The shockwave from its scream is stronger than a lion's roar. The woman asks why he's doing this, and he tells her to open her eyes and take a good look at what's in front of her. This is not a god, it's a zombie. She needs to run if she doesn't want to become zombie food. Our guy activates the skill to detect weak points and discovers that this is indeed the god of the apocalypse, and its attribute points are higher than Hao's. But who cares? He thinks. It's time to fight. Let's start with the legs. Hao attacks the monster's legs with his scythe. The creature screams as it takes the blow that would have mutilated the legs of any normal being. But before the strike could pierce through, it lets out another one of those thunderous roars that sends our protagonist flying. Hao is thrown against a wall. With an attack like that, it's hard to get close to this thing, but he's going to try again. So he jumps towards the monster, but as he's about to strike, another one of those screams throws him far once more. At that moment, the colossal zombie is hit by a barrage of bullets. It was Hao's gang. They had arrived to provide backup. The protagonist quickly informs his companions about the zombie's ultrasonic scream and asks them to distract it, and that's what they do, firing everything they've got and shouting to draw the zombie's attention. The creature screams at the two henchmen, violently hurling them against the wall. Maybe letting them be the distraction wasn't such a good idea, Hao thinks. Another barrage of bullets hits the monster's legs. This time, it's Chingy and Kai Jing, drawing the creature's attention. This was the chance Hao needed, so he strikes the zombie. He manages to land a powerful blow right on the creature's chest, but this causes it to break the chains that were holding it. Now, the elite mutant zombie was free and angrier than ever. However, it broke the chains with such force that it destabilized the building's structure, causing the walls to crack. Stones start to fall from the cracked ceiling. Hao immediately realizes this place is going to collapse and shouts for everyone to get out. Meanwhile, the priest and the crowd, still in their crazy worship without knowing about the fierce battle happening near them, begin to notice the sounds of the fight and the whole building starting to shake. The priest asks if they hear that. It's the god of the apocalypse responding to their calls, and the flock of sheep continues cheering and shouting, "Long live our god!" Good thing people in real life aren't this easy to manipulate, right folks? Wait, the wall behind the priest is completely destroyed, and then that colossal zombie is revealed. The irrational crowd's cheers of approval slowly turn into screams of fear and despair as they see the size of the zombie in front of them. People start running for their lives in a panic. The priest remains standing with his arms open, telling everyone to calm down because this is their god, the god of the apocalypse. It's not a zombie, but no one wanted to hear anything anymore, and everyone was running terrified, shouting that the god of the apocalypse is a fraud. The priest turns to the grotesque creature and says, "My child, why did you disobey me? You're going to scare everyone if you show up like this." The zombie simply ignores the priest and lets out another one of those screams, knocking down everyone hit by the shockwave and throwing many of them far away. Then it grabs a random bystander and devours him alive in front of everyone, spreading blood and pieces of his body everywhere. Our protagonist appears and lands a full hit with his scythe on the monster's back, which turns towards him, enraged, as if it hadn't even felt the blow. Hao even asks how many people it ate to get so big. "Get these people to safety. I'll take care of this big guy," he says to his henchmen, who obey immediately. Then he jumps with everything he's got for another attack. However, the monster uses its ultrasonic scream again, and Hao is thrown far away, thinking if only he had some equipment to protect himself from this. So, he decides to open his inventory. If he remembers correctly, he can trade some points for rare gear in the system. He sees an item called Impact-Resistant Jacket and decides to give it a try. As soon as he clicks on the item, the jacket materializes around his body. The zombie continued its ultrasonic scream, but this time, Hao simply falls to the ground as if the shockwave had no more effect on him. At that moment, he realizes this jacket was worth every one of the 20 points he spent. Now, 200% motivated, our boy charges at the zombie again. He jumps, ready to land a blow with all his strength, but to his surprise, the zombie spits a flame right in his face. Hao falls to the ground, screaming in pain. His body was burned all over. It can spit fire too? What the hell? What kind of cheat is this? But he didn't have time to think. The zombie launches another fireball jutsu and Hao narrowly dodges it. However, he noticed something. It seems this zombie needs to wait 2 seconds to use the fireball jutsu again. Maybe Hao can use this to his advantage, just like Naruto did against Pain. So, without letting the jutsu cooldown reset, Hao jumps at the zombie in his only window of opportunity. He manages to hit the zombie full on, slashing from its neck to its groin. "I found its weak point. It's the neck." Then our protagonist attacks again, but this time, he manages to slice the zombie's neck completely in a single deadly blow. The decapitated creature falls lifeless, and immediately, several orbs begin to appear and get attracted to Hao. He's impressed because he gained quite a lot of points this time. At that moment, his companions show up asking if he's okay, and Hao says yes, that zombie is done for. Long Tao says they captured the messenger of the god of the apocalypse. This is the guy who has been luring people into joining this crazy cult and using them to feed that zombie. Hao brings his scythe close to the priest's neck and asks why he lied to all those people. What does he gain by feeding a monster like that? Then the man drops to his knees, and to everyone's surprise, he starts speaking in a tearful voice. "Wei, Daddy is so sorry. It's all my fault. Wait, that zombie is your son?" Hao asks. The man starts punching the ground, crying, saying it's all his fault. If he had kept an eye on Wei, he wouldn't have run off to the park and been bitten by the mutant zombie virus. After he became a zombie, all he wanted was to eat living humans. He tried feeding him dead humans, but he wouldn't even move to eat. He had no choice. Qingyi shouts that this guy is insane. His son is dead. He turned into a zombie. How could he sacrifice so many innocent lives because of him? But the man says that as long as his son stayed alive, he didn't care how many lives he had to sacrifice. "Enough," Hao says, then strikes the false priest with his scythe. The man falls dead with just one blow, while Hao says that all human lives are equally important. Bastards like him deserve to rot in hell. Some time passes, and our heroes were already outside. Hao mentions that there are all kinds of monsters in the apocalypse, but at least they managed to get rid of that cult. Long Tao asks about the cult survivors who ran away. There are a lot of zombies around. Our protagonist responds that they'll inform Ching Ching's father to take care of it, and he should be able to find a place for them to stay. Back at the mall, which was now used as the gang's base, Hao goes to visit Ching Ching and asks the white-haired girl how she is. Zhuan replies that Ching Ching is not doing well. In fact, she fears that her wound might be infected, and they need to stitch it up immediately. Also, if she doesn't get antibiotics soon, her life will be in danger. There were still 33 hours left before Hao's healing space would be available again, so he would have to find another way. He then asks Zhuan if she hadn't mentioned something about an improvised hospital. She says yes, they're using the Zhangzhou hospital, a few kilometers from here. She's heard multiple times on the radio that they treat people for free. Immediately, Hao turns around and tells them to go now. She can explain the details on the way. And soon, they were in front of the old Zhangzhou hospital, which was now being used as an improvised facility. Hao, during the entire journey, kept telling Ching Ching that everything would be fine. The gang bursts into the hospital, already asking where the doctor is, but a few gunshots make them retreat. Hao immediately yells that they've walked into a trap. Then we see 3 gangsters saying that this hospital is now their territory. All invaders must die, says a guy with hair a different color from his beard. Hao tries to reason with him, saying one of them is injured and desperately needs antibiotics and surgery. Could he please let them in? The man smiles and says, "Of course, but not for free." Hao understands. He knows it's hard to survive in the apocalypse. He has some supplies in the car and can give him some if he wants. The guy and his henchmen begin walking toward the car, saying, "Young man, don't get us wrong. We don't just want some supplies. We want everything, and the girls have to stay too." Hao sighs and says, "Bro, please have some empathy. You'd be saving a life here." But the guy points his submachine gun at our protagonist and says he doesn't care. It's all or nothing. Faster than a blink of an eye, Hao leaps at the guy and punches him in the face, then says, "Okay, if you insist." He barely gives the guy time to recover from the punch before going at him again, but this time with his scythe, cutting the guy's chest with a single stroke, spraying blood everywhere. Our protagonist then yells for his companions to grab their weapons. It's time to fight. A few minutes pass, and we see that the gangsters have all been defeated. Hao had offered them supplies in exchange for help, but no, they refused. They have no one to blame but themselves. He picks up Ching Ching again and runs. They're out of time. Ching Xuan and he head off to find a doctor, while the others stay behind. Inside the hospital, everything seemed truly abandoned. Hao even finds it strange because the girl had said this hospital was operational. Where are the doctors? Ching Xuan replies that those thugs probably killed the doctors, or they fled a long time ago. "So we came here for nothing?" Hao asks. And she responds that it's not like they had many options. However, she found some medicine and equipment. She could try to operate on Ching Ching herself. Hao doesn't think much and agrees they should do it as quickly as possible. Then, in the operating room, we see Ching Xuan removing a bullet. She's surprised, but it makes sense. That's why Ching Ching's wounds weren't healing. The surgery is over, and Ching Ching is now going to get better. Outside, our protagonist waits anxiously, hoping nothing bad happens. Suddenly, a lone zombie appears, growling and walking toward him. Hao finds it odd, but simply cuts the zombie with an unnecessarily strong strike. As soon as the zombie falls dead, he hears someone screaming for help. He immediately turns around, asking if someone's there. Nearby, a man was fiercely fighting a zombie, yelling for his family to run while he distracted it. A little girl watching the scene covers her eyes and screams, "Daddy, no!" But our hero arrived just in time to save him. He kills the zombie easily and asks if everyone is okay. Suddenly, the whole family drops to their knees, thanking Hao for saving them. Hao tells them to get up, it was nothing, and then asks what they're doing there. If they need medical treatment, they'll have to go somewhere else, because there don't seem to be any doctors here. The woman says they came because her mother has a very high fever, and they heard they could get medical treatment for free here. Our protagonist says it doesn't make sense for stray zombies to be wandering the halls. This place should have been secured by those thugs. Where did these zombies come from? Anyway, Hao tells the family to head to the pharmacy down the other hall. There are still plenty of medicines there, and if they're in danger, they can go to his friends for help. The family bids farewell, wishing him safety as well. Hao was heading back to keep watch over the operating room when the door opened, and Qing Xuan said he could come in now. He told her to leave Qing with him for now. She should go rest a bit. Oh, and to be careful of zombies. He had just encountered one earlier. Our protagonist stared at Fang Qing. Qing, lying unconscious in the hospital bed, thinking, Jesus Christ, first it was amnesia, and now you got shot. Why does it seem like you're paying for your past actions? I hope you reflect on your behavior when you wake up. Meanwhile, Qing Xuan was walking down the corridors, wondering if Yang Hao had forgotten that she was without her powers after their little stunt. She needed to find an opportunity to remind him. Then she heard something and immediately turned around. It was that little girl from before, crying for help. She asked what happened, what was wrong. The poor child then explained that a zombie had eaten her mommy and daddy. Qing Xuan asked where they were, and the girl pointed to one of the rooms, saying it was a very scary zombie. Qing Xuan told her not to be scared, that she'd take her somewhere safe and then deal with that monster. Soon enough, she brought the girl to Hao's team. Long Tao asked where the girl had come from. They didn't exactly have many resources to spare at the moment, but the white-haired girl told him to shut up and take care of the little girl. She was going back to deal with the zombie. Qing Yi asked if she would like her to come along, but Qing Xuan said there was no need. After all, she was a superhuman. Remember, a regular person like her would only slow her down. And so, she was soon alone in the hospital corridors, finding it strange to have to rely on a firearm instead of her powers. She was entirely focused on any sounds, but found it odd that she couldn't hear any zombies. Then she heard a door close and turned toward the sound. She went over, opened the door, and to her surprise, saw a doctor, a young man who immediately noticed her presence. Qing Xuan asked what he was doing there, but the doctor asked what she was doing there. She didn't look sick. Without hesitation, the girl pointed her gun at the doctor and asked who was lying in the bed. He should remove the cover right now. But the doctor replied, "Dude, I'm not doing anything wrong. No need to point a gun at me." He then pulled part of the cover back, revealing a zombie he had obtained for his research. In fact, it was a mutant zombie, though unfortunately, it was dead. The stench of the decomposing body quickly invaded Qing Xuan's nostrils, and all she could think was how disgusting it was. She turned her back on the doctor and said, "A word of advice. If you don't want to get infected, you really should stop playing with zombies like they're toys." But suddenly, the doctor lunged at her without saying a word. Qing Xuan turned and fired at him, but missed. The doctor managed to knock her down, using his weight to pin her to the ground. "You seem really delicious," the doctor said, while Qing Xuan, struggling, could only think about how strong he was. She screamed for him to let her go and called him a pervert, but the doctor merely said it was a shame that little girl got away, though he was happy to trade her for such an appetizing woman. Qing Xuan kneed him hard in the groin, but nothing happened. His body really wasn't that of a normal person. He told her to stop fighting and just be a good girl and let him devour her. However, something made him turn suddenly. The doctor managed to jump in time to dodge Hao's powerful strike, who had arrived and attacked without warning. "Who the hell are you?" the doctor asked, and Hao said he came because he heard gunfire, but he didn't expect to find a zombie disguised as a human here. Hao then activated his weak point detection skill and saw something terrifying. Not only was this a mutant elite level zombie, but its status points were far higher than Hao's. This zombie was extremely overpowered, and so my friends, today's video ends. The strange doctor begins to transform. His clothes tear apart in front of Hao. He says in a monstrous voice, now transformed into some kind of zombie lion. "I don't know how you figured it out, but who cares? You're going to die anyway," and then lets out a grotesque roar. Hao is impressed by this zombie. It's like a mix between a human and a lion. "What is it?" asks the doctor. "Do you like my masterpiece?" He explains that when the apocalypse started, he fused the genes of a zombie lion with his own and became a kind of zombie hybrid. Thanks to the constant flow of people falling into his trap, he was able to reach where he is today. Finally, Qing Xuan realizes that this guy spread the information about free treatment on the radio on purpose. The doctor confirms, saying that humans are truly naive if they believe they can get free medical treatment in a world like this. Hao was about to say something but stops when he sees a shirt lying on the floor. That shirt. It was the one the father of that family was wearing. Hao remembers it because he thought it was cool. Why is it here? He looks directly into the eyes of the mutant doctor and asks where the little girl and her family went. The doctor simply responds that Hao just reminded him of something. As soon as he kills the two here, he needs to find that little girl girl and devour her. He bets she'll taste even better than her parents. That's enough to make our main character lose his patience and charge at the zombie doctor, who manages to dodge the attack with extreme agility. Hao quickly realizes this isn't going to be easy. "Young Hao, I've got your back!" Qing Xuan shouts as she fires at the monster, but the shots do nothing to him, not even tickling him. Hao starts to get nervous. If weapons don't work on this guy, they're screwed. The zombie lion charges at the girl, saying, "Come, be my food." But Hao manages to thrust his scythe into its mouth and starts telling him to stop chasing women, calling him a fucking pervert and telling him to man up and only attack him. With a skilled spin of his legs, our protagonist lands a blow right to the creature's face. A hit that would have decapitated any normal zombie merely sends the lion back a little. "I'll hold him off. You get out of here and get reinforcements." But the monster interrupts Hao mid-sentence, attacking and saying that no one's going anywhere. He then charges after the girl, ready to devour her alive. "Die!" he shouts, but Hao arrives in time to stop him. "You bastard! I'm gonna tear your head off!" Just as the monster is about to bite Hao's head off with a violent chomp, our protagonist uses his iron body ability, making the lion feel like he's biting into solid iron. His teeth even shatter from the impact. The girl screams Hao's name, but he says he's fine. Didn't he say he'd protect her? So she turns and says she'll go get reinforcements. Hao looks at the mutant zombie lion and activates his weak point detection skill again. He's sure this guy has a vulnerability somewhere. He just needs to find it. Then the system shows him a weak spot right on the lion's forehead. That's it. Exactly what Hao needed. Without much ceremony, he strikes right at the target the system indicated. His attack is a critical hit. He manages to kill the creature instantly, and several orbs emerge. Checking the system, Hao realizes he gained a lot of points this time. Excellent. But that's not all. He also earned the title of Apocalypse Warrior, which boosts all his base stats by 30 points. Additionally, he received an awesome battle suit. This suit makes him immune to burns and fire attacks, resistant to corrosion, and reduces all damage he takes by 20%. Looks like our boy just keeps getting more overpowered, but that's good because he's been facing some tough opponents lately. As if that weren't enough, he also receives a mysterious box, just like the one he got before that he couldn't open. Wondering what's inside, Hao touches the box and this time it opens. He gets an upgrade to his healing dimension. Now, he can create potions that boost stats, and the cooldown has been reset. Our protagonist thinks this is great. Now he can help the whole team get stronger because apparently before, he had to sleep with the people he brought there. Speaking of the gang, they arrive, and Long Tao complains that the boss killed the zombie before they could arrive again, not giving them a chance to shine. Hao tells him he'll have his chance later. For now, he should gather everything and wait for him in the car. He's going to get Ching and meet up with them. Arriving in the operating room where she was, he looks at her, thinking it's time to use the healing dimension again. They've already wasted too much time in this place. Hao activates his skill, and the healing dimension is triggered, but the system informs him that there's a problem. The patient is confused. A green beam of light begins to focus on Ching's forehead, who still isn't responding. Healing initiated, the system informs. Hao feels relieved. It seems to be working. A few minutes pass, to be exact. 30 minutes go by, and Ching finally wakes up. "Young Hao, what are you doing here?" she asks. "Where am I? How did I end up here? Where's my father?" The girl was completely lost, but at least Hao could see her status this time. She was recovered. Soon, their companions, who were waiting in the car as Hao had instructed, see them approaching. Our protagonist walks alongside Ching. Ching Xuan asks how she recovered so quickly, but Hao says that's not all. She also regained her memory. The white-haired girl is completely confused. How did Hao do that? What is his true power? But he replies that it's a secret for now. She'll find out at the right time. Then, Hao notices that little girl from before, curled up in a corner. Her mother and father were killed right in front of her. She must be devastated. Hao approaches her and says he avenged her. He killed that wretched zombie, but now that she's alone, why not join them? Everyone here will protect her from danger. The little girl can't respond. Tears well up in her eyes, and the lump in her throat prevents her from speaking. Hao understands and hugs her, saying she can cry as much as she wants now. Then he turns to his gang and says they've wasted enough time in this place. It's time to prepare to head to Jiangzhou. All the while, deep down, he can't help but think about his parents. and hope they're okay. After a few hours, our heroes arrive in the suburbs of Zhangzhou. The protagonist tells everyone to stay in the car while he goes inside to check things out. "I'm getting a bad feeling about this," he says. Upon entering his parents' house, everything seems abandoned. "Are mom and dad okay? Why does this place look like it's been abandoned for a long time? I need to search the area." He shouts to his friends that the house is empty and they should help him look for any clues about his parents' whereabouts. He'll send them information about them via his phone, so they should turn on their Bluetooth. Hao starts jumping from rooftop to rooftop, searching for something that could explain what happened here. Then he hears a female scream, something like, "Stop, please!" He rushes toward the screams and sees 3 men surrounding a girl. One of them is telling her to stop screaming. There's no one in this wretched place to hear her. Another asks if she's trying to attract zombies. The one with a ponytail says, "Come on, boys. After we're done having fun with her, we can throw her to the zombies. No one will ever know." In the blink of an eye, Hao leaps in and kills the 3 men with a single hit without giving them a chance to react. He tells the girl she's safe now, and still in shock, she only manages to say, "Thank you." Our hero shows her a photo of his parents and asks if she's seen these 2 people, but she says no, she hasn't. "I see," he says, turning away. However, the girl then mentions that if those 2 lived here, she knows where they might be. Hao instantly turns back to her and asks where. The girl explains that some time ago, a group of people came to this place and took all the survivors. The men he just killed were part of that group. She says they've taken control of the Herb Garden Resort and made it their base. Hao says he's going to check that place out, and with that, he leaps to the nearest rooftop. They made a good choice taking over that resort. It's well equipped, both with food and accommodations. Some time passes, and we see 2 of Hao's henchmen in the center of the Herb Garden Resort. They're admiring a billboard of a very attractive woman. The chubby one even says he'd die happy if he had a girlfriend with a body like that. They stare at the woman for a few seconds without saying anything, until Long Tao asks the bald guy if he thinks they'll find the boss's parents here. They should go inside too. Maybe they'll find something useful. But at that moment, something seems to fall from the sky right behind them. Hentai tentacles grab the 2 men, and the chubby guy thinks the sensation isn't like he imagined. Then a short-haired woman appears. She was wearing an elegant outfit and asked the 2 men where they were coming from. Long Tao asks if she's a superhuman, but the woman just looks at them, striking a powerful pose. The bald guy shouts that they came in peace. They're just here to find missing people. Can't she just let them go? "Let you go? I don't think so. We're short on manpower, and you 2 are perfect slaves." The hentai tentacles wrap around the necks of the 2 henchmen and squeeze until they lose consciousness. Then the woman orders the guards to take them. Sometime later, we see a stable where the 2 guys had been taken, tied up. The other slaves who were already there commented that it seemed like they wouldn't have to work alone anymore. However, those slaves were actually Hao's parents. Hao's mother said that true, they were safer here than in the zombie-infested world, but she was still worried about Hao. Dear God, please keep Hao safe. Suddenly, someone approached them. They looked like generic bandits, designed just like all the other generic bandits we've seen throughout the story. They arrived, calling Hao's parents old fart bags, and the leader said he wanted 5 Varus coins from each of them right now, and fast. Varus coins are the currency used by the organization known as Varus. Hao's father told the bandit that they had already paid the weekly fees, but the bandit grabbed him by the shirt and shouted in his face, asking if he ever said it was for this week's fees. He was talking about the fees from the past weeks. If he says they have to pay, they have to pay. Was that clear? Out of nowhere, a girl stepped in between them saying, "Wait, Mr. Kui, please, calm down. Mr. Yang and his wife are weak. I'll help them pay." So the guy said that since she was such a good Samaritan, he would negotiate with her. In this case, however, money wouldn't be enough. She would have to sleep with him and entertain him all night. The girl, visibly nervous, said she couldn't do that, so he slapped her hard across the face. "Screw you! How dare you turn me down?" At that moment, Hao's 2 henchmen started to slowly wake up. Long Tao asked where they were, and the bald guy said he had no idea. Then Hao's father began to plead, saying they would pay, but please, Mr. Kui, spare Lingzi. But Lingzi told Mrs. Yang not to worry. She was fine. She only wished Hao were here. How? That chubby guy with the man boobs? Yang Hao, right? Knowing how fat he is, he probably didn't survive the first day of the apocalypse. His boobs alone could have fed an entire horde. The bald chubby guy asked Long Tao if he heard that correctly. Did that guy just mention their boss? And Long Tao said he heard it too, and he was starting to think those two on the ground were their boss's parents. The bandit leader grabbed the girl by the hair and said, "Come here." Lingzi began to scream desperately. Suddenly, Hao's henchmen started shouting at the guy, calling him a coward, and asking why he didn't fight a man instead of a woman. Mr. Kui didn't even bother doing anything. He simply ordered his minions to teach the newcomers a lesson. So, the minions began beating the two mercilessly. After their flesh had been well tenderized, Long Tao muttered that he wished he had his weapon. Those two would already be dead. Meanwhile, near the resort, Hao was with the white-haired girl. Apparently, his girlfriend Kai Jing and that other girl, Ye Fenghua, had disappeared. Or maybe the author just forgot they exist. Who knows? The main character asked if she'd found anything, and she said no, and that for some reason, Long Tao and the bald chubby guy weren't responding to messages anymore. Hao wasn't really paying attention to what she was saying because he got distracted by the billboard of that hot woman right next to him. In fact, he remembered how, when he got his first job, he really wanted to have enough money to bring his mom and dad here for a vacation. The resort was still here, but the world had completely changed, especially him. Now he had a ripped abdomen. A loud noise snapped him back to the present moment. What was that? The two approached in stealth mode, then saw one of the most bizarre creatures they had ever seen in their lives, using something like tentacles to attack people. Hao activated his weak spot detection skill and saw that this was an elite-level mutant zombie, and its stats were extremely high. This gave Hao a slight chill. It was even stronger than that giant zombie from before. Someone, who seemed to be fleeing the fight, came straight toward them, muttering, "I can't believe they're trying to fight an elite mutant zombie. What a bunch of idiots. Good thing my brain works. I'll hide and watch. Heh." But he didn't count on the protagonist of the story, and a hot girl waiting for him around the corner saying, "Hey dude, can we bother you for a second?" Then the girl grabbed the guy and held a knife to his throat. Hao showed him a picture of his parents and asked if he knew where they were being kept. Nervously, the guy said yes, but begged them not to kill him. Our protagonist yells at the guy to spit out where they are, so the guy points in a direction and says, "Over there, the slaves live in that stable. I bet they're there. What do you mean by slaves? And how many people are guarding that place?" The guy explains that the slaves work on the farm. They're mainly responsible for taking care of the crops, and in return for their work, they receive Varus coins, which is the currency used here. And about the guards, well, despite everything, for normal people, this place is safer than outside. Hao slaps the guy in the face and thanks him for the info, but they don't need him anymore. "Let's go. I'll cause a distraction, and while I do that, you free the hostages." Meanwhile, my friends, the bandit leader was literally stepping on the girl who had protected Hao's parents, saying that he's never let a woman tell him what to do and isn't about to start now. The girl, already with tears in her eyes, pleads for Mr. Kui to let her go. "Let me go? Not a chance. What's so special about that fat belly-hanging Yang Hao? Why pick him over me? I swear if he ever comes back, I'll kill him too." Well, my friends, the poor guy didn't expect the fairy of convenience would make it so Hao was right there, hearing everything he said and then say, "Really? Prove it." Hao appears right in front of the guy, who had already crapped his pants. He stands there with his mouth open, unable to believe that this is Yang Hao. How could that fat guy with man boobs now be ripped, with a cool hairstyle and wearing an extremely tight superhero outfit? The girl, who had been getting beaten, instantly recognizes that voice. It's Yang Hao. Trying not to look nervous, the guy says it's a miracle his butt hasn't been bitten by a zombie. But the girl says, "How? I'm so happy you're still alive. Your mom and dad are waiting for you." The bandit charges at our protagonist, saying he'll show him what he's made of, but he takes a punch so strong it sends him flying through the air. He lands meters away as Lingzi is left in awe of Hao's strength. Our hero helps her up. He asks Lingzi if she's okay and where his parents are. Blushing, seemingly already charmed by our ex-fat hero, she replies that they're in the stable nearby, and she'll take him there right now. When they arrive at the stable, there are our protagonist's parents. They stare at him for a few seconds, trying to figure out if this really is their son Hao. Is he ripped? His mother quickly goes up to him, touches his face, and asks why he's so skinny. Has he not been eating? And what is he wearing? He replies that he's back and everything will be okay now. Then, he starts showing off his muscles, saying he's never been healthier in his life. He even has six-pack abs. But Hao is forced to cut the reunion short because they need to get out of there as fast as possible, so he tells everyone to follow him. One of the guards sees them from afar and alerts his companions. Soon, those guys from before are hot on their trail, shouting at Hao, asking where they think they're going. But just as they're about to collide, our gang's car appears between them. "Young Hao, get in now." It was Qing Xuan. But Hao tells everyone to get in the car and stay safe because he's staying behind to hold off those guys. Without much ceremony, our protagonist summons his scythe and delivers powerful strikes, believing it'll be enough to kill all the guys at once. But to his surprise, what seemed to be their leader blocks all the strikes with ease and then says, "Bro, you're digging your own grave." He attacks Hao, who defends himself while thinking, his body is so tough. He must be a superhuman. Even so, no matter how strong he is, it's nothing compared to me. Then, Hao delivers a violent punch to the guy's chest, sending him flying. His minions immediately charge at Hao, but they didn't seem like ordinary minions. One of them had blade arms, and the other seemed to control fire. These guys are all superhumans. "Don't let your guard down. He's strong enough to land a punch on me," yells their leader. But his companions don't care at all, thinking this skinny guy doesn't stand a chance against the three of them at the same time. "Kill him!" they shout, while Hao is thinking, "Fuck me, why the hell are there so many superhumans here?" Our protagonist blocks the strikes from the blade-armed guy with his scythe and dodges the fire punches, all at once, which even impresses the guys with the speed of this kid. "You're superhumans, from what I can see, so show me everything you've got. Come on, don't disappoint me," he shouts. Scissorhands jumps at him full of confidence, yelling at him not to be so arrogant, then strikes with all his might, but his blow is blocked, and he gets kicked, sent flying through the air. Their leader tries to catch Hao off guard, punching so hard it creates a crater in the ground, but Hao manages to jump just in time to avoid the impact. Even though this guy is really strong, he's still way too slow. Suddenly, a burst of fire comes toward the main character. He tries to defend himself with his spear but ends up taking no damage from the attack, thanks to his new outfit, which conveniently makes him resistant to fire attacks. In terms of power, this ace cosplay with the fire fist is the strongest of them, and Scissorhands is the fastest. I can't let these guys combine their attacks again. Time to kill the first one. Scissorhands comes at Hao again. Let's start with him. He seems like the weakest. The guy's strike seems to hit Hao dead on, and it looks like our protagonist didn't have time to dodge. Scissorhands even smiles, thinking he's killed him. Then, the system screen shows that the iron body skill went into cooldown. Hao was unharmed. He attacks the guy with his scythe, activating the freeze passive, turning the guy into a popsicle. "Adios, dude!" Hao yells. The fire guy gets furious, as you'd expect from a fire controller, and starts releasing a huge torrent of flames over both of them, apologizing to his companion for having to turn them both to ashes. It was the only chance. But unlucky for him, the main character is extremely agile. He appears behind the fire guy in the blink of an eye, and before the guy can even turn around, Hao's scythe slams into his chest with force. What seemed to be their leader, seeing his companions getting beaten, realizes that this skinny kid is much stronger than he'd imagined. He needs to alert his boss right away. Hao was about to chase after him but notices a type of yellow orb floating above one of their bodies, different from the others, appearing larger than usual. He touches the strange orb, and then the system appears, saying it's a rare item. It's a power card that can be used in battle. When activated, this card summons a wildfire to use against the enemy, and the damage depends on the user's level. Power cards have 4 rarity levels: common, rare, epic, and legendary. The rarity can increase when cards are combined. To use the cards, the user must insert the card into their body. The cards are not reusable. Our protagonist is impressed with this new item. Does this mean if he kills a superhuman, he gets one of these cards? But wait, the other guy, Scissorhands, also died and didn't drop a card. Maybe there's a certain drop rate. Suddenly, he hears a sound like hentai tentacles. It's that bizarre elite-level zombie from before. The creature screeches, and a strange energy beam shoots from its mouth, easily blocked by Hao. Did this thing come here because of those guys? He wonders. Then two of the tentacles hit our protagonist dead on, knocking him to the ground, blood coming from his mouth as he thinks, this one's tough. How can it still be so strong after being attacked from all sides? But at that moment, more tentacles come at Hao. He struggles to dodge them all while activating his weak point detection skill. To his surprise, more than one weak point is detected. At least 4 marks appear on the monster's body. Why is this happening? Screw it, he thinks. I'll attack first and ask questions later. And then he strikes one of the weak points head on, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The creature still stands before Hao, who isn't sure what to do since attacking the weak point didn't work. He begins telling himself to calm down. This thing does have multiple weak points and was being attacked from all sides just now. There must be a way to kill it. He's sure he can figure it out. Got it, he thinks as he leaps into the air. Maybe it'll work if I attack all the weak points at once. So that's what he does. With a single strike, Hao hits all of the creature's weak points, and it collapses dead on the ground. It worked. The system informs him that he completed a quest. Kill the mutant elite zombie. He received a new title, Seed Planter, and as a reward, he received the Crop Modification Facility. Once again, I ask you, my friends, just how overpowered will this protagonist become? The system asks if he would like to enter the Crop Modification Facility, and he answers yes. Then, a sort of technological chamber appears before him, making Hao think that this system continues to impress him. He starts stepping inside the thing, and there, he sees various devices, tools for seed modification, nutrient formulation, fertilizer production, pest and disease control. This place is amazing, he thinks as he ventures deeper. He reads that modified crops will mature in less than a week. This is insane. He really hit the jackpot with this place. But first, he needs to regroup with the gang. Maybe this is the end of their nomadic days. Meanwhile, we see Hao's 2 henchmen still tied up, not understanding where everyone went. Shit! Do you think there's a horde of zombies coming? Maybe they just left and ditched us, Long Tao says, and the chubby guy gets nervous, saying he was counting on the boss to come save them. The scene cuts to another place. Apparently, it was Hao's parents' house because we see them talking with the 2 girls, who were telling them not to worry about Hao. Young Hao is really strong. Speaking of which, our protagonist arrives just in time, asking if everyone is okay. His parents rush to him immediately, and his mom grabs his face, saying she needs to get a good look at him. Is he hurt? Hao says he's fine, but he has some questions for her and his dad. Everyone sits down, and Hao says, Mom, Dad, how were you captured by those guys? Can you tell me more about them? The protagonist's mom begins to explain that when the apocalypse started, she and his dad didn't dare go anywhere. They just stayed home. Then, one day, they heard someone shouting outside, saying something like, "Attention everyone, don't be afraid. There's a shelter nearby and we'll take you there." But the truth was that it was a trick, a trap. When they got to this so-called shelter, they were imprisoned and forced to gather supplies every day. In exchange, they received Varus coins, and they had to use these coins to get food and other necessities. Work hard, you old farts. Those who were caught trying to escape were killed and hung up as an example. But that wasn't the only reason not to try and escape. There were hordes of zombies frantically wandering outside. But then, you showed up and rescued us. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for what you had to go through. Do you know who their leader is? Or how many superhumans they have? His dad says he has no idea. Most of the time, they were locked up in the stable. Then the girl says she might be able to help. She noticed some things about the organization. Only those on patrol have weapons. There are 4 captains. One can manipulate earth, another controls fire. One of them can harden his skin, and another can transform into some kind of mantis. But she never saw their leader. Hao smiles because he knows that 2 of those captains had already been killed by him, and the guy who hardens his skin is nothing to worry about. So that leaves only the leader and that woman who can control the earth. My team is already well experienced, and I have the power card. We can handle these guys. Hao tells everyone that he has something to share. He found something that can modify crop seeds. With a smile on his face, he says that this gave him a plan for their future. He has decided to stay and build a base here in Jiangzhou. What do they think of that? He'd like to know everyone's opinion. His father says that no matter where they go, they'll have to run from zombies anyway. Staying here and building a base sounds like a good idea. Qing Xuan says he agrees. Nowhere in this world is safe. Qingyi agrees too. It's time to end their never-ending journey. The white-haired girl raises her arms and says she votes to stay here. And the others? Well, it was obvious everyone would agree. They've come this far under the leadership of our MC, and they'll follow him wherever he goes. Hao says that since everyone's on board, he has a suggestion. He'd like to build their base in the center of that resort they visited earlier. Turns out, an elite mutant zombie cleared the whole place for them. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and the MC says he checked everything before coming back. It's in a strategic location, and the buildings have good security. The place has all the food, water, and combat supplies they need. Plus, being near the sea, in the worst-case scenario, they could escape by boat. He asks again, what do they think? Qing Zhuan says Hao really did his research. It seems they couldn't find a better place in all of Jiangzhou. That other side character girl says Hao can decide. She trusts his judgment, as a good side character should. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. So, my friends, some time passes, and they had already moved everything they needed to that resort. Hao tells the 4 girls that now make up his harem that he'll start by dividing the tasks. Gu Qingyi will be in charge of training the new fighters. Wait, where did those guys come from? Yi Fenghua will be responsible for agriculture, along with some other people. I'm not sure where they came from either. Maybe they're freed slaves from the gang they just defeated anyway. Long Tao and the bald, chubby guy are finally rescued. They thought they'd been abandoned here, but Qing Xuan just asks what they're doing tied up here. A few hours pass, and Hao finally goes to talk to the girl he was hopelessly in love with at the beginning of the story. I even thought the author had forgotten she existed. He tells Kai Jing he has a gift for her and is sure she'll like it. She asks what it is, and he asks her to close her eyes. Then, from an invisible dimension, also known as inventory, he summons his fire superpower card. Hao places the card on the girl's chest, and it starts glowing as if it's merging with her. The card literally sticks to her chest and begins glowing intensely. Young Hao, what did you do? She yells, but he just tells her to imagine flames around her hands. At that moment, the girl begins emitting flames from her hands. She is extremely impressed and excited, asking the MC how this happened, what's going on, and he simply replies that it's something his power allows him to do. However, my friends, a man with a strange mustache was watching them. The Salvador Dali of the deep weeb seemed enraged. Humph, keep laughing. Soon you won't be able to anymore. The scene cuts to a gigantic horde of zombies walking somewhere. A guy who looked like a mix of human and zombie says the horde should be big enough by now. He activates a radio transmitter and speaks with someone named Wang Laoqi, asking how things are going on his end. We see that this Laoqi is the mustached guy from earlier. He replies over the radio that without Shui Hong, their people were wiped out by the mutant zombie horde. The resort is now occupied by people he doesn't know. The half-zombie guy replies, "Got it, keep watching the resort." He's upset because even the elite mutant zombie was killed. It seems he'll have to take more risks and feed them something more. The scene returns to the luxury resort that was now the base for our gang. Hao was in that strange capsule he summoned in the last episode. He had collected many status points, but since he hadn't absorbed them, he wonders how many status potions he can create. After using the system, he manages to create one. These status potions increase the user's stats by 50 points, but only for 10 minutes. It seems the effects aren't permanent, Hao thinks, but even so, the buff is quite strong. I'll have to give this to the team to test soon. Meanwhile, the 2 henchmen of our MC are sitting on the roof of the resort, admiring the night. The bald guy comments that he likes this place, but the best part is that they can finally settle down in one spot. Long Tao agrees, but it's a shame that there's still a couple of weaklings and can't help their boss properly. Suddenly, Long Tao sees something that makes even the hair on his butt stand on end. A massive horde of zombies was heading straight for the resort. It seems like they don't get even one day of peace. Immediately, Long Tao prepares to fire the flare to warn everyone, while the bald guy runs off to inform Hao. The flare explodes in the night sky, lighting everything so brightly that, for a second, it seemed like daytime again. Hao, of course, notices this and wonders what's going on. The first thing he does is run to check if his harem is safe, and thank God all his girls are safe. The chubby bald guy says that a giant horde of zombies is coming their way. There were too many to even count. Hao, in his suit that looks like Wakandan nanotechnology, says that a zombie horde attacking them right after they arrived here doesn't seem like a coincidence. But whatever, this is a good opportunity for them to train. Everyone, remember your tasks asks, lead your teams and defeat the zombies. Show me how strong you are. Everyone is pumped for the fight, and the hotties are ready for action. Go! Fight for your home, Hao shouts, and thus the battle begins. Our entire gang, with the help of the new side characters, starts fighting the zombies on this full moon night. Long Tao shouts to the men he was leading, keep shooting and maintain your distance. Let's work smart and focus on headshots. Suddenly, a colossal burst of fire incinerates a zombie in one go. It was Kai Jing! All the girls' jaws drop when they realize Kai Jing has superpowers. The white-haired girl looks at our MC, who was just watching with his arms crossed. She's certain that Kai Jing's powers are somehow connected to him. Damn, now she'll have to work even harder not to be left behind. Hao was proud. Everyone seemed to have gotten stronger, but now it was time for him to join the fight. If he wasn't mistaken, someone was controlling these zombies. So he jumps as high as he can, reaching the treetops, and that someone is right there. He lands, saying, "Stop hiding! I've already found you." Then the zombie-looking guy reveals himself. "You seem like a tough one to deal with, but that's okay. Good thing I've prepared a big gift for you. Here it goes." Hao stands still, watching as the guy makes hand signs, and then uses the summoning jutsu to call forth a giant monster insect, or whatever the hell this thing is. The guy, all confident, orders the creature to go and kill Hao for him, but the creature doesn't even listen to what he says, and simply devours the guy alive, grotesquely eating his head and spraying blood everywhere. Damn, that guy messed with things he shouldn't have, Hao says. However, a black orb begins to emerge from the dead guy's body. What's that? Hao wonders. He picks up the object and realizes that the orb contains a superpower card. It seems that if a superhuman dies near him, there's a chance of dropping a superpower card. But the monstrous creature interrupts Hao's thoughts with a blast of purple energy. The MC dodges with agility, almost forgetting about the thing. Using the system, he checks the monster's stats, which aren't bad but also not great. The creature attacks again, and Hao dodges once more with ease. "You're way weaker than the elite mutant zombie I killed earlier," he shouts. The creature spits out some strange goo that wraps around our MC's arm. It was like a type of spider web. Now that Hao couldn't use his OP scythe or escape, the creature had an opening to attack, and that's exactly what it does. But to its misfortune, that wasn't Hao's only weapon. He pulls out a pistol and starts shooting the mutant zombie spider in the head without mercy. The creature screams as it feels the shots hitting its weak spot, then collapses dead on the ground. Detecting vulnerabilities is a very useful skill. With it, killing zombies of this caliber becomes much simpler. Speaking of skills, I wonder what kind of superpower this card will grant. He clicks on the orb, and a power card begins to materialize in front of him. The system then informs him that he has obtained a new item, an epic rarity superpower card, Zombie Control. Our hero has gained yet another ridiculously overpowered ability, and he's thinking that this is a super OP skill, which, if used wisely, can significantly increase his team's combat power. But who should he give it to? Kai Jing shows up, calling for him, saying they managed to defeat all the zombies and also captured someone. Okay, I'm done here too. Back at the resort, the Salvador Dali of the deep web was tied up, looking pathetic. Hao, wearing a badass cape, asks who he is and why he attacked them. The guy immediately shouts that he'll tell them everything he knows, but please don't kill him. He says he's from Varus, and the Eastern District was supposed to send supplies to them, but they didn't. His boss sent him here to deal with the situation. Eastern District? Everyone wonders. Ye Fenghua brings a chair for our boy to sit on, and he asks Salvador Dali what he means by the Eastern District. Is the entire Zhangzhou under his organization's control? The guy says not exactly. Varus has a total of 3 districts. The Eastern District is mainly responsible for supplies, and the other 2 handle combat forces. This place is in the suburbs, and they've kept it secret. Very few people know about it. Hao wonders if those superhumans from earlier are just soldiers. If that's the case, things could get complicated. He asks the guy something he's curious about. Why are there so many superhumans in Zhangzhou? He didn't see any in the city he came from before. Then the guy explains that, according to his boss, it's because of a secret lab that exists here. Secret lab? Everyone asks. I don't know the exact details, but superhumans are being created all over the world, apparently. In fact, that's what caused the zombie apocalypse we're living through. My boss claims to know all about it. He says that as long as we follow him, it's only a matter of time before Varys rules the world. Hao steps closer to the guy and asks what their plan is. He needs to explain everything. But the guy says, "Dude, that's really all I know. I'm just a powerless side character." Hao tells him to then spill everything he knows, maybe about Varys' activities, and if there are similar organizations in the city. The Salvador Daily of the Deep Web explains that Varys controls the eastern, southern, and northern districts. His boss is in the southern district. There are many forces in the city, big and small. As far as he knows, the largest are the Freedom Group and the Destroyers. After about 5 more minutes of interrogation, our protagonist is satisfied with the information. He stands up and says, "That's enough. They can take this guy away and feed him to the zombies." Long Tao lifts the guy up as he screams, "Bro, please spare my life." But our favorite henchman just tells him to shut up. He should have thought of that before attacking them with that zombie horde. The main character turns to his companions and says he has something important to tell them. By now, they must know that Kai Jing has superpowers. He has another superpower available for one of them right now, and he plans to give it to whoever makes the biggest contribution to their base, so they should do their best. Everyone gets excited, and he continues by saying there will be more opportunities to gain powers in the future, so those who contribute the most will be the first to receive them. The gang is super hyped, saying Hao is amazing. He's even distributing superpowers now. This Varys organization won't give up without a fight, so let's work together and prepare our base. And so, my friends, the days go by. Our heroes really start focusing on agriculture, and they are now planting food with great dedication. Everyone is working hard towards the same goal. This way, they finally managed to live in peace for a few days. Yang Hao really made the right decision. A week had passed since they settled in this place, and the crops had already grown a lot. In fact, there were already corn stalks ready for harvesting. Even Hao himself can't believe that the modified seeds matured in just 1 week. This is incredible. Kai Jing says a lot of the credit goes to Ye Fenghua's hard work, as her experience in agronomy helped a lot. Long Tao arrives and says there's a group of people wanting to join them. "Okay, I'll go talk to them," Hao replies, turning his back while someone watches in hiding. It was another guy with a strange mustache. Apparently, the signature look of this Varys organization is a cheap imitation of Salvador Dali's mustache. This guy, watching everything, is wondering how the hell they managed to grow crops in just 1 week. Do they have some new kind of lab technology? Then the scene shifts to Varys' main headquarters. A mysterious figure is asking about the situation in the Eastern District. The guy we saw in the previous scene says he has good news. The group occupying the resort now managed to grow a crop from seeds in just 1 week. It seemed like a miracle. If they can regain control of the Eastern District and steal their technology, they won't have to worry about food anymore. The mysterious figure says that everyone they sent there has failed. This time, he must take more men with him. Failure is not an option. Then, back at the gang's headquarters, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Hao was standing, saying he had an announcement to make. Do they remember what he said last week? Well, he's now holding a card that can give one of them superpowers. They can consider it one of their abilities. Well, he's gonna give this card to one of them now. Then he walks over to Ye Fenghua and says that thanks to everything she's done for them, this belongs to her. The girl is left speechless. Hao continues, telling the others not to be envious. Just keep working hard and contributing to the base, and soon they'll have their chance to be rewarded too. Then he tells everyone that's all for today. They should leave, but remember to stay alert. Only Ye Fenghua should stay. He hands the card to the girl, who's left wide-eyed, and then tells her that this superpower allows her to control zombies. If used correctly, it can be an amazing superpower. She should remember not to tell anyone the details of her power for now. As soon as they have free time, they will capture some zombies for her to train. "Thank you, Yang Hao," she says, gently kissing his cheek, very close to his mouth, leaving our boy feeling shy. Then, she runs off, leaving him there all embarrassed. A few hours pass, and already during the night, we see some people approaching the hero's plantation. Look at all these vegetables. There's so much here. We see a group of strange guys wearing odd cloaks. saying that if they can figure out how they cultivated this crop so quickly, they'll never have to worry about food again. The blonde guy says that this resort is perfect for establishing a base and growing food, and they shouldn't give up on this place at all. He then orders a guy named Li Lu and another named Zhao Yang to follow him. They're going to take out the leader of these people together. The guys start infiltrating the base, but without them realizing it, they pass through an infrared security system, and immediately, an alarm starts ringing in a room where Long Tao is. "Boss, we've got 3 people crossing the barrier and heading your way," he warns. And he hears Hao's voice on the other end saying it's a good thing this resort has all the security systems they need. In fact, he knew they were coming. He'll take care of it. Long Tao shouldn't act without his orders. Less than 2 minutes later, Hao is already standing in front of the guys with his arms crossed, asking what 3 guys from the Varus organization are doing there. The guys are shocked, wondering how the hell But Hao interrupts, asking if they really thought no one would notice them trying to sneak in. That's a bit naive, isn't it? "You know who we are, and yet you still dare to challenge us?" the blonde guy says. "My young friend, you're digging your own grave. Get him." And so, 2 of them rush at Hao. Then he summons 2 hot girls to fight for him. They take care of those 2 losers while he handles the 3rd. The blonde guy says he must be very naive if he thinks he can beat him in hand-to-hand combat. "You're the one with the technology to make a crop grow in just 1 week, right?" Hao responds that he's well informed. He must have been watching them for a while. At this moment, Kai Jing charges at one of them with literally a fist of fire, shouting that she'll turn him into ashes. "Petrification," yells the bald guy with an X on his forehead, and then his body hardens. Kai Jing's punch doesn't seem to have caused him any damage, but the girl keeps releasing her fire onto him. Even if his body doesn't burn, can he withstand the heat? And indeed, the stone body of the guy starts heating up so much that he felt like a crack rock, ready to be smoked by a junkie. "Hey, Kai Jing, you can't just charge in on your own like that. We haven't even attacked yet," Qingyi shouts while firing her pistol, but the guy with blade arms protects his ally from the bullets. Then, the white-haired girl attacks the guy, saying that Qingyi is right, especially since Yang Hao helped her recover her powers. She hasn't even had any fun yet, so she finally uses her ice powers again, wondering if that thing Yang Hao gave her to drink really works. And apparently it does, because the scissor hands guy's legs start to freeze and lock him in place. Qing Xuan's powers are back. She takes the opportunity to go all out on the guy, but he tells her to give up because he can turn any part of his body into steel. Wait a minute, did you all think the same thing I did? The girl ignores what the guy said and simply stabs him in the neck. "How?" he asks, blood pouring from his mouth. And she says that a normal blade certainly couldn't hurt him, but a blade with her ice power is a different story. Now, rest in peace. Meanwhile, the guy who turns into stone was having a terrible day, because even though he wasn't taking any impact damage, the heat was unbearable. His eyes were already melting. Kai Jing Fire Fists turns her back on the guy, who falls to his knees, screaming in despair. "My men are dead? Since when do you have so many superhumans?" the blonde guy asks, incredulous. Hao simply asks him if it wouldn't have been better for him to investigate them properly before coming here to try to rob them. But at that moment, the guy's veins start to burst, and he begins to transform into some kind of mutant insect. He screams with a guttural voice,
"Shut up! Surrender to Varus or die!"
But our protagonist just finds it amusing, so he's the wasp man. Did he accidentally swallow one or something? The guy gets pissed off and tells him to shut up. He achieved this form after being stung by a zombie wasp. Hao finds it curious how, before this, there was a guy with a lion's head, then one that looked like a mantis, and now this wasp dude. It seems that animal combination superpowers are more common than the others. The wasp man jumps at Hao, yelling that it's time for him to go meet his creator, but as expected, Hao easily dodges him, passing right through. "You're fast, but very weak." This makes the wasp even angrier. "Don't be so cocky. Our battle has only just begun." However, instead of attacking, the wasp guy goes to his crackstone friend, saying he's going to save him. The thing just begs his boss to get him out of there. Then the wasp spits something at the guy, a kind of sting that seems to be sucking something from inside the stone man. We see that the wasp guy appears to be growing and getting stronger as he sucks more and more. The hot girls can't understand what's happening, and then the dry body falls falls dead to the ground, completely drained of energy. Instantly, the Wasp Man lunges at Hao, faster and stronger than ever, screaming that Hao's fate has been sealed. Kai Jing steps in front of our protagonist, telling him to leave it to her. Then the Wasp Man does something unexpected. He turns his wasp butt towards them and fires a stinger, the gigantic stinger hitting Kai Jing's arm violently. The girl doesn't fall, but slowly starts to lose her strength until she collapses. Hao catches her and shouts for the other two not to approach. He then activates that dimensional healing we've seen him use before, but this time, it seems to have had an upgrade. But for the Wasp dude, the two simply disappear right in front of him without any explanation. Inside the healing space, Hao administers an injection to the girl. Don't ask me why every time he uses this ability it's different. I'm just the narrator of the story. The Wasp guy takes advantage of Hao no longer being there to attack the other two hot girls. He fires his stinger at them, but Qingshuan blocks it with her ice. Then, to everyone's surprise, our protagonist appears behind the guy. And not only that, his mastery with the scythe has been enhanced. He can now shoot ice stakes at long distances. The Wasp Man manages to block all the ice stakes and charges at Hao at the same moment, ready to kill him once and for all. But our boy starts to toy with him, dodging the guy's attacks as if he were playing with a child. This guy is really agile, he thinks. The power I got from Lu Will last only a few more minutes. I'm screwed. He decides to run away from Hao. He must kill that busty girl with the ice powers first. But Hao won't let him escape. He launches ice stakes at the guy, forcing him to dodge. What the hell? What exactly is this kid's power? Judging by how he just disappeared a moment ago, he must have spatial powers. But what's the deal with that ice? He keeps advancing toward Qingshuan, and our protagonist shouts for her to stop him. Then she concentrates and uses her ice powers on the guy. His body starts to freeze mid-air, and that moment of distraction is enough for the MC to appear behind him saying, "Bro, that's what you get for trying to steal our food." And then he strikes the guy with all his might, creating a huge gash in his back and even cutting off his wings. His last words are, "Damn you, Varus will destroy everything you have." And then the Wasp Man falls dead. A few basic attribute orbs come out of the guy, which Hao finds strange. Superhumans now drop attribute points too? Whatever. This was the second time the Varus organization sent men to attack them. Things are getting more serious from here on out. Maybe it's time for them to strike back. Meanwhile, at the Varus organization headquarters, we haven't seen Captain Wasp and his men since they went to the resort, sir. I suspect they're dead. Boss, why don't we send a bigger group and wipe them all out once and for all? Then the hooded figure with a sinister look replies that there's no need. He has his own plans. But in reality, he's thinking that even though they sent so many superhumans, they haven't managed to find out anything about these people. Who are they? Are they some branch of another faction? Outside, some Varus members were talking. One of them asks the other if he thinks it's the Freedom Corps occupying the resort. Then we see Qingyi and Qingshuan spying on them. They hear the other respond that no, he doesn't remember the destroyer's spy who infiltrated them. They probably knew about their supply center a long time ago. The white-haired girl tells her older sister to stay here. She's going in. But Qingyi says no way. She won't let her go in alone, especially since they don't know how many superhumans are there. Meanwhile, those guys come across some frozen zombies and wonder what the hell this is. Where did this come from? One of the zombies starts moving and lunges at one of them, who shouts for the other to call the superhumans. They don't have enough people to deal with this. While the guys deal with this pickle, the two sisters take advantage of the situation to invade the place unseen. Meanwhile, from a distance, someone is watching everything. It was Fang Qing, who was thinking that if she does her best, Yang Hao will surely give her some superpower. Inside, the two girls reach a fully stocked weapons room. They're impressed. With this amount of weapons, they can easily take over their base. They need to destroy these weapons right now. Seeing a bunch of grenades there, they get the idea to use them to blow the whole place up. Suddenly, they hear a voice saying, "Let's split up. You go this way. The rest follow me to the arsenal." The two girls hear a voice from outside saying, "Let's split up. You two go that way. The rest follow me to the arsenal." Qingyi immediately says they should hide and try to ambush them. The guys enter the place, and their eye patch-wearing leader tells them to search carefully. Those ice zombies aren't a mere coincidence. They begin to search, and one of the NPCs sees the ice girl's reflection on a metal surface, almost catching a glimpse of her underwear. Megamind walks over to the girls, who are literally facing the wall, pretending to be invisible. invisible. Qingyi tells her sister to freeze the guy now. The girl concentrates and uses her ice power to freeze another NPC, who didn't even get a chance to show his charisma. Qing Yuan doesn't wait for the other NPCs to finish their turn and throws a grenade at them. The grenade explodes just a few centimeters away from the guys, probably turning them to dust. Qing Xuan grabs her sister by the arm and says this is their chance. By some miracle, the NPCs were completely unharmed by the explosion. Well, let's pretend it was just a smoke grenade, right? They start chasing the girls, who are already reaching a corner. The busty, white-haired girl stops running, takes aim, and fires her ice spikes at the guards. Suddenly, the NPCs begin transforming into giant humanoid bears, letting out deafening roars. The grizzly bear easily shatters the spikes coming at him. Meanwhile, more NPCs were spawning and running toward them from the other side of the corridor. It seems they have no choice but to fight. Qingyi tells her sister to handle the ones on this side, while she takes care of the others, and her sister agrees. The girl, who has no powers, begins fighting the mutant zombie humanoid bears on equal footing. The bear dodges her first strike and counters with a paw so powerful it destroys part of the wall. Bears usually seem cute and clumsy, but this one is crazy, fast, and strong. Meanwhile, Qing Xuan is concentrating her chakra to unleash her next skill, thinking this corridor is perfect for that trick. Suddenly, ice spikes start emerging from the floor, right beneath the mutant polar bear's feet. When it seemed like the ice was going to kill him, something invisible appears between the bear and the spikes, blocking the attack. The girl turns around, searching for who did this, and then she sees the NPC leader, wearing a villainous eye patch, with a vortex of green energy in each hand. He says, "So, you're a superhuman too. This is how you use a superpower." Then he launches a massive vortex of that green energy at the two girls. Qing Xuan barely defends herself using her ice, but it's not enough. The NPC leader's attack is so strong it shatters the ice barrier and sends the two girls flying. "Sister!" Qing Xuan screams when she sees her sister unconscious. The NPC leader walks slowly toward them, like a true villain, savoring every second of screen time. He asks if she now understands the difference between them. He kneels to get a closer look at her and says if she obeys him, he might consider sparing her and her sister. But Qing Xuan tells him to stop dreaming. She quickly gets up and starts firing more and more ice spikes at him. Taking advantage of the opening, the girl uses the potion Yang Hao gave her, drinking it all without letting a drop spill. Suddenly, the eye patch guy is shocked by the explosion of energy. Qing Xuan is now at full power, with an icy aura emanating from her body. It seems the battle has only just begun. Qing Xuan stares them all down as this blue Super Saiyan godlike aura radiates from her body. The eye patch guy says he'll give her a chance to become his woman, but if she chooses wrong, well, don't forget she's up against 3 superhumans. The polar bear says, "Yeah, if you weren't so hot, we would have torn you to pieces already." The eye patch guy continues, saying the Varus organization is well known among the superhumans of Jiangzhou. He could promise her a very comfortable life by his side. But without hesitation, the girl leaps at them. With an ice dagger in her hand, she yells, "As if I'd ever give a chance to ugly bastards like you!" But just as she's about to strike, the polar bear gets in the way. The girl spins and manages to land a kick on the polar bear's face, sending him flying. The eye patch guy doesn't understand. What? She's much faster and stronger than before. The grizzly bear charges in with his claws, shouting that he'll tear her to pieces. But incredibly, the girl blocks his attack with just one arm, without even moving. "You're so weak. Haven't you been eating properly?" This leaves the poor bear confused, as the little girl blocked his attack like it was nothing. Then the leader unleashes another one of those green energy vortexes at the girl. But thanks to the buff she received, it's easy to dodge this time. Yang Hao's potion is amazing. It's even better than I expected. Qing Xuan raises her hand and begins charging another powerful ice attack, shouting that she's going to destroy their headquarters, those bastards. Then she launches a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes at high speed. The grizzly bear steps in, sacrificing himself to protect his leader. "Hey, Lin, no!" The eye patch guy screams as he sees his ally full of ice spikes piercing his body. Without giving them time to think, the girl attacks again with her ice dagger, this time aiming directly at the eye patch guy. But just as she's about to kill him, someone yells at her to stop right now. now. Then she sees a mysterious figure, wearing a mysterious hood, holding Ching Ching, and threatening to kill her if she doesn't surrender immediately. But Ching Ching shouts for her friend to leave her behind, saying she doesn't want to be a burden. Ching Ching, how the hell did they capture you? The mysterious figure orders his minion to capture both of them. Yes, sir. After being tied up, Ching Xuan starts thinking about what to do now. Yang Hao's potion has worn off, and it'll be hard to escape with the other two. One of the minions asks his boss if they can have some fun with the girls, but the hooded figure tells him to shut up. They have work to do. He then approaches Ching Ching and tells her to become his slave and tell him everything she knows. However, as he says this, his left eye seems to glow in a strange way. We see the same red glow in Fang Ching Ching's eyes, who just responds, "Yes, master." Some time passes, and we see the same Fang Ching Ching running up to our MC, shouting that Gu Qing Yi and her sister, Gu Qing Xuan, are in trouble. Varys captured them. What? Hao asks. Did they go up against superhumans? But they should have been able to handle it with the potion I gave them. Hao turns immediately and tells Ching Ching, "Let's go. Let's save them." While thinking it's a pity he didn't have time to capture zombies with Ye Fenghua and train his skills. Maybe he can send Kai Jing to go with her. Half an hour later, the two of them are standing in front of the Varys headquarters, with Hao telling the girl to stay there. He'll handle this. Then he leaps at the guys without ceremony, freezing both at the same time using his scythe's passive ability. That's weird. Isn't this their headquarters? Why are there so few guards? The MC bursts through the doors, making sure to draw attention, and immediately spots the two girls tied up. He asks if they're okay, but the girls don't respond, just staring back with sinister expressions, like the time I asked my girlfriend if she'd ever tried anal sex. "Why aren't you saying anything?" the MC asks. He cuts the ropes binding the girls and grabs them by the arm, saying, "Let's go, we need to get out of here." To his surprise, both girls attack him from behind in the most cowardly way possible. Luckily, Hao has the protagonism power, so he manages to defend himself. Just in time. "What the hell are you doing? Are you on your period or something?" The white-haired girl starts firing ice spikes at him, and now he's starting to wonder if they're being mind-controlled by someone. Then, he hears a voice saying, "I knew you'd come." It's the hooded guy, with his Sharingan glowing, and in his mind, he says he only needed to control their leader. He locks eyes with Hao, activating his Manjekyu Sharingan, but our boy just keeps staring at him, not understanding a thing. Apparently, Hao's mind is too strong to fall into the guy's genjutsu. Hao charges at him, yelling that he's the reason the girls are acting this way. But before he can attack, the hooded guy summons two creeps who start shooting at Hao, forcing him to use his scythe to block. He lands like a badass superhero, and right away, a lizard henchman and another creature that I can't even describe charge at the MC. Obviously, they're no match for him, but what's bothering him is that since he's inside their base, there should be more superhumans around. Something's off, and he needs to stay alert. Our MC dodges their attacks with some Michael Jackson-like moves, realizing he has to focus his attacks on their leader. Once the leader is dead, the mind control will end. But just then, a sticky tongue shoots out from the floor and wraps around Hao's leg. "Shit!" he yells, as the tongue yanks him to the ground and starts pulling him in. At that moment, all the enemies attack him at once. 3 superhumans launch their strongest moves at him simultaneously. The massive explosion shakes the entire building, but it doesn't matter, my friends. There's no force stronger than the power of the protagonism. Hao, of course, comes out of the combo completely unharmed. Okay, I give up. We can just call this guy the Gen Z Saitama. He kills the lizard with one hit while the tongue guy tries to catch him again, but Hao's not falling for that trick twice. He cuts off the poor guy's tongue, but the guy quickly escapes into a hole in the ground. Turns out he's a worm man, and cutting off his tongue wasn't enough to kill him. Meanwhile, the hooded guy is one step ahead, saying that now that Hao has been forced to use his most overpowered ability, he won't be able to use it again for at least 10 minutes. Wow, looks like someone did their homework. The guy pulls out a radio and asks, "Longwu, how long until you get here?" The voice on the other end replies that they're almost there. Hao uses the villain's cutscene to attack one of the lackeys. "Let's take down this eye patch guy first. His power is a real pain," but the guy uses his energy vortices on his own feet, launching himself way higher than Hao. "Kid, I'm not like those losers. I've mastered my superpower to perfection." But Hao raises his hand and says that as far as he's concerned, they're all weaklings. He uses his telekinesis, but the guy doesn't feel a thing swing and starts mocking him, saying that young people like him are blinded by their confidence, and Varys knows his powers like the back of their hand. What he doesn't realize is that Hao was controlling a piece of metal behind him. Hao pulls it towards the guy with all his strength, and the guy screams, "What the hell is this? Telekinesis wasn't in the data book. Is this guy a webtoon protagonist or something?" The metal slab crashes into him, and Hao seizes the moment to slice him with his scythe, saying that he has far more powers than the spies know about. Who's blind with confidence now? The MC asks the eye patch guy's dead body. A black orb appears, much to Hao's delight. It means another superpower for his team. Just then, the hooded guy's reinforcements arrive, and he says that Hao has 9 minutes left before he can use his ultimate invincibility power again. They need to kill him before that happens. The new lackeys, full of excitement, shout, "Leave him to us!" Hao is pissed at seeing more of these guys. More superhumans? One of them attacks so fast that Hao struggles to dodge. A type of laser hits his cape, and a hole starts expanding through it. Hao's harem shows up to help him. "Die, Varys scum!" Kai Jing yells as she incinerates one of them, but the guy is too fast and dodges. He tries to kill Kai Jing, but a supporting girl blocks the attack, telling her to save her energy since Liu Wei and the others aren't there yet. Then, the hooded Uchiha says it doesn't matter how much reinforcement arrives. They will all become his pawns. He activates his Mangekyu Sharingan again. Hao shouts to the two beauties to watch out for that guy with the earthworm powers and not to look into the leader's eyes, because he's an Uchiha, but it's already too late. Kai Jing launches a tower of fire at the MC, forcing him to jump out of the way. His girlfriend rushes him with a sword and starts attacking, cornering Hao. This Uchiha's Sharingan is way too overpowered. Does it even have a limit to how many people he can control at once? At that moment, hentai-like tentacles emerge from the ground, reaching for Hao. He jumps to avoid getting caught, thinking he needs to find a way to reach their leader, or things will go badly. And then, my friends, an ice spike hits him right in the chest. Qing Xuan caught our boy by surprise. Well, someone finally managed to land a hit on this guy, right? Sometimes I feel like I'm watching One Punch Man. Hao starts getting up with difficulty. It's exhausting fighting so many people at once. More ice spikes are shot at him. His iron physique was on cooldown, so he'd have to play it safe for now. Suddenly, our two favorite henchmen show up, saying they're here to help Hao, and that it's their time to be useful for their boss. But Hao yells at them to stay back and not come any closer, but it was already too late. The deep web Itachi Uchiha had already trapped them in his genjutsu. Now, my friends, Hao is completely surrounded on all sides, by friends and foes alike. There were too many superhumans for him to handle at once. This is what you get for going against Varys. Surrender now. But surrendering isn't even crossing our MC's mind. In fact, he's thinking that since Liu Wei and the others are here, it means Ye Fenghua must have successfully used her power to control the zombies. However, the mutant lizard takes advantage of Hao's distraction to strike him, sending him flying. Out of nowhere, Kai Jing rushes at him without even waiting for him to recover. She lands a fiery punch right on his back. Any normal human would have died from that blow. Hao flies several meters away. This time, my friends, our protagonist is finally about to be defeated. And worse, he's about to be killed by his own friends. Suddenly, there's an explosion at the end of the corridor. A strange-looking zombie appears and someone from the Varys organization shouts, "Zombie!" But he wasn't alone. A massive horde of red-eyed zombies was invading the corridors of the building. The Varys members are in shock, not understanding where they came from. The zombie leader fires a red laser from its mouth. These creatures are becoming even more overpowered, folks. The horde reaches the powerless Varys members and starts devouring them alive. There's something wrong with these zombies. They're only attacking our people. What the hell is this? Outside the building, Ye Fenghua says to herself that she finally succeeded. Now it's her time to shine. She then commands her servants to kill everyone from Varys. Inside, the Jaguar man is shouting to his boss that they need to get out of there. They can't defeat this many zombies. But the boss refuses. He says that if they don't capture that guy today, their fallen brothers will never rest in peace. Meanwhile, Hao is impressed. How many zombies did Ye Fenghua and the gang capture? Did they go overboard? The white-haired girl launches her ice spikes at some of the zombies, while the extra character uses a sword to stab the ones she can. But there are too many for Qing Xuan to handle at once. Our MC decides to use the distraction caused by the zombies to focus on their leader. Once he kills him, the genjutsu on his friends will end. He attacks the leader with a downward strike that nearly kills him in one hit. but at least Hao manages to tear open the guy's arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His underlings see their boss being injured, but they can't do anything. Too many zombies are coming for them, and they need to focus on surviving. The hooded guy is on the ground, blood gushing from his wound. It's too hard for him to keep maintaining his genjutsu, and he's forced to release some of them. Ching Ching and the extra girl are freed from the genjutsu and regain their consciousness. They scream in fear as they come face to face with Ye Fenghua's massive zombie horde, but Hao is focused on the hooded guy like a lion stalking its prey. It seems that attacking him worked, so he charges at the guy once and for all, shouting at him to release everyone from the genjutsu now. But just as Hao is about to finish the bastard off, strange spikes emerge from the ground, protecting the guy. Hao doesn't understand what's happening. Even Ye Fenghua's zombie horde is trapped by these strange spikes. The Varus members shout in unison, "Shui Hong is back." Then we see a woman slowly approaching. It was that short-haired hottie from before. She says that she wasn't even gone for long, so how did they get into so much trouble so quickly? The hooded guy yells that she arrived just in time. "Kill this guy now. Leave it to me," she says. Then more of those strange spikes begin to emerge around Hao. He dodges by jumping, but more spikes come from the wall behind him. The spikes, which were more like tentacles, wrap around our MC as if he were in a hentai scene. Ching Ching watches her leader and crush Yang Hao, being lifted into the air, unable to do anything. She needs to help him. These people are being controlled just like she was. Maybe if she can catch him by surprise, she can turn the tide. So she stealthily approaches the hooded guy, who's praising his tentacled accomplice for her good work and telling her to kill him already. The woman says not to worry. Has she ever shown mercy? Suddenly, Fang Ching Ching leaps at the guy with a blade in hand, aiming straight for his exposed neck. But somehow the bastard notices just in time to dodge, calling Ching Ching a bitch. The tentacled woman attacks Hao with her sword aimed at his chest. She was going to kill him. Ching Ching, not knowing what else to do, screams for the woman to stop and pulls the pin on a grenade she took. The grenade explodes much faster than expected, leaving the girl no time to escape the blast. The tentacled woman is forced to cancel her attack due to the explosion. In fact, it was her boss who controlled her body and used her powers to protect them from the blast. Hao couldn't believe someone had used a grenade in such a tight space. Who could be that stupid? Well, my friends, we know who the idiot was. It was Fang Ching Ching. She literally blew herself up with a grenade. The hooded guy thinks that luckily he acted quickly and used Shui Hong's powers to protect them, or else he would have been dead by now. But even so, he was badly injured in the explosion, to the point that he could no longer maintain his genjutsu on anyone. So folks, it seems that the girl's decision to blow herself up wasn't entirely useless. As the hooded guy deactivates his genjutsu, the tentacled woman drops her sword and starts asking, "Huh? Where am I? What's going on?" But Hao ignores her and rushes straight to Ching Ching, who was still engulfed in flames. She seemed too injured even for the dimensional healing space. "Ching Ching, how could you do something so stupid?" Hao asks. And I'm wondering the same thing. Actually, my friends, Fang Ching Ching's sacrifice forced the deep web Uchiha to release everyone from his genjutsu, and with that, the tide turned completely in Hao's favor. Damn, we were so close to winning. That woman ruined everything. Hao looks impatiently at the tentacled woman and asks if she's going to continue fighting. She responds that thanks to him and his friends, they're free from that guy's control. They have no reason to be hostile anymore. Hao then turns and starts heading toward the hooded guy. "Come here," he says to the guy, who asks what he wants. Hao grabs him by the hair, or maybe by the hood, I'm not sure, and starts dragging him while telling everyone to wait. He's going to extract some answers from this guy before he dies. He throws the guy to the ground and with a serious look says that he heard he came from the lab. So what's the truth behind the apocalypse? The guy is surprised and says, "Ha, so that's what you want to know? I don't mind telling you. After all, you're no match for them." He explains that the secret underground labs scattered around the world are the cause of the apocalypse. "My name is Xiao Zhuai. Let's start with the Jiangcheng lab I came from. It was actually classified in the lowest class, Class D. There, the staff injected drugs into us. They said the drugs would help us develop superpowers, but the people who didn't develop superpowers suffered horrible mutations and ended up turning into zombies. And the worst part was, the outbreak was contagious. One day, the lab's computers went haywire, and the doors were opened. People with superpowers like us had an advantage over normal people, so I grabbed my girlfriend, some people I knew from the lab, and fled with other superhumans. But what we didn't know was that the outside world was even scarier. When we realized we were living in an apocalypse, we began to gather our strength. Our superpowers, combined with our previous skills and training, quickly made us one of the most powerful forces in Jiangzhou. Because of our deep resentment, we called ourselves the Destroyers. I was going to destroy the world with them until our leader Bu Qianfan stole my girlfriend. I ended up cutting ties with them. From there, I built Varys from the ground up. But do you know why I'm telling you all this? Hao keeps staring at him, asking, why? He says it's because the Destroyers are on their way here. You and your little friends are going to die today, you idiot boy. Suddenly, the guy falls to the ground lifeless, as if he'd had a heart attack. Hao yells at him not to die yet. He hasn't told them exactly who's coming, but it's too late. The system is already giving Hao his reward for killing the guy. The system informs him that his total status points have surpassed 1,000, so he received the title Apocalypse Warrior. Cool. And the reward for this title is a skill called 3D Printing Robot. Would you like to use the 3D printing robot now? But Hao says no. He wastes no time and goes to warn his friends that the Destroyers are on their way, and these guys seem tough. They need to grab all the supplies they can find and get out of here fast. The tentacled girl and her assistant ask Hao to take them with him because if the Destroyers get here, they'll all be killed. Our protagonist thinks that's a good idea and tells them they're currently building their base and would appreciate the extra help. He pulls some bags from his inventory and drops them in front of everyone. Take all the supplies you can, then get ready to head back to the base. The two new members are impressed by our boy's power. It even reminds them of those storage rings you see in Chinese manhwas. So, folks, 10 minutes pass, and a goat man opens the door to the place. It seemed to be the Destroyers, but inside the building, there was no one. It was completely empty. Is this really Varys' headquarters? The goat man asks his companions if they followed some fake news. He thought this would be their chance to destroy Varys, but his assistants say the intel seemed real. Could it be a trap? The Baphomet says that Luo Fan would never send them unverified information. They must investigate this place. They have to figure out what's going on. Yes, sir. Then the scene cuts to our gang's base at the resort. We see a tombstone with the name Fang Ching Ching. Holy shit. The girl actually died. This was unexpected. Usually our protagonist uses plot armor jutsu to get out of any situation. Hao and Ye Fenghua are looking at the tombstone full of sadness. He thanks the girl. If it weren't for her, many more of them would have died. Ye Fenghua says they should have arrived sooner if they hadn't been so late. But the MC says it wasn't her fault. If only he were stronger. If they really want to build a base in Jiangzhou, they need to be prepared for even tougher battles. Then he tells her to send her zombies around the resort while they work on improving the base's security. Got it. That night, Hao was alone in his room, using his new skill, 3D printing robot. For the first time, a massive machine appears before him, taking up almost the entire room. Hao finds it incredible. What could this thing do? Well, theoretically, it's capable of printing anything. Cutlery, vehicle parts, and even buildings. All he needs is the raw material. Once he sees the real thing or its blueprint, he should be able to print anything. Okay, folks, it's official. This system screen is the best power anyone could want in an apocalypse. He steps into the cabin and decides to use a broken piece of metal to make a replica of his sword. The system informs, scanning commenced, and a golden light emerges. Printing complete. Now he has a perfect replica of his sword. Hao finds this fascinating, and the best part is that the compartment for inserting materials uses spatial compression technology, so he doesn't have to worry about the materials not fitting inside the robot. Honestly, Hao is thinking that if he has the necessary materials, he could really build a skyscraper. With this, building their base is going to be a piece of cake. And so, my friends, today's episode comes to an end. If you liked it, leave a like and comment anything. Thanks for watching. 6 days pass, my friends, and our hero's base is thriving. Hao used the 3D printer to create a fucking metal wall to surround their entire base. Long Tao suddenly appears saying they have a problem. Mutant beasts are destroying their crops. Hao asks how they got past the metal walls. Then his henchman explains that the smaller mutant beasts dug through the ground and crossed under the wall. They can barely defend themselves, but there's one giant mutant beast that's too much for them to handle. Hao can't believe it. It seems like the problems never stop coming, right? We see the bald guy shooting some creatures, unloading his bullets mercilessly. Qingxuan is also fighting these monsters. One of them attacks her with its tail, but the girl manages to dodge. Shit, where are these things coming from? We see Kai Jing barbecuing one of those creatures, but her fire isn't doing anything. The MC seems to tell her to back off. He'll handle it. Then he hits the creature squarely with his badass scythe. However, Hao's attack seems to have no effect on the creature, which just snarls at him. The protag is in shock. The skin of that thing is almost as tough as his iron body skill. How the hell are they supposed to kill these things? The mutant mole approaches, while someone watches from the background. It was the Goat Man, laughing because they finally found the group that wiped out the Varus organization. One of his creeps asks if they should join the battle, but he says not yet. These guys must be strong since they defeated Varus. For now, let's just watch them fight, and then we'll make our move when the time is right. But just in case, he should call the 3rd and 4th squads here too. If they manage to take this base, their power will increase significantly. Yes, Commander Ram? Meanwhile, Hao is managing to kill the smaller moles. The problem is that big one. He can't let it ruin their crops, so he charges at it again, this time trying to use the passive effect of his scythe. He attacks the monster, trying to freeze it, and for a moment, it seems to work. The tough shell looks like it's freezing, but suddenly, the monster strikes with its tail, forcing Hao to dodge. While in the air, Hao wonders if these mutant beasts have anything to do with that Class D lab that guy mentioned earlier. Then the 2 hot girls show up to help Hao. They start singing a song of ice and fire. The combo attack goes straight for the mutant mole, which curls up completely into its shell. Boom. The massive explosion shakes everything around, but the creature remains intact. In fact, it seems to find it amusing. Hao is having a bad feeling about this. Could these beasts have been sent by the destroyers? Ye Fenghua says she feels the same. She suspects that these mutant beasts are being controlled by someone. She's already sent her zombies to scout the area. Good job. Let's focus on keeping the big guy occupied for now. The girl says she has an idea. Maybe they can try to block the creature's sight. Hao doesn't understand, so she explains that maybe the person controlling it can see through its eyes. So if they block its vision, its movements will be limited. The protag thinks that's a good idea. They have plenty of smoke bombs they took from the Varus base. It's time to use them. So he shouts, "Get out of the way, everyone!" He throws one of the smoke grenades, and as it explodes, Hao starts shouting for everyone to do exactly as he says. They should distract the creature only with ranged attacks. As soon as the smoke clears, they should throw another bomb at the same time. Ye Fenghua screams that she found the person. She's right there, and Hao asks her to take him there. They jump over the wall, and Ye points to someone at the top of a tree. That girl must be controlling the mutant beasts. A stylish girl with extremely pale skin and red hair says, "Not bad. You managed to find me." Hao says they're not enemies. Could she stop attacking them? If she wants food, he can sell it to her at very fair prices. But the girl just laughs. She doesn't think he's qualified to negotiate with the Beastmasters. Beastmasters? Wait, you're not with the Destroyers? Well, my friends, it seems like the game our heroes are playing has leveled up. If Hao doesn't focus on improving their defenses soon, they might meet the same fate as the Varus organization. The red-haired girl tells our protag not to confuse them with Varus. They're not the same. Then she asks if they really have the technology to rapidly mature crops. Hao says she seems well-informed. Apparently, everyone wants a piece of his technology. But too bad, he's not giving it to anyone. Then he summons his overpowered scythe from the void. "You're going to regret this," she says. "Little ones, kill him." She sends her mutant creatures after our guy. He blocks the first one but almost gets hit by its spikes. He needs to keep an eye on this stuff. The creature starts launching spikes at Hao, but he blocks them all with agility. Then, some kind of mountain cat attacks Ye Fenghua, who narrowly avoids being hit. The lynx starts sending a sort of mental wave at the girl, hitting her and causing damage. When the cat pounces to kill her, our hero saves her at the last second. She thanks him, blushing, and says her zombies will be here soon. The MC releases her and says that's great. The zombies can block the porcupine for them while he deals with the cat. The cat sends another one of its psychic waves at them, and Hao spins his scythe extremely fast to defend against the attack. Meanwhile, the girl commands the zombies under her control to attack the porcupine. The porcupine shoots its spikes at the zombies, but no worries. They're already dead, right? Our protagonist was attacking the lynx. Once he finishes it off, he'll need to neutralize that red-haired woman. Things could get ugly if she keeps summoning mutant beasts. Speaking of which, the woman stood there with her legs wide apart, amazed that the girl could command zombies. But this moment of distraction was exactly what Hao needed to go after her. No way! He killed my lynx in seconds? Who is this boy? She commands her porcupine to attack Hao. Then he throws another grenade, but this time, it's a real grenade. It explodes violently right on top of the poor creature. Our MC takes advantage of the creature being down to throw more and more grenades at it. The explosions are so intense that they penetrate the creature's hard shell. The porcupine falls dead, and at that moment, the woman starts to flee, but she has a smile on her face. Hey, I got some good intel. We're going to capture their crop-growing technology and also that zombie-controlling woman. I'll let you live this time, but the next time we meet, I'll make you surrender. But when she thought she had escaped, she ran straight into a group of hungry zombies. The zombies, starving for human flesh, stared at the woman with their red eyes. Ye Fenghua runs to the protag to inform him that the woman is being eaten alive by the zombies. What did you say? Make them stop. But it was already too late, my friends. The woman had been killed by the zombies. It's a shame, as they could have extracted more information from her. At least she left behind a superpower card. Hao grabs it as soon as he sees it. This power is excellent, a power to control beasts. It's lucky that Hao arrived in time for the system to drop this card. He turns to Ye Fenghua and says they need to head back. Unfortunately, they lost their source of information, but Hao had never come across such a good item until now as this card. Returning to the base, the girls from his harem were still fighting against the giant mutant beast. The woman is dead. Why is this pangolin still attacking us? He shouts to the girls to fall back. He'll handle it. Then he goes over to Gu Qingyi and hands the superpower card to her. He says this card has the superpower to control beasts, and she's the best candidate for it right now. Thank you, young Hao. I'll make good use of this. The girl brings the card close to her chest, thinking she's finally got her own superpower. She had been feeling like a background character. So many problems have been happening at the base lately, and she wants to help everyone too. Please, let her be able to use this power right. She raises her right arm and starts to emit a mental command, looking directly at the creatures, ordering them to gather before her. The pangolins stand still for a few seconds, staring at her, before they start walking peacefully toward her. Even the big one had been subdued. Young Hao, it worked! The MC feels relieved. Now, at least, all the girls in his harem have superpowers to defend themselves. He warns them to be very careful from now on, as he has information that several organizations know about their technology and will probably attack them. He has already lost one girl from his harem, and it was very painful. That can never happen again. Meanwhile, my friends, without giving our heroes time to recover, the Goat Man was receiving word that the 3rd and 4th squads were already in position. Okay, remind everyone not to underestimate our enemy. They're stronger than you think. The Goat Man's minions run off in the same direction, all shouting, "Yes, sir!" Suddenly, the resort's alarm starts blaring at full volume. Hao can't believe they're being attacked again. Do they never get a moment of peace? And then, the Goat Man appears with his army of suit-wearing henchmen. What a nice place, he says. From now on, it belongs to the destroyers. Hao immediately activates his skill to detect weak points. So, these are the destroyers? They have some insane stats. They're much stronger than normal humans. In fact, their stats are close to those of mutant beasts. Baphomet, full of calm, asks our guy if he'd like to call his boss. Hao then says that he is the boss, that he and his companions built this place from scratch, and he won't let some deep web Satan take it away. But on the inside, our protag doesn't know what to do. He has no intention of fighting these guys and suffering more losses, but he knows they won't listen to him. The Goat Man orders Hao to hand over all the resources and women they have. If he does that, his life will be spared. A fair deal, right? Then the MC's 2 sidekicks appear, saying fair deal my ass. If they want their resources, they should come and try to take them. But Hao raises his arm in front of them, and with one hand in his pocket, he says these guys are no different from Varys. But Baphomet didn't like that comparison one bit. To him, Varys was just a bunch of traitors. So, he orders his minions to get them. Qingyi takes the opportunity to debut her new power, summoning the giant pangolin to help her and protect the base. And so the fight begins. The mutant creatures are now fighting alongside our heroes, and even the Goat Man is confused. These beasts were attacking them just now. What the hell happened? Whatever. He must kill that boy first, so he shoots his 2 horns at Hao. Obviously, our MC dodges, wondering what kind of ability this is. Did the guy really just launch his horns at him? Hao has encountered many superhumans with animal mutations. Could the Class D lab have been conducting animal-based experiments? The goat's horns return to him but have split into several smaller horns that now float above his head. Fly forward, my horns! The horns start speeding toward Hao at extreme velocity. There are too many, and they're too fast. He can't dodge them all, and gets grazed by several. As one of the horn fragments passes by his face, the system appears, informing him that he has unlocked the first level of the healing skill. He needs to reach the 10th level to unlock a new healing ability. It seems that the convenience fairy is on his side once again, folks. This new ability should be better than the healing space. The goat man asks why he's smiling, but Hao tells him to mind his own business. Then he asks if he skipped lunch today because he seems a bit weak. Next time, he should come at him with full force. The goat man takes the bait. He can't believe Hao is still laughing even after being so hurt. Screw it, he's going to end this. Our protag literally stands still, letting all the horn fragments hit him directly. The pain is intense, but it's worth it. The system is counting each hit. Our favorite sidekicks notice that Hao is up to something. But when isn't he? Kaijing shouts, not understanding why Hao isn't dodging anything, but already on his knees feeling excruciating pain. He replies that she shouldn't worry. Everything is going according to plan, until the last fragment hits him, and the system informs him that level 1 of the healing ability has been unlocked. The healing ability can mend physical injuries in a short time. However, it can't resurrect the dead. He then activates the skill, and all his wounds begin to heal instantly, as if he had eaten a Dragon Ball Senzu bean. The goat man is shocked to see that all the damage he inflicted was for nothing. Who the hell is this boy? But Hao doesn't care. He charges at him with all he's got, full of energy. Then the goat man says they'll settle this with an honest fight. Let's see what's faster, his healing ability or the goat man's horns. Show me everything you've got, he shouts. And then they start brawling for real. The goat man attacks at blinding speed, but our MC manages to block everything. Nice, I'm already starting to get used to your speed. What I need to do next is attack your weak point. Then the goat man attacks with his horn again, and Hao sees the opening he needed. He strikes once to disarm him, and then strikes again from below, cutting deep into his chest, where his weak point was. The goat man falls to his knees, spitting blood, and says with difficulty, "You're quite strong. Well, you did destroy Varus after all." Hao brings the blade of his scythe closer to the guy's neck and says that one day he'll destroy the destroyers too. Ironic as it may seem. The goat spits blood once more and, wait, where's the deep cut Hao just made? Whatever. He says our protag knows nothing. What's in the center of the city is far scarier than he can imagine. And then, sooner than expected, the goat man's part in our story comes to an end. His minions panic, not knowing what to do at this moment. Commander Ram is dead. Damn it. Everyone retreat. Run. Hao approaches the side character girl, who now belongs to his harem, and asks if she knows what's happening in the city center. She says she overheard some scattered info from the Varus guys. From what she heard, there's a terrifying zombie king there. No one even dares to get close. Zombie king? Hao wonders. That's a surprise. He tells his friends they've been under attack a lot lately, and that the enemies will only get stronger from now on. They need to be very careful. Everyone agrees. Then he says everyone is dismissed, except Ching Yi. The girl approaches, and he starts saying that in the coming days, she should have her mutant beasts dig some tunnels. They'll use them to store food and, if necessary, evacuate. All right, I'll get on it right now. So, my friends, 3 days pass at our hero's resort. I hope at least the protag had time to have fun with his girlfriend. Anyway, he had gone to find Chingy to ask if she had finished digging the tunnels and moving the supplies. She says yes, she's hidden most of the grains, and she also had the mutant beasts dig longer tunnels. Qingyi puts her hand on her hip and asks if Yang Hao asked her to do all this because he's planning to leave the base. He says it's just a precaution. After all, their base isn't exactly a secret. Did she happen to tell anyone else? She says, of course not. She didn't even tell Qing Xuan. Suddenly, a random side character appears saying, "Boss, there's a group of people outside who want to see you." Well, guys, our heroes really have no peace anymore. Hao asks if they're the destroyers, but the side character says no. They brought several mutant beasts with them. But our MC isn't worried at all. Apparently, they have yet another enemy group coming to attack them unawares, just to give him more status points and superpower cards. At this rate, the whole gang will have superpowers soon enough. So, my friends, Hao goes out to meet them, and guess what? He comes face to face with mutant rabbits and squirrels. The one who looks like the leader asks if Hao is the boss of this place. Bingo, what do you want from me? A blue-haired woman who seems to be controlling a mutant rabbit says one of them killed her friend. She wants the murderer's head right now. But Hao, ever so clever, says they have nothing to do with her friend's death because she was devoured by zombies. If she wants revenge, she should go after the zombies. The man says, "Don't waste your breath on them, Lisa. They'll never admit what they did." Look, the pangolins are the best proof. Suddenly, something pierces through this guy's back without any explanation, splattering blood everywhere. "Ned!" shouts his blue-haired companion. Then we see that half-zombie guy from a few chapters ago saying, "Oh my, sorry about that. My hand slipped. I thought it was a monkey causing a ruckus." The blue-haired girl asks who he is. Then the guy says he's with the Destroyers. He heard they've got some really nice stuff here, so he came to check it out. How? And the girl's eyes lock in horror upon hearing he's from the Destroyers. But as far as How knows, the Destroyers usually send people in groups. They must have sent a big group this time. The blue-haired girl tells him he should stay out of others' business. She'll consider this attack as a declaration of war from the Destroyers. Then she sends her mutant rabbits to attack him. Seeing this, our MC instantly understands what's about to happen. So he tells Qingyi to go inform everyone that it's time to implement Plan B. He's going to stay and buy them some time. The zombie guy sees the mutant rabbits coming at him and finds it amusing. Those rabbits must taste delicious cooked. But before the rabbit can reach him, one of his henchmen punches it away, shouting, "Get out of my way!" The henchman, full of scars, asks who killed Old Ram. "Come forward." Hao steps forward and says it was him. So what? Does the guy want revenge? But he only responds, "Admirable courage. Guys, get him." At that moment, our protag throws a smoke bomb on the ground and vanishes like a true ninja. Why is the 3rd Legion commander of the Destroyers here? I'm no match for him. I better make a run for it. Wait, hold up. Is our protag really facing someone he can't defeat? Has that day finally come? As soon as the smoke dissipates, Hao catches a few NPCs by surprise and uses his scythe to defend himself from the other's gunfire. His henchmen appear just in time, shooting and providing cover for him. The creeps start chasing after our gang, not letting anyone escape. Then that giant pangolin from before appears in their path to buy more time. Qingyi was escorting some side characters to the first exit. Kai Jing was escorting others to the second exit, and Qingshuan was escorting the rest to the third exit. The 3rd Legion commander of the Destroyers is completely consumed by rage, his veins popping and his nails growing. He shouts to the brat that if he wants to play, they'll play. He transforms into a saber-toothed tiger and charges at Hao, yelling that if he hands over the crop technology, he'll spare him. I knew it. They came here for the crops. Hao swings his scythe to protect himself and says he'll agree. But in exchange, the guy will have to tell him about the lab. The saber-toothed tiger stops and smiles. This is the first time anyone has negotiated terms with the Destroyers. However, our protag's eyes widen as he realizes his attack didn't even scratch the guy's chest. Then he goes back to attacking Hao, asking if he still doesn't understand that in the apocalypse, the strongest has the final say. If he wants to negotiate with them, he must first show what he's capable of. Our MC thinks that this guy is really strong, but he doesn't need to kill him. He just needs to hold him off until everyone has evacuated. So he attacks him. Hao's attack ends up freezing the guy's arm thanks to the scythe's passive ability. This impresses him. So this boy is a superhuman too? He simply presses his hand and breaks the ice instantly. Ha ha ha! Great! Give me a fight to remember. Then he attacks Hao with both hands, destroying the ground where the protag was standing. Shit! The freezing effect doesn't work on him. Meanwhile, the Destroyer's creeps finally managed to get past the pangolins and were storming the resort. However, at the entrance, they encountered a horde of sentinel zombies. These were Ye Fenghua's zombies. The creeps couldn't understand why there were so many strange things at this place. Why were zombies helping them? This was really weird. It must be some kind of superpower. We see Ye Fenghua with her arms crossed, fully focused. She has to make sure everyone gets out safely. Wait, what happened? Why can't she see anything anymore? Could it be that all her zombies were wiped out at once? Yes, the guy with the sewn-up mouth killed all of Ye Fenghua's zombies in a single blow. He says that his minions are too slow. If it were up to him, he would have taken over this place in 3 minutes. So why doesn't he just do it himself? He says that seeing how reinforced their defenses are makes him really curious about what they're hiding inside. He takes a step forward, and boom! A huge explosion shakes everything. Damn, landmines? Whatever, bring it on! Show me everything you've got. The guy simply ignores everything and charges into the resort alone. But he's surprised to see no one there. Where is everyone? Meanwhile, our protag was fighting one-on-one with Sabretooth. Dude, you're slow. Can't you speed it up a bit? He taunts. Just then, a one-eyed zombie appears behind Hao, mumbling nonsense in one of the strangest scenes I've ever seen. The creature stops beside Hao, still rambling, but our protag gets the message. If that one-eyed zombie is here, it means everyone made it out safely. Plan B worked. Now it's time for him to get out of there. Then, one of the creeps informs Sabretooth that everyone has vanished from the resort, but they found a tunnel. Hao can't believe what he's hearing. How did they find it? Sabretooth realizes immediately. Hao was only here to buy time for his friends to escape. The MC nods and tells the kitty that playtime is over. Then he throws another smoke grenade. The grenade explodes at the guy's feet, giving Hao an opening to escape. Don't be naive, kid. Our influence spans all of Zhangzhou. There's nowhere for you to hide. But Hao wasn't afraid of him. He wasn't about to turn down free stat points. Inside the resort, he stumbles upon something strange. He doesn't actually remember asking Qingyi to make this tunnel, but then he understands. She must have left it just for him. Perfect. It's time to use those explosives they'd prepared. Hao looks at the device that triggers the explosives, thinking it's only for when they encounter some troublesome superhuman. We see the creeps running all over the place, with one of them shouting, "Team 1, go after them through the tunnel. Team 2, stay here and keep searching. There must be more than one tunnel." But just then, explosions start happening all around the resort. Hao has set off the explosives. Creeps are all getting taken out amid the explosions. From a distance, Hao watches as the resort, which had been their home for so long, is completely destroyed. He sighs. He's going to miss this place. Suddenly, his spider sense tingles. Someone else is here. A guy with what look like metal arms approaches, flanked by henchmen. Why is this place blowing up? Didn't they send me here for loot? But his minions aren't sure. He orders his minions to investigate immediately. They brought plenty of men to take control of this base. He doesn't want to return empty-handed. Yes, sir. Our protag was watching these guys from a distance. Luckily, he hid in time. It would be nearly impossible to leave here without a fight now. Meanwhile, in a place in Zhangzhou called Senran Park, the resort refugees seemed unsure of what to do. Qingyi appears, saying she used her mutant beasts to deal with the nearby zombies. They can spend the night here. Then we see Ye Fenghua. With the group of refugees she led to the Rihai business district in Zhangzhou. She tells everyone they're safe here in this penthouse, and that they can rest for now. She assures them they don't need to worry about food and supplies. Her zombies are already fetching them. They'll be here soon. Hearing this puts the extras at ease. Meanwhile, in the Zhengzhou suburbs, Kai Jing was with the MC's parents. His mother was asking why Hao hadn't returned yet. Could something have happened? Kai Jing tried calling him, but his number was out of range, which is to be expected in a zombie apocalypse, right? She tells the protag's parents that Yang Hao might have taken another tunnel. She's already contacted the other girls in his harem. They'll inform them as soon as they know anything. So, a few hours later, we see Hao in front of what seems to be a house. He hasn't been able to reach any of his companions. He stares at his phone, thinking they had so many tunnels he doesn't even know which ones they used. God knows how long it would take if he searched them one by one. Maybe it's better to spend the night at this abandoned hotel he found. Inside, there were hot springs. Hao wastes no time and gets naked to enjoy the hot springs. It looks like he's hit the jackpot. He never thought that after everything, he'd be able to enjoy a hot bath. However, my friends, obviously this hotel wasn't abandoned. There was someone else there, ready to enjoy the hot springs too. It was that blue-haired girl who controlled the mutant rabbits. She was naked, ready for a nice hot bath after running around for so long. Hao hides as soon as he sees her, watching the girl and her beautiful body. But he ends up making a noise, and the girl realizes someone is there. "Who's there?" she shouts. Then our MC shows up completely naked, asking the lady to please not scream. He's not a bad guy, but the girl could only stare at Hao's equipment, swinging freely from side to side. "Pervert!" she screams as loud as she can, attracting the attention of nearby zombies. The zombies quickly start running toward the scream. fuck, there goes my hot bath. He covers himself with a towel and tells the girl to do the same and run. She just says, thanks, Captain Obvious. A monstrous zombie crashes through and starts charging at the girl, ready to attack her. But Hao tells her not to worry. It's just an elite mutant zombie. Where did he get that weapon? He was just naked a moment ago. Does he have some kind of spatial superpower? The elite mutant zombie growls at Hao, but he doesn't care. He's pissed because his bath got cancelled. Swiftly, he dodges the creature's attack and uses its head as a springboard to jump again while slashing its chest. The dead body of the elite mutant zombie falls to the ground as Hao lands. Tsk, so weak. The blue-haired girl watched everything in awe. This guy is amazing. She approaches Hao with her hands clasped, saying that he's much stronger than he looks. Nice folks. Another one for the harem. Hao thanks her but suggests she should probably get dressed first. The girl realizes she's only wrapped in towels and her melons are nearly exposed, so she agrees with him. A few minutes later, they're both dressed. The girl asks our MC if he could do her a favor, but he quickly says he doesn't have time to help her. His friends are waiting for him. She should also leave, as other zombies are probably already on their way here. The girl grabs his arm and says he's new around here, isn't he? She could show him the area. She mentions her father is the leader of the Freedom Corps. If Hao takes her back safely, she could help him find his friends. Hao is a bit distracted by the girl's cleavage, but quickly realizes what she said. Freedom Corps? One of the prisoners mentioned them. Maybe they could be of great help. So, our protag accepts the girl's terms, but it's already too late now. They should find a place to rest and start their journey tomorrow. The girl agrees. They find one of the hotel rooms which somehow still has electricity. The girl, already sprawled on the bed, says she'll tell him what's going on in the city center. She begins to explain that when the apocalypse started, the drugs from the secret lab were released into the air. Because of that, the closer you get to the lab, the stronger the zombies and mutant beasts become. She even heard of a zombie king right in the city's center. Of course, the same applies to superhumans. The closer to the lab, the stronger the superhumans who live there. The area closest to the lab is called the restricted area. Rumor has it no one has ever survived that place. Everyone who went there disappeared. And obviously, my friends, our protag is already thinking of going there. Why not? He suspects the truth behind the apocalypse lies in that area. So he asks the girl why she's here. Wouldn't it be safer to stay with her gang? She replies it's a long story. Basically, someone tried to assassinate her while she was on a mission here with her team. She was the only one who survived. Wait, is this the girl who controlled the mutant rabbits? There are so many hot girls that even I'm getting confused now. Then, we see someone watching everything with a sniper from a nearby building. I knew she wouldn't get far. Good thing I stayed here and kept watch. It's another hottie, all in black. She wonders who that guy with Lu Mei is. Through the sniper scope, she watches the two closely. Strange. She was sure she had killed all her companions. No matter, she'll kill him first. She shoots. Hao's spider sense kicks in, and he impressively draws his scythe to block the shot. Don't ask me why he did all that, when he could have just dodged. Anyway, the sniper girl wonders how the hell this guy blocked a sniper shot like that, but whatever. She fires a grapple hook onto the hotel wall and begins to zip line down to their location. She can't give up now that she's found Lu Mei. She needs to kill her today. The ninja girl breaks through the window, and Hao immediately attacks, but she manages to dodge. What? She's a superhuman too? The ninja girl begins attacking Hao, while the other asks, Zhao Tong, what are you? Suddenly, the ninja throws a kitchen knife at her, saying there's no escape this time. Accept your fate. The girl summons a plant to block the knife. Don't be so sure! I've got a good partner this time! Wait, is she saying her old partners were no good? The girl shouts to Hao not to forget their deal. She's all his. Hao smirks and simply says, relax. Then he attacks the ninja girl with everything he has. But she has agility Hao's never seen before, managing to dodge all his attacks. What an annoying superhuman. The best he could do was slice her clothes right at the neckline, conveniently giving a glimpse of her melons. The ninja draws a pistol, points it at the other girl and says, go to hell. She fires, but Hao is quick enough to block the bullets once again. The ninja girl is getting frustrated with this guy and unloads her weapon on Hao, yelling at him to get out of her way, but he keeps blocking every shot. He's already told her he's not letting her kill this girl. Suddenly, a massive swarm of bats appears outside. Man, this story keeps getting wilder. Even the ninja girl is confused. Were these bats attracted by her shots? Wait, if they're here, that guy must be here too. And then, that guy shows up. A hideous mutant. Probably the ugliest creature we've seen in this story so far. He crashes through another window, which I thought was unnecessary. He could have just used the already broken one. Hao activates his skill to analyze the opponent and sees this is an elite zombie mutant. In fact, this elite zombie was insanely strong. Its vitality points were off the charts. Suddenly, the horrid creature starts emitting a type of gas from its mouth. The pink gas reaches the girls, and instantly, their expressions change. The ninja girl immediately lowers her mask, and we see her blushing. She looks at Hao and winks, saying, "Hey, handsome, you're so manly." She clings to his arm and starts getting all over him, while the other says, "This man is hers." The two girls start rubbing themselves against the MC, completely enamored with him, but Hao yells at them to let go. It's not the time for this. Then he looks at the mutant zombie, realizing it must be responsible for their behavior. Wow, we've got a Sherlock Holmes here, folks. Our protag is forced to do something he didn't want to. He takes a rope from his inventory and ties up the two love-struck hotties, who moan and call out for him. Not only that, he summons his dimensional healing chamber and locks them inside, but just temporarily. He'll free them after he's done with this guy. It's been a while since I faced such a powerful zombie. Don't disappoint me now. He attacks the creature, but it dodges. What the hell? Your status points just increased? The bats start flying around the monster in a very strange, synchronized way, and now it even seems like there are more of them. Hao activates his vulnerability detection skill and sees that the weak spot of this creature is in each bat's head. Its strength comes from the bats. The mutant zombie shoots its tongue at Hao, but the tongue suddenly splits in half, catching Hao by surprise. However, our protagonist simply ignores the guy and goes straight for the bats. He starts mercilessly tearing apart each bat, and after he kills half of them, he stops. I've killed half of these things, he must be weaker now. And Hao was right. The creature's status points dropped and its movements became slower. So, if I kill them all, this guy's gonna die. Our MC spends the next 3 minutes killing the little bats until there are none left, and his plan seems to have worked. The creature is now much weaker. Then Hao jumps on top of it and delivers a final blow to the mutant zombie's chest, shouting that it's disappointing. As soon as the monster dies, and Hao receives attribute points for killing it, he thinks it's best to bring the girls back. It must be uncomfortable being tied up like that. But before he can do anything, the system informs him that he has received a new title, Apocalypse Heartthrob. This title boosts his charm and charisma points by 30. Man, I could use a title like that in real life. Anyway, the MC approaches the capsule where he had the two girls restrained and asks if they're all right, and as soon as they're untied, the two girls immediately run to embrace Hao, their eyes full of passion, as if they're willing to do anything for him. Apparently, the zombie bat's spell hasn't worn off yet. The girls jump on him and push him to the ground, completely thirsty for Hao's body. The MC doesn't know what to do. At first, he's embarrassed and tries to fight the situation, but seeing that there's nothing he can do, he surrenders to lust. And so, my friends, hours and hours pass until the next day arrives. Hao is lying with the two girls in bed after a long, exhausting night of fun. All he wants now is to take a shower, but if he wakes these girls up, they won't let him go anywhere. The spell of that creature was so strong that the girls went crazy for sex in a way Hao had never seen. This way, he might get stuck here with them forever. Wait a minute, guys. This doesn't seem so bad to me. Suddenly, one of the girls starts to wake up. Immediately, she jumps back, completely embarrassed, apologizing. "So you finally returned to normal?" Hao asks. Then he hears the other girl yelling, "You shameless pervert! Did I lose control of my mind yesterday? How could I do something like that with a stranger?" Hao tries to explain to them that he's innocent. It was the zombie that released those pheromones on them. Actually, they should be thanking him. If it wasn't for him, they would have become zombie food. The ninja girl seems to believe him and even thanks Hao, but when she sees the other girl, she pulls out her kunai and says that despite everything, she's not going to give up on killing Liu Mei. Hao steps in and tells them to wait a moment. It seems like the two know each other. Why don't they tell him what happened? He saved their lives, so they owe him that much. They need to stop fighting, at least while he takes a shower. So my friends, after everyone has showered and gotten dressed properly, Hao approaches the two girls and introduces himself. He says his name is Yang Hao, and he's currently Liu Mei's bodyguard. Then he asks the ninja girl girl if he's mistaken. She's also from the Freedom Corps, right? If they're on the same team, why are they attacking each other? The ninja girl begins to explain that the Freedom Corps is not as harmonious as he thinks. Shortly after they settled, they split into two factions due to differing ideas. There were the Order faction and the Wild faction. The Order faction believes that everyone should follow basic moral rules and avoid killing indiscriminately, even in the apocalypse. But the Wild faction believes that old rules should be abandoned, and humans should embrace their wild nature and have fun. Their current leader is Liu Mei's father. He always supported the Order faction. But Hao interrupts. In other words, the Wild faction ordered you to get rid of Liu Mei. Liu Mei seemed surprised. She says that the ninja girl also supported the Order faction. She doesn't like the Wild faction, so why accept their orders? Then Xiao Tong replies that she didn't want to, but a guy named Xiao Yunfei captured her family. He gave her a week to kill Liu Mei, or else. Liu Mei slams the table. Xiao Yunfei is a jerk. She grabs the ninja girl's hand and says, "Don't worry, Xiao Tong. My bodyguard is really badass. As soon as we go back, I'll definitely help you save your family." But Hao swallows hard hearing this. Does she really think he's her bodyguard? He only said that to help the ninja girl understand their relationship. Then Liu Mei turns to him and says that the situation is like this. Yang Hao must help them. As soon as this is over, she promises to reward him in the way he deserves. The protag tells her not to worry about compensation for now. Actually, there are matters he'd like to discuss with her. Does she happen to know the destroyers? Hao's plan is that if he helps these people, maybe they'll help him face the destroyers. Liu Mei responds that of course she does. They've already destroyed several smaller organizations in Jiangzhou. The way they do things is despicable. The ninja girl tells Liu Mei that maybe she doesn't know this, but Xiao Yunfei is in cahoots with the destroyers. She's afraid that the destroyers also want to kill her. Hao asks if this means he's going to have even more work as a bodyguard, but the girl pats his chest and tells him not to worry. He's strong. It'll be fine. Hao turns his back for his next line to sound cooler, then says that the superhumans of the destroyers won't be easy opponents. They can't let their guard down even for a brief moment, and Liu Mei agrees. They must keep their eyes open. Looking out the window, he thinks that Kai Jing will take care of his father and mother, but he wonders how the others are doing. Meanwhile, outside the building, some strange people were looking from floor to floor. "Are you sure she's here?" asks a girl. Then we see a sort of black-eyed peas from the upside down, and a guy with a cat face says there's no doubt. They tracked yesterday's shots to this building. The Catman asks, "Commander Shinrui, should we go up?" And the girl, who seemed to have a Rinnegan, responds that they don't need to rush. It's better to follow them and wait for the right moment to strike. Then the next day, Hao and his two new girls were walking through the streets of downtown Jiangzhou. But Hao thinks it's strange. They haven't seen anything but corpses so far. The city center really does seem more dangerous than other places. But the blue-haired girl says those are just the lowest-level zombies. He hasn't seen anything yet. The ninja girl raises her arm in front of them and tells the two to stop, as she saw something moving over there. Then they see mutant creatures fighting. Wait, is that a pangolin? Those were Qing Yi's creatures. Actually, one of the creatures was a giant cat with a person riding on it, attacking the pangolin. The girl with the afro hair says, "Go, my darlings! Kill her!" This girl is named Lin Li, and she's part of the Beastmasters. Hao doesn't even wait for the woman's intro cutscene to finish, and already slices her cat with his scythe. Because really, Qing Yi was there. He asks if she's okay and what she's doing there alone. The girl initially seems confused, but then widens her eyes. "So you're here. My team has already met everyone. I came here to look for you. I was worried." While they're talking, the afro-haired girl is thinking she's seen this guy before. She politely approaches and asks if he happens to be Yang Hao. Our MC can't believe it when he sees the girl. "What? Lin Li? What are you doing here?" Qing Yi asks if they know each other, and he says yes. They were classmates for 6 years, from junior high to high school. "All right, friends, another one for the list." The girl says his college is quite far from Jiangzhou. She's surprised he made it here, and even more with a physique like that. Hao says it wasn't easy getting here, but why was she fighting Qing Yi? She says it was a misunderstanding. She thought she was one of the enemies. Then the girl says it's been 2 years since they last saw each other, and in that time he's really gotten hot. If he had been this handsome when he wrote her a love letter back then, maybe she would have agreed to go out with him. The MC narrows his eyes, wondering, love letter? Did I ever do that? From afar, someone says, "Commander Shinrui, they seem to know each other. I don't think they're going to keep fighting." Then the Billie Eilish lookalike says, "Since that's the case, it's time for them to get to work. A few cats and dogs won't stop them." "Go!" she yells, throwing off her jacket as her two companions charge into the fight. Billie Eilish throws her jacket to the ground and says that once they kill Liu Mei, the Freedom Corps will be theirs. Hao asks the afro-haired girl what this talk about enemies was all about. She says their enemies can also control mutant beasts, but they usually control the fiercer ones. Their combat power is also superior to theirs. Most of her companions are girls, and because of that, they've been pursuing them. At that moment, a giant golden retriever appears running alongside a giant cat. They were Lin Lee's companions. They came screaming that they're under attack. The upside-down world Black-Eyed Peas were coming for an all-in. Today's video ends here, folks. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel to receive the continuation of this story when it comes out. Thank you. See ya.